Lingam temples should be demolished to make Buddha Vihar? Is it not the claim by Buddhists today? Do
If
you
it is,
agree to
let them
that?
go to court.
Please,
Let
please.
this be fought
Even
out.
the
That's the
even the
argument.
please don't shout, don't shout. I am making an argument. I am telling you, it's not a simple thing of coming at 40,000 temples have been demolished. Who calculated this 40,000 exact?
Well, sir,
Mr.
historians
Subramaniam
and
Swami,
Archaeological
Mr.
Survey
Subram,
of India have
please,
put this number. This is not
sorry,
arbitrary.
please, Shivani, this is wrong. This is a fake number. It is like the number of 20 lakh crore of BJP given was the money in bank accounts in foreign countries. Before
Come on, don't make this
2014, they
political,
made
sir.
a
Many
task force. Please,
historians,
please,
including
please
Sitaram
let
Goyal
me,
and
please let
Archaeological
me,
Survey of
please let
India
me
under the
complete.
British at that
Please,
time have
please
put
let me complete.
the number,
Please let
the
me
figure
complete.
of temples
Shivani,
destroyed
please
in
let me
India to
complete.
tens of thousands. You can
Please,
quibble
please
over
let me
30,000
complete.
or
Please
40,000.
let me complete. Please
Okay,
let me
finish quickly,
complete.
please.
Please, that 20 lakh crore black money was a task force formed of Ajit Doval, who's the NSA for last 8 years, and Lal Krish Advani ji. So it was also a committee. It was a fake committee. Today government says, no, we do not know where is the black money. Similarly, this is the 40,000 temple figure. It's a fake figure
Okay,
on
what is
which
the
you are
accurate
creating
figure
hatred.
according to
So
you?
please tell me. Yo, how did for 20 lakh crore black money come
Sir,
into
that's a
public
separate
discourse?
argument. Please don't get into
No,
that.
it is
Let's
not.
stick to the
This is an
subject.
argument
So
that
I'm asking you, I'm sure you
BJP
are not
forms these
denying,
fake,
I'm sure you are
BJP
not
forms
denying
these
that
fake
thousands of temples
committees.
were destroyed in India.
Shivani,
What is the figure that seems
BJP,
reasonable to you? Please you tell
BJP,
me.
BJP forms these fake committees to bring up numbers
This is
like
not a
20 lakh
BJP
crore in
committee,
black
sir.
money,
These are
like
figures from
40,000 crore.
Archaeological
Please,
Survey of
no, no.
India that maintain
Please
these
forget.
figures
Tell
pre-independence
me
and
one single
post-independence
report.
also.
No,
Don't make
there
this
is no
political, sir. That's
official
really,
report.
no, that's
There is
unfortunate,
no
and that's
Shivani,
being
please
really
don't be guided
economical with
by.
the truth and
Please
injustice to
don't
the
be
issue at
Shivani,
hand.
Shivani.
All
Please
your
don't
other
be guided by
arguments I
fake
take. Vishnu
reports.
wanted to come in very quickly.
Please don't be
Where
guided
has
by
this
fake
number come
reports.
from, Vishnu?
Please
Very
tell
quickly,
your
then I have to go to our
viewers
other
that
guest, Vishnu.
Supreme Court in Ram Mandir case gave a different
Yes,
judgment,
I'll take that
opening
point to
a
others.
case
I'll
for
take that
review.
point to
Doesn't
others. Vishnu,
mean
very
that the
quickly.
judgment of Supreme Court has changed.
Okay.
It doesn't mean the judgment of
See,
Supreme Court has changed.
first of all, my friend was arguing about Ram Mandir judgment. Let me tell him that in Ram Mandir judgment, places of worship act was not under challenge. It was not an issue. It was not argued by anyone. And if the judgment has come like that, it's an arbiter judgment. There's a legal maxim under under the jurisprudence that if something is not an issue, and on that if Supreme Court or the High Court passes any remarks, that's an arbiter finding. That's not a binding precedent. We have precisely said so before the Honorable Supreme Court, and the Honorable Chief Justice said that this is a matter which has to be gone into and decided by a three-judge bench.
In any case, now the court has agreed to review it, so that matter does not arise.
Correct. Now, number two, my friend was saying from where the figures come. Now, there are many books of many historians. Mr. Sitaram Goyal's books is there. There are many archaeologists who have written the book where these figures find place. Now, the point is not about 30,000 or 40,000. The point is that wherever we will find evidence that a temple has been destroyed, we will gather the facts and we have the right to approach the court.
Okay,
now,
fair
what
enough.
is the problem,
Vishnu,
as you rightly said, that if someone can't take the court?
No, anybody can. Then it opens up to anybody.
Yes.
If it is Buddhist, Sikh, if it is Christians,
Correct.
if it is Muslims, if they
Yes,
believe
yes,
their site
yes.
has been harmed, which was historically theirs, then anybody can go to court. This is not going to be a Hindu specific law. It's going to be religion agnostic. Let me go across to Vinod Bansal of VHP.
Yes.
लेकिन एक argument Vinod Bansal ji ये भी है that why not focus on the larger temples where you cannot build the temples anywhere else because of the faith attached with that spot of land. As Subramaniam Swami was saying, why open this up to 40,000 or 50,000 temples? Because that's you will never be able to do justice to all of those cases anyways.
He said 40,000, not 50.
No, it's not a matter of number actually. Shivani, you just try to understand the basic logic of all those things. Why the people has forced to gone to the court? Why this majority community of the country is approaching the court to save their own temples? It is the history in the world. You never find anywhere in the world that this majority community suffered by the act of the so-called minority community. Number one. Number two is that you never find any of the any constitution of the world which give the rights to the only minorities like Article 29 and 30, which has never been allowed to the majority communities as such. Number three is that you see, if you go through the past 70, 75 years of the post-independence era, you will find that the Congress has always made the policy in such a way कि हिंदुओं को दो दर्जे का नायक दो दर्जे का नागरिक बना दो, और ऑन द सेम लाइंस मुस्लिम अपीजमेंट की पॉलिसी उनके ऊपर इतनी हावी हो गई कि चाहे वो कुछ भी करे उसको सबको इग्नोर कर दो। आप देखिए कि अगर राइट टू जस्टिस है तो अगर किसी को उनको है तो मुझे भी है भाई। I also have the right to protect my faith. I also have the right to make the things good for the wrongs which have been done by the earlier the rulers or some this intruders. आप देखिए कि शिवानी जी, अगर मुझे कोई राइट है, आपको कोई राइट है, वो तो राइट है, अब मेरा राइट है तो कुछ नहीं है। आप मुझे बताइए कि आखिरकार किसको नहीं पता कि हजारों, बल्कि मैं कहता हूँ लाखों मंदिरों को तोड़ा गया, वहां के मॉन्यूमेंट्स को डिस्ट्रॉय करके उसके ऊपर कई को सुपर स्ट्रक्चर बना दिया, किसी को धराशायी कर दिया, कुछ किया। कौन नहीं जानता? दुनिया का कोई व्यक्ति इसको स्वीकार करने को तैयार नहीं है, कभी ऐसा नहीं हुआ।
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं एक चीज बोल देती हूँ विनोद जी, डिनायल तो मैं बिल्कुल एक्सेप्ट नहीं करूंगी। अगर कोई ये आर्गुमेंट डिसमिस कर रहा है कि हजारों, टेंस ऑफ थाउजेंड्स टेंपल इंडिया में डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए हैं, वो मैं नहीं एक्सेप्ट करूंगी, वो नहीं है। दैट इज डिनायल ऑफ हिस्ट्री एंड इट इज टाइम टू एंड दैट डिनायल ऑफ हिस्ट्री। तो वो आर्गुमेंट तो है ही नहीं, ये सबको पता है। जो भी इंडिया में 30-40 साल रहा होगा उसने अपने गले मोहल्ले में भी देखा होगा, अपने लोकल सिटी में भी देखा होगा, कोई ना कोई टेंपल मिल जाएगा जिस पे अटैक हुआ है, या तो वो पार्शियली डिस्ट्रॉयड है या फुली डिस्ट्रॉयड है। तो ये तो हमारी लिव्ड हिस्ट्री है, रिकॉर्डेड हिस्ट्री है, इसमें तो कोई चैलेंज ही नहीं है।
नहीं शिवानी जी, मैं वही कह रहा हूँ। देखिए, जो बात आप कह रही हैं और आपके पैनलिस्ट कह रहे हैं, उस बात को कांग्रेस मानने को तैयार नहीं होती। उसको सेकुलर ब्रिगेड जो देश की है, they are not going to accept this fact of the case. आप देखिए कि इतना सब कुछ होने के बावजूद भी हिंदुओं के ऊपर कितने अत्याचार हुए, हिस्ट्री की किताबों में साफ साफ दर्ज है। चाहे बाबर से लेकर के हुमायूं और ये जितने भी लोग हैं, आप देखिए कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी पिछले स्वतंत्रता दिवस के भाषण में उन्होंने कहा था कि हमें गुलामी के प्रतीकों को ढहाना है
जी, और ये भी गुलामी का प्रतीक है। नहीं, ये सही बात है, क्योंकि ये आर्गुमेंट मैं गीता भट्ट के पास लेके जाऊंगी। बट मैंने आपसे सवाल किया था विनोद बंसल जी की क्या आप 3 साइट में खुश रहेंगे? क्योंकि आरएसएस ने भी एक बार ये बोला है, वीएचपी टाइप ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, अब मुझे नहीं पता आपका क्या व्यू है, अब क्या सिर्फ काशी, मथुरा, अयोध्या से बात बन सकती है?
देखिए, जब काशी, मथुरा, अयोध्या की बात की थी तब ये लोग सब तलवार लेके खड़े हो गए थे, और अब भगवान श्री राम को स्वयं कोर्ट में जाकर के लड़ना पड़ा। अब दुनिया के अंदर कोई एक रिलीजन दिखा दीजिए जिनका रिलीजियस हीरो या जो गॉड है वो स्वयं कोर्ट के अंदर लड़ रहा है।
नहीं, आप मेरे सवाल का जवाब दीजिए ना, आप 3 से मान जाएंगे या आप चाहते हैं कि पूरा मामला खुलना चाहिए, पूरा एक्ट ही जाना चाहिए?
देखिए, इसमें विनोद बंसल या शिवानी गुप्ता अकेले को डिसाइड नहीं कर सकते। इट्स अ मैटर ऑफ द फेथ रिलेटेड टू द लार्जर सेक्शन ऑफ द सोसाइटी। द सोसाइटी हैज टू डिसाइड क्या आगे करना है। अभी विश्व हिंदू परिषद की अगर आप बात करती हैं तो विश्व हिंदू परिषद का भी मत है, अपने पूज्य संतों ने कहा है कि जब तक राम जन्मभूमि की शिखर पताका नहीं लहरा जाती तब तक हमें दूसरा कोई केस अभी नहीं आगे बढ़ना। लेकिन बात यह कि हिंदू समाज के ऊपर जो बार बार आक्रमण हुए, बार बार उसको झेलना पड़ा, और आज भी हिंदू समाज वो तथाकथित अल्पसंख्यक समुदाय के प्रताड़ना का शिकार हो रहा है। वो कब तक चलेगा आखिर?
ओके, मिस्टर सप्पल, डू यू वांट टू रिस्पॉन्ड टू दैट? एंड दिस इज अ कांसेप्ट एवरीवेयर इन द वर्ल्ड that, you know, these sites, any country that attains independence or moves from one era to another, sites which were of historical destruction or subjugation, they are reclaimed because they are a reminder to the public of the wrongs that were done in the past. What's wrong if the Hindus want to reclaim these sites? जी, सप्पल जी को एक बार रिस्पॉन्ड करने दीजिए।
I was hearing intently. A case was being made that they have a right to go, we do not have a right to go to court. Let me tell you, the constitution that Congress party placed before this country, which has been ruling this country, on which basis the country is being ruled for last 75 years, gives equal rights to everyone. Now the BJP, which
if the rights are equal to all citizens
I
of
did
the
not
country, then how could you say that the Muslims has the supreme rights over the resources of the country?
It is BJP which is now talking of our rights versus their rights. Number one. Let us understand. It's a country of great diversity which was stable in last 25 years because everybody had equal rights. It is not appeasement.
नहीं तो
Everybody had
why
equal
your
rights. Please,
honorable
please
prime
let
minister
me
says like
complete.
this?
Let me complete.
And why
You,
such an
अरे
act has
बोलने
come
से कुछ
to the
नहीं होगा.
parliament?
एक सेकंड,
मेरे
अब विनोद जी उनको बोलने दीजिए, उनको अपनी बात रखने
you
दीजिए.
make a point. Number two, you said reclaiming the past. Yes, we did this exercise in Constituent Assembly, where we decided whatever past in which people used to fight with each other is a thing of past. Now we will have fraternity in this country. We
बट
will
सर
have
ये
equal
एक्ट तो
rights. We will have
1991
equal
में आया.
opportunity. This is the
1991 में
basis.
क्या
This is reclaiming,
सर्कमस्टांसेस थे
undoing the
जिसकी वजह
history
से
is
ये
wrong.
आया?
Undoing, look, undoing the history is wrong is that we will not commit the same mistakes. Undoing is not that we will commit the same mistakes because they were committed
No,
by
they're not the
50
same
years in
mistakes.
somebody's era.
Destroying
This
something
is
and
not
reclaiming what
bringing
was
peace
destroyed
to this
is not
country.
the same act,
Please,
sir. I
Shivani,
oppose
you
that.
may have a very different view from me,
Yeah,
but you have
we
to allow me to
disagree
speak.
on this.
Can I intervene?
We disagree on this.
You have to allow me to speak.
Sir,
You
I
have
have
to
two
allow me
guests
to
who
speak.
haven't spoken.
No.
Let me take their view. I'll come back to
My-
you if I can.
No,
Advocate
can I-
Ehtasham Hashmi is joining us. You're an advocate yourself, Ehtasham. What do you make of the arguments that have been presented in court and the fact that the Supreme Court has indeed decided to look into it by a 3-judge bench? Is it not time to review this act for fairness to everybody?
Thank you so much for inviting me on this debate. And I just want to say that as a lawyer, that why Place of Worship Act was enacted. I think no one, and neither young lawyer, my friend Vishnu Shankar Jain and Bansal ji, has read the Place of Worship Act and Constitution of India in correct perspective. I can cite 1,000 examples where Mughal emperors have donated fortune to temples. And one thing which I would like to request with all the viewers and all the panelists and all Indians, so please don't equate Indian Muslims with Mughals. What Mughals have done, it's a part of history. What we have to do is is about future of our nation. I think we should discuss about economy, education, empowerment, women empowerment, and for the development of society. And let me make my point. This act is enacted with the sole intention to prevent disharmony in the society. I am just requesting that we should not destroy the harmony of the society, and the statutory object of the act is to prevent disturbance of public order and maintenance of peace and tranquility
मुझे
and
एक बार आने
strengthen the
दीजिए.
basic
हाशमी जी,
feature
10 सेकंड
of
के लिए
secularism.
मैं आप ही की बात
One
का
last
थोड़ा आगे
point.
बता रही हूँ. आपको मैं मौका दूंगी.
One last point.
एक सेकंड. आपने बोला आज के जो मुसलमान हैं उनको मुगल से मत इक्वेट कीजिए. आपने बिल्कुल सही बात करी. लेकिन आप ये भी कह रहे हैं कि अगर ये एक्ट चला जाएगा तो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन हो जाएगी, या इन साइट्स को रिक्लेम किया जाएगा तो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर कम्युनल डिसहार्मनी हो जाएगी. ये दोनों बातें एक साथ क्यों? आज के मुसलमान को क्यों फर्क पड़ना चाहिए? जो बाबर ने किया, जो औरंगजेब ने किया, उसको क्यों नहीं ठीक कर सकते?
See, we are not connected to Mughals in any way. But yes, the religious structure and mosques which are situated in India, Indian Muslims are quite connected to those structures.
Even Babar's structure after demolishing Kashi.
Or let me, Shivani, please allow me to make my point. Actually, I am sitting since last 35 minutes. I am just requesting 2 minutes.
एहतशाम हाशमी जी, आप कंप्लीट कीजिए, फिर
grant
विष्णु
and
जी.
land to ancient. Thank you so much, Shivani. Thank you so much. So kind of you. Aurangzeb offered lavish grant and land to ancient Someshwar temple, and Aurangzeb donated land for more than 400 temples. So may I ask my learned friends who are appearing for BJP, can they return those grants? Can they return those grants back to Mughals and to Muslims if they are equating Indian Muslims with Mughals and demolishing the Muslims?
किसको रिटर्न करें? एक सेकंड रिटर्न, एक सेकंड विष्णु जी, एक सेकंड रिटर्न किसको करें? रिटर्न किसको करें बताइए?
To whom they ever want?
हाँ, तो मुगलों के जो डिसेंडेंट्स हैं, हाशमी जी, मुगलों के जो डिसेंडेंट्स हैं, वो अगर कोर्ट में जाके बोलते हैं कि हमें ये पैसा वापस कर दीजिए, तो कोर्ट में जा सकते हैं.
अगर मुगल से इतनी प्रॉब्लम है इनको, तो जो मुगलों से इन्होंने भीख ली है उसको वापस कर दें. फिर क्यों हाथ में रखे हुए हैं?
हाशमी जी, अब आप भीख पे मत आइए.
को मुगल से कोई प्यार नहीं.
अब भीख किसी ने नहीं ली. अब आप भीख पे मत आइए.
क्यों नहीं आऊं मैं, बताइए ना.
नहीं, अब आप अपना टोन थोड़ा सा संभाल लीजिए.
इंडियन मुस्लिम
आप मजाक कर रहे हैं कि भारत में रहने वाले हिंदुओं ने फॉरेनर से भीख ली है? अगर ये व्यू रखेंगे तो फिर तो लड़ाई होगी।
ये जो लॉयर्स है ना, जो बीजेपी के पपेट्स हैं, इनको कहने की जरूरत है कि इनको थोड़ा सा संविधान के दायरे में रहकर काम करना चाहिए।
लहजे पे और अपने टोन एंड टेनर पे थोड़ा कंट्रोल कीजिए। विष्णु जैन,
मैं एक बात कहना चाहता हूं, यहाँ पे एहतशाम भाई ने कहा, शिवानी जी, एहतशाम आर्ग्यूड दैट दे हैव नो सर एक मिनट, देखिए मैं आपके लेवल पे नहीं जाना चाहता हूं। आई जस्ट आर्ग्यू विद द एंकर, आई टेल माय सबमिशंस टू द एंकर, आई डोंट वांट टू आर्ग्यू।
आप आ भी नहीं सकते मेरे लेवल पे, आप आ भी नहीं सकते मेरे लेवल पे, भी बहुत सीखना है आपको।
ठीक है, अरे ठीक है सर,
आप अपने जो मास्टर्स हैं उनके लिए काम करो, उनके पपेट्स बन के काम करो। आप विष्णु शंकर जैन,
अरे उनके कोई भी मास्टर है, उनका अधिकार है देश में अपना काम करना। आप कौन होते हैं डिक्टेट करने वाले?
दिस काइंड ऑफ रिस्पेक्ट, I am not going to tolerate this kind of disrespect.
डिसरिस्पेक्ट तो आप सबकी कर रहे हैं,
बीजेपी के नेता हो, यहाँ पे तमीज से बात करो।
हो रहे हैं कि आपकी डिसरिस्पेक्ट हो रही है।
तमीज से बात करने की जरूरत है। शिवानी, this is not the way to conduct the debate. शिवानी, I am extremely sorry.
पपेट और ये और बोल रहे हैं, आप बोल रहे हैं हिंदुओं ने भीख ली है मुगलों से, और आप चौड़े हो रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं कि आपकी डिसरिस्पेक्ट हो रही है।
हाँ मैं बोलूंगा क्यों भीख
तो
ली है
ठीक है ना, आपको बोलने दिया, अब आप ये मत बोलिए कि डिसरिस्पेक्ट नहीं टॉलरेट करेंगे। What you can give, learn to take it also. Anyways,
मुसलमान को टारगेट करोगे, शर्म
नहीं
आनी
नहीं,
चाहिए।
मुसलमानों को किसी ने नहीं टारगेट किया। आप प्लीज अपने थोड़ी जबान पे थोड़ा सा कंट्रोल रखिए। विष्णु जैन 2 मिनट्स कर आप गो टू मौलाना मसूद
भीख क्यों नहीं फिर आपने मंदिर बनाने के लिए नहीं लेते, अपने पैसे से मंदिर बनाते।
भीख किसी ने नहीं ली भाई साहब, हिस्ट्री पढ़ लीजिए, भीख किसी ने नहीं ली। जिनकी जगह पे मुगलों ने आके राज किया और जिनको दबाने की कोशिश करी वो भिखारी होंगे, हिंदू भिखारी नहीं थे उस समय के। जो इन्वेडर हैं उनको आप ये मत दिखाइए कि बहुत उन्होंने वरदान दे दिया। विष्णु जैन 1 मिनट।
शिवानी जी, एहतशाम भाई ने कहा कि इनका मुगलों से कोई रिलेशन नहीं है। मैं एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ और पूछना चाहता हूँ बड़ी संजीदगी से कि जब काशी की पूरा केस चल रहा था तो आपको पता है मुस्लिम पक्ष ने क्या डॉक्यूमेंट दिखाए कोर्ट में? मस्जिद आलमगिरी का डॉक्यूमेंट दिखाया और कहा इसको हमारे बादशाह औरंगजेब ने बनाया, इसलिए मस्जिद हमको दी जाए और ये औरंगजेब ने वफ किया है। तो अगर मुगलों से कोई रिलेशन नहीं था तो औरंगजेब ने जो वफ किया है, सो कॉल्ड वफ किया, उसको हमने डिस्प्यूट किया, सो कॉल्ड वफ किया, तो उससे अपना टाइटल क्यों डिराइव किया? पहली बात। दूसरी बात, इन्होंने कहा कि हिंदुओं ने मुगलों से भीख ली है। मैं पहली बात इस बात का बहुत स्ट्रांगली कंडेम करता हूं। ये बहुत डेरोगेटरी वर्ड्स है इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज के अगेंस्ट। और साथ ही साथ मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि जजिया हमने इनको दिया था,
जिसकी
अपना धर्म,
ये भारत
अपना धर्म हमने नहीं छोड़ा था शिवानी जी।
नहीं, जिसकी जमीन थी, जो जिसका देश था, उस पे आपने अटैक करके, बाहर से आके अटैक करके उस जमीन को हथियाया, फिर वही पैसा अगर आपने दे भी दिया 4-5 मंदिरों को, तो भीख हो जाती है क्या?
और हमारे मंदिर तोड़े, हमारे साथ यहाँ पे जजिया लगाया, दीवालों में चुना गया, आरे से काटा गया, और आज उन सबको भूल के जब हम अपने मंदिरों के रेस्टोर की बात कर रहे हैं तो एहतशाम जी कहते हैं कि हमने भीख दी, मुगलों ने भीख दी, और दो मुंह ही बात करते हैं, कहते हैं कि हमारा मुगलों से कोई रिलेशन नहीं है। तो पॉइंट यही है कि आज के देश का जो इंडियन मुसलमान है उनका अपना सारा क्लेम जो मुगलों ने यहाँ पे आक्रांताएं की हैं, जो बर्बरता की है, उन्हीं से डिराइव कर रहे हैं। और जब उसका उजागर कर रहे हैं तो कह रहे नहीं उनसे हमारा कोई क्लेम नहीं है, उनसे हमारा कोई रिलेशन नहीं है, और सारे रिलेशंस उन्हीं से निकाल रहे हैं, सारे रिलेशंस उन्हीं से निकाल रहे हैं। आप मुगलों को ग्लोरीफाई कर रहे हैं। आपने आज मैं एक बात कहना चाहता हूं, एहतशाम भाई मुझे 50 बातें बोलते, मुझे कोई बुरा नहीं लगता, पर उन्होंने जो ये शब्द प्रयोग किया है कि हिंदुओं ने मुगलों से भीख ली, मैं इस शब्द को बहुत डेरोगेटरी मानता हूं, पूरे बहुसंख्यक समाज के लिए बहुत डेरोगेटरी मानता हूं। शिवानी जी मैं एक बात कह रहा हूं, मैं अपने आप को कंट्रोल कर रहा हूं। आज मैं कोई ऐसी बात नहीं बोल रहा हूं कि इस देश में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर प्रॉब्लम हो, बस मैं अपनी बात को कंट्रोल कर रहा हूं, पर मैं कह रहा हूं बहुत डेरोगेटरी बात की इन्होंने।
बिल्कुल करिए, ये बात एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं है और यही दिक्कत फैलाता है मौलाना मसूद जी। यही जो एटीट्यूड है ना कि हमने तो भीख में दे दिया था। आप बताइए भारत जैसे देश में क्या ये एक्सेप्टेबल होगा? क्या हिस्ट्री नहीं पता हमें कि किसने भीख ली, किसने यहाँ से कमाया और बाहर भेजा? और मैं आपसे सीधा सवाल पूछती हूँ मौलाना जी, ये एक फंडामेंटल सवाल है भारतीय मुसलमानों के सामने, आज के मुसलमानों के सामने, कि आप उन औरंगजेब और बाबर के साथ खड़ा होकर दिखना चाहते हैं या अपने हिंदू भाई बहनों के साथ दिखना चाहते हैं? ये सवाल है और वो इस मैटर्स में उजागर होता है। मैं मानती हूँ आपकी भी आस्था है, लेकिन कुछ साइट्स इतनी इंपॉर्टेंट रही है हिंदुओं के लिए और सबको पता है कि उनको तोड़ा गया है, भाईचारे से हो सकता था।
शिवानी, हमारा, लेट मी क्लैरिफाई दैट, मुगलों से, इन्वेडर्स से आज के मुस्लिम्स का कोई लेना देना नहीं है इंडियन मुस्लिम से। वी हैव नथिंग टू डू विद इन्वेडर्स, वी हैव नथिंग टू डू विद मुगल्स। हमारा कलर, हमारा रंग, हमारा ब्लड हमारे हिंदू भाइयों की तरह है, हमारे वंशज भी उन्हीं में से हैं, उनके वंशज भी हमारे में से ही हैं। तो ये कहना कि भीख मांग ली है, तो भीख तो हम उसमें हम भी आ गए, हिंदू भी आ गए, मुसलमान भी आ गए। हम ये वर्ड बिल्कुल भी इस्तेमाल नहीं करना चाहते। हमारा पॉइंट सिर्फ ये है कि टुडे व्हेन कंट्री इज फेसिंग जॉब इश्यूज, हेल्थ केयर इश्यूज, अदर डेवलपमेंटल इश्यूज, वी शुड नॉट इंडल्ज इन द हिंदू मुस्लिम. We should not further polarize our country. We should not fight in on Hindu-Muslim issues. Let court decide, and we have an act, very wonderful act, Places of Worship Act 1991, that states that the character of all the religious character of spiritual places will remain unchanged. What was unchanged? What was on the date of independence? August 15, 1947. So this act is very instrumental design to protect the secular feature of our India.
एक बात बताइए मौलाना काज़मी, अब तो ये एक्ट रिव्यू हो रहा है, लीगल आर्ग्यूमेंट्स जो होंगी, हिस्टोरिकल आर्ग्यूमेंट्स जो होंगी वो कोर्ट में भी होगी, लेकिन मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछ रही हूँ, आप कह रहे हैं कि इस एक्ट की वजह से सेक्युलर नेचर बना हुआ है इस देश में जो 1991 में आया था? मतलब उससे पहले हम सेक्युलर नहीं थे, सेक्युलर नेचर नहीं था।
आप ये समझिए, no, there you are opening a floodgate of a lot of the masjid mandir issues.
हाँ, ये बात तो मैं मानती हूँ, अब floodgate may be open.
मंदिर, thousands of masjid, thousands of church will not be safe in this country. And there will be no place of except Hindu Muslim की लड़ाई के अलावा। हमारी इस देश की दुनिया में कितनी बदनामी हो रही है कि हमने डेवलपमेंटल इश्यू छोड़ दिए, हमने जॉब के इश्यू छोड़ दिए, हमने प्यार और मोहब्बत के इश्यू छोड़ दिए और हिंदू मुस्लिम में हम लगे पड़े हैं। हमारी बदनामी पूरी दुनिया में हो रही है, इसकी तरफ हम नहीं सोचते।
बदनामी तो कोई नहीं हो रही, इंडिया की तो डेवलपमेंट की भी बहुत वाहवाही हो रही है, तो उस पे नहीं जाना चाहिए। जो हमारे मुद्दे हैं हमें खुद सॉल्व करने चाहिए। आई हैव रन आउट ऑफ टाइम, आई विल गिव विनोद बंसल 20 seconds एंड विष्णु जैन द फाइनल वर्ड। यस विनोद बंसल 20 seconds प्लीज।
शिवानी जी देखिए, वो जो दो ही बातें हैं कि हम उनके वंशज भी नहीं है और उनकी बात को प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे। दूसरी बात ये कि ये जो कह रहे हैं कि प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट, अरे भैया जो हिस्टोरिकल रॉन्ग्स हैं उनको ठीक कौन करेगा आखिरकार? और जब आपका उनसे कोई रिश्ता नहीं है तो फिर बलवा किसका? आप ये जो आपकी सांप्रदायिक सौहार्द बिगड़ने की भावना क्यों खराब हो रही है भाई? क्योंकि आप उनसे अटैच होना चाहते हैं। और तीसरी बात ये कि जिस तरह से ये हाशमी ने बोला, वी डू हैव स्ट्रांग ऑब्जेक्शन टू इट। ऐसे व्यक्ति को देश के बहुसंख्यक हिंदू समाज से माफी मांगनी चाहिए, अविलंब माफी मांगनी चाहिए। ये जिस तरह से बातें कहा इन्होंने, एक तो एडवोकेट होकर के इन्होंने जिस भाषा का प्रयोग किया है वो इन्होंने अपनी संस्कृति के दर्शन करा दिए।
Ideally, these matters could have been solved post-independence, but it is our history that it just wasn't, and you cannot keep it buried beyond a point. But Vishnu Jain, I'll give you final 20 seconds to talk about the floodgates that may be opened. Is that also not a real concern?
See, this is not a real concern because ultimately all the matters will travel to the civil court of various districts, and the civil court on its own facts of each case will examine the religious character of the property in question. So there is no question of opening of the floodgates. The matter will travel to the judicial scrutiny. It is not that if today Places of Worship Act is repealed, tomorrow everything will be given to the members of the Hindu community or the vice versa. It will only lead to disputes before the court of law, which is a constitutional mechanism, and the courts of law will decide whether this dispute has a merit or not. That's
All right,
it.
fair enough. I've run out of time. Now this matter is before the Supreme Court 3-judge bench. Let's see how it goes. There's already that Gyanvapi issue which is already in court, and a lot of these proceedings can have an impact on each other. I thank our guests for joining us. Time for a very short break. On the other side, we'll get to the day's biggest story.
भारत वो देश नहीं जो अपने गौरवमयी इतिहास को भुला दे। भारत का गौरवमयी इतिहास हर भारतीय के खून में है, उसकी परंपराओं में है। नेताजी सुभाष भारत की विरासत पर गर्व करते थे और भारत को जल्द से जल्द आधुनिक भी बनाना चाहते थे। अगर आजादी के बाद हमारा भारत सुभाष बाबू की राह पर चला होता तो आज देश कितनी ऊंचाइयों पर होता। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से आजादी के बाद हमारे इस महान नायक को भुला दिया गया, उनके विचारों को, उनसे जुड़े प्रतीकों तक को नजरअंदाज कर दिया गया। सुभाष बाबू के 125वें जयंती वर्ष के आयोजन के अवसर पर मुझे कोलकाता में उनके घर जाने का सौभाग्य मिला था। नेताजी से जुड़े स्थान पर उनकी जो अनंत ऊर्जा थी, मैंने उसे महसूस किया। आज देश का प्रयास है कि नेताजी की वो ऊर्जा देश का पथ प्रदर्शन करे। कर्तव्य पथ पर नेताजी की प्रतिभा इसका माध्यम बनेगी। देश की नीतियों और निर्णयों में सुभाष बाबू की छाप रहे, ये प्रतिमा इसके लिए प्रेरणा स्रोत बनेगी। भाइयों और बहनों, पिछले 8 वर्षों में हमने एक के बाद एक ऐसे कितने ही निर्णय लिए हैं जिन पर नेताजी के आदर्शों और सपनों की छाप है। नेताजी सुभाष अखंड भारत के पहले प्रधान थे जिन्होंने 1947 से भी पहले अंडमान को आजाद कराकर तिरंगा फहराया था। उस वक्त उन्होंने कल्पना की थी कि लाल किले पर तिरंगा फहराने की क्या अनुभूति होगी। इस अनुभूति का साक्षात्कार मैंने स्वयं किया जब मुझे आजाद हिंद सरकार के 75 वर्ष होने पर लाल किले पर तिरंगा फहराने का सौभाग्य मिला। हमारी ही सरकार के प्रयास से लाल किले में नेताजी और आजाद हिंद फौज से जुड़ा म्यूजियम भी बनाया गया है। साथियों, मैं वो दिन भूल नहीं सकता जब 2019 में गणतंत्र दिवस की परेड में आजाद हिंद फौज के सिपाहियों ने भी हिस्सा लिया था। इस सम्मान का उन्हें दशकों से इंतजार था। अंडमान में जिस स्थान पर नेताजी ने तिरंगा फहराया था, मुझे वहां भी जाना था, जाने का अवसर मिला, तिरंगा फहराने का सौभाग्य मिला। वो क्षण हर देशवासी के लिए गर्व का क्षण था। भाइयों और बहनों, अंडमान के वो द्वीप जिसे नेताजी ने सबसे पहले आजादी दिलाई थी, वो भी कुछ समय पहले तक गुलामी की निशानियों को ढोने के लिए मजबूर थे। आजाद भारत में भी उन द्वीपों के नाम अंग्रेजी शासन।
A quick check of the day's biggest stories. Delhi University's Deen Dayal Upadhyay College, fully funded by the Delhi government, is short of money to pay its teaching staff. The college has put out a notice that says that it is withholding 30,000 rupees from the net salary of assistant professors and 50,000 from the net salary of associate professors for the month of July. BJP has hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party government, questioning if this is the best education model they talk about. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party claims that they had provided enough funds to the college. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has expressed concerns over the rising penetration of illegal loan apps offering credit with heavy interest and hidden charges to vulnerable and low-income individuals. The RBI will be preparing a white list of all such legal apps and will ensure that only those apps are hosted on online platforms. This comes just a day after another loan app scam came to light, where in Andhra Pradesh, a couple committed suicide after taking an online loan of around 50,000 rupees because they were being harassed for repayment. Politics has erupted once again over the demolition of Madrassas in Assam. AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has accused the BJP of defaming Madrassas. This comes after the Assam government ordered a crackdown on terror-linked Madrassas and razed 3 of them. A Congress delegation led by Congress MP Abdul Khalik met the Minority Commission chief over the matter as well. A day after controversy erupted over beautification of 1993 Mumbai blast convict Yaqub Memon's grave, a person associated with the trust has said permission was given to put marble there due to threat from the underworld. Supreme Court today asked the Gujarat government to file the entire record of the proceedings in the Bilkis Bano case, including the remission order given to the convicts. The top court has given Gujarat government 2 weeks to produce all relevant records. 11 convicts who were sentenced to life imprisonment on the charge of gang rape and murder of 7 members of Bilkis Bano's family were released last month. This was done under Gujarat's remission policy after their application for remission was approved. Supreme Court has stayed the demolition of Goa's Curly's restaurant that came to limelight in recent days following the death of BJP leader and social media influencer Sonali Phogat. The top court issued the stay order subject to the condition that no commercial activities will take place at the popular beach shack on Anjuna Beach in North Goa. Earlier today, the Goa government began razing down the controversial restaurant for violating coastal regulation zone norms, but that demolition was later halted. Supreme Court has granted bail to Kerala journalist Siddique Kappan, who was arrested by UP police over his alleged links with Popular Front of India and charged under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. A bench presided by Chief Justice of India UU Lalit directed that he be produced within 3 days before the trial court, which will release him on bail on conditions it deems fit. The court though asked Kappan to surrender his passport and not to get in touch with anyone connected with the case. A day after the Indian and Chinese armies announced that they have begun to disengage from the Gogra hot springs, the Ministry of External Affairs released a statement that the disengagement will be over by September 12. The MEA also said that the agreement ensures that the LAC in this area will be strictly observed and respected by both sides and that there will be no unilateral changes made. Neeraj Chopra has been crowned Diamond League 2022 champion after he won the javelin final in Zurich with the best throw of 88.44 meters. Chopra became the first ever Indian to win a Diamond League final event, adding to his record silver at the World Championships earlier this year.
अगला साल और उससे अगला साल हमारे लिए अगले 2 साल काफ़ी ज़रूरी साल हैं। वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप, एशियन गेम्स अगले साल, एशियन चैम्पियनशिप भी है और ये डायमंड लीग तो फिर दोबारा होते रहेंगे क्योंकि हर साल होते हैं इसकी लीग तो और फिर 2024 में ओलंपिक्स दोबारा आ जाएंगे तो फिर से मेहनत शुरू कर देंगे।
In a major setback though, the International Olympic Committee postponed its annual session which was to be held in Mumbai in May 2023 due to ongoing internal disputes, governance shortcomings and ongoing court cases of the Indian Olympic Association. The IOC has also issued an ultimatum to the Indian body that failure to hold elections and resolve all governance issues before the next executive board meeting in May would lead to immediate suspension of the body. And finally, before I take your leave in Seen Unseen today, we leave you with how devotees bid farewell to Ganpati with a Visarjans today after 10 days of worship. Thanks a lot for watching.
Unstoppable 20-week sprint. India's indisputable #1. CNN News 18 on your side.
Namaste and welcome. Should the right to liberty not be equanimous? Should the right to equality not be equanimous, be the same for all? Can personal law supersede the fundamental rights of an individual in a nation that is Bharat, a democracy that is Bharat, that is governed by the Constitution? These are questions that remain even as there are demands, and there have been multiple demands for a common civil code, especially around personal natures, contracts, laws which somehow delve into the civil issues or the personal issues. But we're not talking common code today. What we're talking is one aspect, that is divorce. Can a man or an individual have the right to let go of his partner at his own personal whim? Can he do it by just sending somebody an email thrice in 90 days? Can he do it just by saying, I don't want to live with you, so I'm going to let you go, and I don't care what you want to say? Can there be laws that will say that even if a woman wants separation, the final decision rests on the man? Is that equal, or is that violative of the very fundamental rights that our Constitution and its fundamental governing principles accord to every citizen of the country? So that's the assertion of rights that we'll talk about. And the larger question is, should extrajudicial talaq or extrajudicial divorce be done away with altogether? So we've got students. Where are you all from? Bhimrao Ambedkar College. Usse mein kyun bol rahe ho yaar? Has ke bolo. Aren't you happy? You are, right? So big round of applause to you all. Thank you very much. देखिए, मामला संजीदगी से हम बात करेंगे उस पर, उसका ये मतलब नहीं कि चेहरे पे मुस्कान नहीं हो सकती, and we can do it in a nice way. Joining us in this very special broadcast, I have Ritu Kapoor, then Arshia Ismail, and now Ritu Kapoor, who fought her way through instant teen talaq, right? So we'll get your perspective, because I'm sure you, while you fought this case, understood the various dynamics as far as these principles. I have Benazir Hina. Benazir Hina is a petitioner in this entire matter. She's moved court along with another Benazir. There are two Benazirs who have gone on this case, isn't it, Benazir ji? So aapse bhi puchenge. Shiba Aslam Fahmi is Muslim scholar and IMPAR member. And today, ladies, you take center stage, but I have a good friend of mine जिनको मैंने पकड़ लिया, मतलब आइए आप बैठिए, ये भी इस केस में काफ़ी उलझे हुए हैं in the past as far as common code is concerned. So Ashwini ji, thank you very much for doing this. तो बेनज़ीर जी, मैं आपसे पहले जानना चाहता हूँ, व्हाट इज योर पिटिशन और आपने कोर्ट का दरवाजा क्यों खटखटाया? व्हाई?
मैं कोर्ट तो इसलिए गई क्योंकि मैं खुद तलाक़े हसन की सर्वाइवर हूँ, और जिस तरीके से मुझे तलाक दिया गया, यही रीज़न है जो मैंने कोर्ट को मूव किया कि यूनिलेटरल एक आदमी है, एक ऊपर खुदा है, एक नीचे खुदा है, बस उस खुदाई के खिलाफ जो नीचे आदमी है, मैं उस खुदाई के खिलाफ सुप्रीम कोर्ट को मैंने मूव किया है कि जिस तरीके से यूनिलेटरल तरीके से मुझे तलाक मिला है उसको मैंने चैलेंज किया है। और इसके अलावा जितने भी यूनिफॉर्म ऑफ डिवोर्स एज पर मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ इंडिया में चल रहे हैं, उनको मैंने चैलेंज किया है कि वो बैन होने चाहिए, क्योंकि मैं खुद सर्वाइवर हूँ। मैं वो पेन, वो दर्द खुद सर्वाइव कर रही हूँ। किस तरीके से मुझ पे वन साइडेड एलिगेशंस मेरे हस्बैंड की तरफ से लगाए गए हैं, जिसके लिए मेरे को कोई स्पेस नहीं दिया गया, मेरी कहीं कोई सुनवाई नहीं है कि ये जो एलिगेशंस हैं वो कहाँ जाके मैं प्रूफ करूँ कि ये गलत है या सही है। जो मेरे हस्बैंड वन साइडेड तलाक में तीनों नोटिसेस में बोल रहे हैं, पूरी सोसाइटी में मेरे बारे में बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन मेरी कहीं सुनवाई नहीं है।
तो आपकी बात नहीं सुनी गई। तो आपको किस तरह से तलाक दिया गया? क्योंकि 3 तलाक तो अब बैंड है, तो इंस्टेंट 3 तलाक यानी तलाक बिद्दत तो बैंड है। तो आपने तलाक हसन की बात की, जरा समझाएं हमें ये है क्या, एंड देन शिबा जी यू कैन वे इन आफ्टर दैट। जी।
तलाक हसन जो मुझे बाय स्पीड पोस्ट मेरे हस्बैंड के एडवोकेट के थ्रू मिला, नॉट माय हस्बैंड, मेरे हस्बैंड के एडवोकेट के थ्रू मुझे स्पीड पोस्ट से 3 लेटर, मंथली 3 लेटर, पहला 19 अप्रैल 2022, सेकंड मुझे मई 20th 2022 एंड थर्ड वन 23rd जून 2022 बाय मेल मिला। 2 तो मुझे स्पीड पोस्ट एंड थर्ड वन मुझे बाय मेल मिला मेरे हस्बैंड के एडवोकेट के थ्रू। जिस ये तलाकनामा जो है अभी मेरे पास है, ये पूरे तलाकनामे में कहीं पे भी मेरे हस्बैंड का सिग्नेचर नहीं है। ये 12 से 15 पेजेस के ये तलाकनामे हैं तीनों, इस पे कहीं पे भी सिंगल सिग्नेचर मेरे हस्बैंड के नहीं है। एट प्रेजेंट मेरे इन लॉज की इसमें कोई विटनेस नहीं है इन लॉज की तरफ से। इस तलाकनामे में जो आप लेटर हेड देख लेंगे मेरे हस्बैंड का नहीं है। मेरे हस्बैंड ऑलरेडी दिल्ली में एडवोकेट है। मेरे हस्बैंड कोई लीगल अथॉरिटी से नहीं है, ना तो शरीयत की कोई लीगल अथॉरिटी है, ना मेरे इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की कोई लीगल अथॉरिटी है। सिंपल ये पेजेस पन्ना, एक जीएम अख्तर एडवोकेट है, वो मुझे प्रोनाउंस कर रहा है और वो बोल रहा है ऑन द बिहाफ ऑफ अपने क्लाइंट का, मेरे हस्बैंड का नाम ले रहा है, ऑन द बिहाफ ऑफ यूसुफ नगी आई प्रोनाउंस यू फर्स्ट तलाक ऑफ 3 प्रोनाउंसमेंट ऑफ तलाक हसन। बताइए, मेरे पति ने मुझे तलाक नहीं दे रहे हैं, यहाँ पे कोई हम दोनों के बीच तीसरा शख्स आकर मुझे तलाक दे रहा है, जो बाय द सोसाइटी माय हस्बैंड जो मुझको प्रेशराइज कर रहे हैं कि नहीं ये तुम्हारा तलाक हो गया, कोई बात नहीं, तीसरा भी दे रहा है तो चलेगा, ये तुम्हारा तलाक हो गया। जब मेरा निकाह हुआ तो मेरे लॉज भी थे, मेरे पेरेंट्स भी थे, दोनों की फैमिली थी, हम दोनों आमने सामने थे। हम दोनों को निकाह नामा पे हम दोनों ने सिग्नेचर किए थे, आमने सामने बैठकर एक दूसरे को कबूल किया था। लेकिन इस तलाक नामे में मेरी तो कोई प्रेजेंस है ही नहीं। मुझसे नहीं पूछना कि मैं क्या चाहती हूँ। इस बीच हमारा 1 ईयर का बेबी है अली, उसके बारे में भी कोई जिक्र इन तलाक में नहीं है कि उस बच्चे का क्या होगा। तो ये सिर्फ वन साइडेड एलिगेशन, कोई जीएम गुलाम मोहम्मद अख्तर करके एडवोकेट हैं, वो वन साइडेड ऑन द बिहाफ ऑफ यूसुफ नकी मुझ पे एलिगेशंस लगा रहे हैं।
अच्छा,
तो
एक मैं आपसे, मुझे इसका इल्म कम है पर मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, ये आज से 1400 साल पहले ईमेल हुआ करता था, स्पीड पोस्ट हुआ करता था।
यस।
और बाय रिप्रेजेंटेशन कोई कर सकता है? आप स्कॉलर हैं, आप मुझे बताइए।
साहब 1400 साल पहले जो लिखा गया था वो आज जो प्रैक्टिस है उससे कहीं ज़्यादा प्रोग्रेसिव था। हाँ। आज ये जो लिखा गया 1400 साल पहले, उसमें आर्बिट्रेशन को स्टैंडर्ड प्रोसीजर का हिस्सा बनाया गया और आर्बिट्रेशन फॉर रिकन्सिलिएशन को ही हिस्सा बनाया गया। ये नहीं कि आर्बिट्रेशन फॉर सेटलिंग ड्यूज एटसेट्रा ओनली, नो, रिकन्सिलिएशन के लिए बनाया गया। तो 1400 साल पहले उनको अकल थी कि ये लम्हा आएगा और उसमें रिकन्सिलिएशन का मौका दोनों तरफ से होना चाहिए, एक तरफ से नहीं होना चाहिए। एक चीज़। दूसरा, हमारे यहाँ इमाम मालिकी है, जो ट्रेडिशन है, उन्होंने तलाक़ हसन को उसी तरह से बिदअत माना जैसे ट्रिपल तलाक़ है और इंस्टेंट ट्रिपल तलाक़ है। और उन्होंने ये बात कही क्योंकि स्टैंडर्ड प्रोसीजर जो आर्बिट्रेशन का है वो अडॉप्ट नहीं किया जा रहा, ये उतना ही आर्बिट्रेरी है। तो वो उस ट्रेडिशन में उसको उतना ही बिदअत या सिनफुल माना गया जितना कि ट्रिपल तलाक़ को। तो ये मुझे ये लगता है कि जब ट्रिपल तलाक़ कानून आया वो एक बहुत लिमिटेड पार्लांस में था। The court was very conscious that they should not, stray away from the main issue. They wanted to concentrate on the issue of triple talaq in one go, in one sitting. So they acted upon it. But there are many anomalies on different counts that need to be addressed. And as the practice of triple talaq in the new, system takes place, we will find that there are so many loopholes, there are so many porous edges which need to be, you know, tapped, because जैसा इनका हुआ है, the husband is a advocate, he understands. वो जो साइन नहीं किया है, वो हम समझते हैं कि वो साइन क्यों नहीं किया होगा, क्योंकि उन्होंने एक लीगल बंदा हायर किया और वो उससे करवा रहे हैं. तो ये सारी चीज़ें उसमें जो सफरर है, जो विक्टिम है, उसके पॉइंट को नहीं आने देना चाहते हैं. उन्होंने कहीं पर भी आर्बिट्रेशन नहीं किया, रिकन्सिलिएशन नहीं किया, उस प्रोसीजर को अडॉप्ट नहीं किया. 2 विटनेस होने चाहिए तो 2 विटनेस नहीं है. 2 विटनेस स्टैंडर्ड प्रोसीजर, कुरानी प्रोसीजर का हिस्सा है, उसको आप फोरगो नहीं कर सकते. वो भी नहीं है जैसा कि आप बता रही हैं. मैंने देखा नहीं है डॉक्यूमेंट. तो जो आप बता रही हैं उसके हिसाब से तो जो कुरानी प्रोसीजर है उसको भी नहीं फॉलो किया गया. तो 1400 साल पहले देवर मोर, यू नो, माइंडफुल, ज्यादा उनके पास विजन था. और
तरीका चेंज हो सकता है. शिवा जी, या सॉरी, प्लीज कंप्लीट.
वन मोर थिंग, सी, जो लोग अपने किसी भी तरह की अपने चाहत को, अपने जो वो चाहते हैं कि वो करना चाहते हैं, उसको इस्लाम का नाम देना चाहते हैं. तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है. बहुत सारी चीज़ें ऐसी होती हैं कि जब वो इंसान करने वाला, यहाँ पर मैं लफ्ज़ इस्तेमाल नहीं करना चाहती, तो मैनी टाइम्स क्रिमिनल्स ऑल्सो टेक शील्ड ऑफ देयर रिलीजन, देयर फेथ. ये तो इस्लाम में ठीक है. ये बात समझने की है कि ये दिस इज़ नॉट इस्लामिक आइडियल टाइप, एंड दैट इज़ वाई जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का कमेंट था, जस्टिस साहब का जो कमेंट था कि 3 तलाक का फैसला आ गया है, अब तो वो ठीक है, अब हमें और कुछ नहीं करना है, तो उनको दोबारा गौर करना पड़ेगा और ये देखना पड़ेगा जो स्टैंडर्ड प्रोसीजर लेड आउट इन कुरान शुड बी अडॉप्टेड, एंड दैट इज रिकन्सिलिएशन through arbitration.
I agree. And before I bring in Rituji, one of the aspects, Shibaji, is that when the entire debate around Teen Talaq was happening, instant Teen Talaq was happening. I don't say Teen Talaq, I want to say instant Teen Talaq, because it was about in an instant, Talaq Biddat. I spoke to some scholars, and they said that personal laws, when they were codified, and if they are followed as they should be followed, the process of divorce is far more elaborate and allows more chance for reconciliation and also hearing of both sides and also arbitration. It's not just in Islam. Even as far as the divorce laws, as far as Christianity is concerned, there is a certain period which is understood. But
there is no divorce laws in Christianity, because Christianity has no provision of divorce.
No provision of divorce. But even there is a process when they say that if they want separation,
that is a legal process.
There is a period.
Yeah.
There is a period, and it's a long period.
Yeah, cooling period.
Cooling period, which also allows more time for reconciliation rather than separation. But what I was surprised is that the clergy was allowing this. आज की तारीख में जो मौलवी मुल्ला बैठते हैं या जो भी अपने आप को कस्टोडियन बताते हैं फिरकों के, वो इसको अलाउ कर रहे थे कि भाई तुम व्हाट्सएप टेक्स्ट भेज दो. अब व्हाट्सएप टेक्स्ट तो कहीं लिखा नहीं है, तो वो कैसे, अब जो भी कहा जाता है आपको कहना इन पर्सन होता है, प्रत्यक्ष कहना पड़ेगा. You have to say it in person.
Women wanted codification of Muslim personal law. That was the original demand, and it has, dovetailed to the instant triple talaq issue only. And we think that just because we have got this law now, everything is settled.
No.
Everything is hunky dory.
Correct.
There are issues, and codification is a much larger issue. It is not about talaq only. It is about so many other aspects related with the man and wife relationship.
Correct.
So codification is a larger issue.
Even aspects like nikah halala and all, the way they are interpreted now. See, it was done with a very progressive thought.
Yeah.
What was the progressive thought behind halala? The fact is that if a man can go ahead and have physical relations or equations with another woman and then leave her, and he wants to come back to his wife, then he should be ready to accept a woman who has gone ahead and had equations with another man or another partner, and then he should be able to accept, because it was about equality, saying that if you expect the woman to take you back, then you should also take her back.
And don't expect to keep waiting, expect her to keep waiting for you to return someday. Someday.
Correct. So that was the thought process, but the way it is interpreted today, it's actually dovetailed, like you said, to a very, very criminal and a very, very unilateral, very chauvinistic,
very
patriarchal process. But the fact is, Rituji, that those people, there are people who are endorsing it, who are allowing it. Even in the case of Benji, this guy is an advocate. So he is trying to send a quasi-legal notice. He is trying to evolve a hybrid version. Jahan he has plausible deniability, he denies her a chance of rebuttal. He's not got an in-person place. He's not had any family arbitration. Nothing is followed as far as the personal law. But he is quoting personal law.
Right. See, I'll tell you something, Anand. This is another ugly face of triple talaq. If you actually look at it, what has happened is when triple talaq came in, initially when it came in, people were still trying to understand, and there were a bit of cases still coming out, because I have come across a number of cases at that particular time. Even after triple talaq came in, there were cases in Rampur, Moradabad and a lot of other areas wherein a woman was just knocked out of the house and thrown like, you know, that talaq area. So it took time for people to understand that this has come to stay, right? If you do triple talaq, you will be jailed. So it took time. Now what has happened is, now they have found, they have taken a detour, and and they have come to a kind of an easy way out again, like, right? So for them it is okay, fine, we cannot give instant talaq, now we will use talaq-e-hasan and wait for, doesn't matter, एक महीना लगेगा, कोई बात नहीं, but we will still give the talaq without considering the woman.
उसको घर से बाहर कर दो, दूर करो, और फिर 3 नोटिस भेज दो, ये कह के भाई 90 days हो गए, bye bye.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because the problem, see, the major problem, what I have nothing against the anybody here, right? But what I feel and what I have faced is that a woman needs to be treated as a human being in the system, which is not there. It is more of a like, you know, till the time you are serving needs of a particular individual, and those needs are in, you know, they are synchronized with what he wants, then you are welcomed and you will be looked after, you will be, you know, not even given respect, but you will be given a space in the house. But once that is over and he has more interest, he has other interests, she will be necked out. So the fact of the matter is, till the time that entire mindset doesn't change, this will continue. This, like today we have Benazir, there's another Benazir that you were saying, there are 2 of them, and then there'll be many other people, because like, you know, my association, even if I have moved out of this, my association is very strong with such cases. So there I am seeing n number of people coming out, like hers is, she's been able to speak about it, but there are a number of women who have not been able to speak, and they have suffered this talaq-e-hasan, and they are now on the road, or they are trying to fend and trying to find a life for themselves.
So anybody has any question? कि you want to hear them more? हाँ, सुनेंगे ना पक्का ना, फिर आप बोलेंगे सर आपने हमसे क्वेश्चन ही नहीं पूछा, इसीलिए मैं आपसे परमिशन लेके फिर घूम रहा हूँ, घूम जाऊँ? हाँ, तो चलिए वापस बेनज़ीर से आपसे पूछते हैं, आपको कब पता लगा कि आपके पति की ये मंशा है कि ये 90 डे वाला रूट अपनाने की कोशिश करने? आप कह रहे हैं 1 साल से you've not been together?
नहीं, लास्ट जो उनके घर में मैं थी 7 दिसंबर 2021, जहाँ हमारा झगड़ा हुआ, उसके बाद उन्होंने घर से मुझे लेफ्ट आउट बाहर कर दिया। उसके बाद भी मैंने कोशिश करी, क्योंकि उसके 10 दिन बाद मुझे पैनक्रियाटिक सर्जरी हुआ, मैं एडमिट हुई हॉस्पिटल में, वो तब भी नहीं आए। मेरे घर से, मेरे फ्रेंड सर्कल से उनको इन्फॉर्म किया गया कि बेनज़ीर की बहुत ज़्यादा क्रिटिकली कंडीशन है, वो बहुत ज़्यादा बीमार है और उसको सर्जरी हो रहा है। हस्बैंड के 10 दिन के आने के बाद घर से, तब उन्होंने बोला मुझे फीवर है, मैं नहीं आ पाऊँगा, आप कराओ उसकी सर्जरी। उसके बाद जो मेरा बेटा है, बहुत छोटा था उस टाइम, 4 महीने का बेटा हो गया था, वो उसकी तबीयत ख़राब होती थी। जैसे छोटे बच्चे की परवरिश में चीज़ें प्रॉब्लम आती हैं, कई बार पैसे को लेके प्रॉब्लम आती थी, कई बार मैं क्योंकि पैनक्रियाटिक सर्जरी से गुजरी थी, बच्चे को भी लेकर हॉस्पिटल ले जाना बड़ा मुश्किल होता था। उस दौरान वो सर्दियों के दिन थे, दिसंबर, जनवरी, फरवरी, तो मैं उनसे अप्रोच करती थी, उनको कॉल करती थी, वो रिसीव नहीं करते थे। उनके फैमिली मेम्बर्स को अप्रोच किया गया, वहाँ भी वो बात नहीं करते थे। उसके बाद मैंने विमेन सेल का तरफ मैं मूव हुई कि चलिए ठीक है, वो वैसे नहीं हो रहे तो आप मेरा मीडिएशन करा दीजिए। तो विमेन सेल में भी मीडिएशन नहीं हुआ। उसके बाद क्या करते थे, वो मेरी रिकॉर्डिंग किया करते थे शादी से पहले और शादी के बाद। एक नई चीज़ मुझे पता चली जब मैं विमेन सेल में गई, तो वहाँ विमेन सेल में जाने के बाद मेरे पापा को उन्होंने वो सारी रिकॉर्डिंग भेजी, देखो आपकी बेटी आपके बारे में क्या बोलती है, आपकी बेटी चाचा के बारे में क्या बोलती है, ये चीज़ें सुनो। ताकि वो एक ग्राउंड तैयार कर रहे थे इस तलाक का। आप ये समझे, जब मैं तलाक दूंगा तो जब मैं तलाक दूँ तो इसके साथ इसके मम्मी पापा भी ना खड़े हों, उसके रिश्तेदार भी ना खड़े हों, फ्रेंड सर्कल भी ना खड़ा हो। तो वो रिकॉर्डिंग का दौर स्टार्ट हुआ। जो एक हस्बैंड क्राइम कर रहा था, मेरा एडवोकेट हस्बैंड, पहली बात तो तुम रिकॉर्डिंग करते क्यों थे, और जब तुमने कर ली तो तुमने क्या सोच के की थी। मतलब हस्बैंड वाइफ का जो रिलेशनशिप होता है वो ट्रस्ट पे बेस होता है। मैं कहती हूँ मदर फादर के साथ जो बच्चे का रिलेशन होता है उससे ऊपर भी पति पत्नी का रिलेशनशिप होता है हर मजहब में। हिंदू, मुसलमान या दुनिया का आप कोई भी मजहब उठा लो, सबसे ज़्यादा पाक और पवित्र रिश्ता जो है वो मियाँ बीवी पति पत्नी का है। उस केस में वो बंदा मेरी रिकॉर्डिंग्स करता था, ठीक है मेरा हस्बैंड है, मैं तुमको एज ए खुदा ही ट्रीट कर रही थी, मेरे मन में जिसको भी लेके जो भी प्रॉब्लम द्वेष थी, मैंने अपनी पूरी लाइफ तुम्हारे साथ शेयर करी, उसको तुमने रिकॉर्ड किया, उसके बाद क्लिप्स में डिवाइड किया, अपना वर्जन हटाया, और विमेन सेल में जब मैं गई तो उसके बाद पापा को भेजा और बोला ये थाने में भी चलाऊंगा और कोर्ट में भी चलाऊंगा।
तो ये तो थ्रेटनिंग हो गई है। तो
उसके बाद
criminal breach of
तो
trust.
उसके
criminal breach of trust.
यस
This cannot
उसके
be.
This is the practice
ये
that happens.
मैं डे भी बता दूंगी।
It happens.
13th
Even
मार्च ऑफ
educated people do that.
2022 की ये रात थी 13, क्योंकि मैंने गाजियाबाद,
हाँ आप अपनी बात कीजिए।
गाजियाबाद विमेन सेल में मैंने 27 फरवरी 2022 को मूव किया। उसके बाद उनको पता चला 7 मार्च की पहली मीडिएशन थी, वो वहाँ नहीं आए। उसके बाद 13 मार्च 2022 को पापा को पूरी रात क्लिप्स भेजी। वही था कि मेरे पापा ये सब जो लीगल चीज़ें, इनसे बहुत दूर रहने वाली फैमिली है मेरी, तो उस चीज़ को पापा बहुत डर गए। पापा ने हाथ जोड़ रहे, पापा बोल रहे हैं वो एडवोकेट है, तुम उससे पंगे बिल्कुल मत लो, मैं लाइफ टाइम तुम्हें भी रख लूँगा, बच्चे को भी रख लूँगा, हाथ जोड़ रहे। तो मैंने कहा पापा मैंने कोई कंप्लेंट नहीं करी, मैं एक हेल्प सीख करने गई थी मीडिएशन के लिए विमेन सेल में, कि जो भी हो आमने सामने बैठ के आप हमारा मीडिएशन करा दो। तो पापा कह रहे बेटा मैं हाथ जोड़ रहा हूँ, तुम उसके अगेंस्ट बिल्कुल कहीं मत जाओ, तुम कुछ भी कहीं मत जाओ। फिर उसके बाद जब मेरे कलीग्स में ये रिकॉर्डिंग हुई तो मेरे कलीग्स मेरे साथ खड़े हुए कि हम चलते हैं पुलिस में, ये कैसे ये आदमी ट्रस्ट के लायक और ब्लैकमेलिंग कर रहा है। तो पापा को भी समझाया अंकल डरो मत, कुछ नहीं होगा, हम हैं आपकी बेटी के साथ और आपके साथ। तब गाज़ियाबाद एसपी को हम लोगों ने पूरा कंप्लेंट करा, पूरा रिकॉर्डिंग सुनाया। उसके बाद तब कहीं जाकर 5 अप्रैल 2022 को एफआईआर लॉन्च हुई मेरे हस्बैंड, और क्योंकि मेरे इन लॉज इस दुनिया में है नहीं, उनकी सिस्टर्स और जो उनके ब्रदर इन लॉज हैं उन पे। फिर ये रिवोक था एफआईआर का, 5 अप्रैल 2022 को एफआईआर हुई है और 20 अप्रैल को ये
पहला नोट आया, लेटर आया कि भाई शुरू कर रहे हैं हम।
हाँ और ये मुझे तो ये भी नहीं पता था कि ये डिवोर्स भी कुछ ऐसा हो सकता है, क्योंकि मैं खुद
these wordings are also incorrect because it is the lawyer who is writing that I am giving you
नहीं, पर ये तो आप
third person
on the
behalf of
कर सकते हैं।
on the behalf
where he
of
doesn't want to involve himself whenever he want to say no, it is not my
नहीं, पर वो तो जहाँ आप चाहो वहाँ लीगैलिटी नहीं, इंडिया आईपीसी नहीं गुजार सकते, और जहाँ आप चाहते हो वहाँ पर्सनल लॉ नहीं कर सकते ना आप। हमें तो यही सिखाया गया कि 2 नाव में तैरोगे तो भाई डूबोगे। हाँ डूबोगे।
तो आप ये देखो ना, वो खुद एक लीगल बंदा जो खुद कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को रिप्रेजेंट करता है, उसने अपनी डिग्री लेते टाइम ये ओथ ली थी कि मैं जो काम करूंगा वो सामाजिक दायित्व का निभाऊंगा, इसलिए उसको डिग्री दी गई लॉयर की। और वो वाइफ को छोड़, मैं कहती हूँ ठीक है आपकी मेरे से नहीं बन रही है, ठीक है मैं उनकी बात बड़ी कर देती हूँ, या मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ वालों की मैं या उनके फ्रेंड सर्कल की बात करती हूँ, ठीक है हम दोनों की 2 कपल्स हैं और दोनों कपल की एक स्टेज पे नहीं अनबन है, तो हमारी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में है ना सेपरेशन का रास्ता, ऐसा तो नहीं है मार तोड़ के रहो। तो वो फैमिली कोर्ट्स बनाए हैं ना, और आप तो एडवोकेट हो, आप आते फैमिली कोर्ट में, वहाँ मुझे बुलाते, वहाँ आप डायलॉग करते, आर्ग्यूमेंट करते, मुझे रीजन दे दे, वहाँ आपकी ड्यूटीज रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज आपकी तय करती ना कोर्ट कि वाइफ के प्रति क्या होगी और बच्चे के प्रति क्या होगी, और आपको रीजन अप्रोप्रिएट देना होता विद प्रूफ कि क्यों छोड़ रहे हो। लेकिन वो काले कोट के अंदर तो मुसलमान आदमी है ना, काला कोट तो बाद में आया, पहले तो वो मुसलमान घर में पैदा हुआ और काले कोट के अंदर वो मुसलमान आदमी है जिसकी रहनुमाई मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड कर रहा है, क्योंकि वो साफ नाम यहाँ पे ले रहे हैं, नोटिस ऑफ द प्रोनाउंस ऑफ तलाक हसन बाय द वे ऑफ तलाक हसन अंडर मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ। ये एक पॉइंट जो है एज पर
कंफ्यूजन under Muslim personal law.
और यहाँ पे भी
just that, then board is not involved here. Yeah, you have to understand that board is not involved at this
stage. ये तो बोल रहे हैं ना कि मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ, तो मतलब मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड तो वही बना।
No, board.
मैं उस चीज पे भी आती हूँ मैम। अभी क्या हुआ कि मुस्लिम
supporting that is because the fact of the matter is कि वो पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड ही तो सपोर्ट
कर रहा है। मैं बताती हूँ कहाँ हुआ ऐसा। कोर्ट में जब मेरा मैटर गया तो मेरी फर्स्ट हियरिंग 16 अगस्त को थी, सेकंड 29 अगस्त को थी। अभी दोनों डेट्स पे कोई नोटिस इशू नहीं हुआ था, ना गवर्नमेंट को, ना मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड को, ना मेरे हस्बैंड को। बट एट प्रेजेंट मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ के जो एडवोकेट्स थे वो रिप्रेजेंट खड़े थे तुम वहाँ क्या कर रहे थे, तुमको नोटिस तो इशू नहीं हुआ था। और वहाँ मैं एडवोकेट का उन एडवोकेट का यहाँ नाम अभी कोट करना नहीं चाहूंगी, उनके हाथ में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की बुक थी, सडनली उसको उन्होंने पढ़ना स्टार्ट कर दिया, वो फीमेल एडवोकेट हैं, वो सडनली ऐसे खोली और कहने लगी नहीं नहीं ये गलत है इस तरीके से, तो तभी वहाँ उनको बीच में काटा गया कि अभी आपको नहीं इनवाइट किया गया है। तो ये मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड नहीं है तो क्या है?
So why is the Muslim personal law? Her argument is why is the Muslim personal law board already getting involved when they don't?
Yeah, I don't understand why Muslim personal law board, All India Muslim personal law board, you mean? What is their role? They don't have any role in this.
Correct, but the legal representative always is present, is what they are saying. They are saying when they have not yet been issued a notice, they are already there, trying to ensure that the case is quashed.
These super constitutional bodies have to be banned. You know,
Anand, I'll tell you.
I'm just saying what happens is her position is what that there are people who misuse personal law.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And then there are entities and boards which are backing these entities, saying go ahead and allow this.
I always say that All India Muslim Personal Law Board is a Muslim Khap Panchayat. It is a male-only club where they just take care of the male interest. Husband's interest
involved from day one. When they decide even to take the talaq, they immediately contact the Muslim personal law, the board, and the lawyer or whoever the Maulvi they are consulting, that person guides this particular gentleman, whoever is involved, to the Muslim personal board, and they are all in hand for everything. Because even the fatwa that comes out, it has the agreement of the Muslim personal law board.
So you're saying it is
supported.
endorsed by them. But
it is endorsed.
इस सब में जाने से पहले ना मैं बस आपसे एक बहुत बेसिक सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ। जैसा आपने कहा ना कि ये हस्बैंड वाइफ का इक्वेशन है, तो अगर आपके हस्बैंड की आपसे नहीं बनती थी, तो कभी उन्होंने आपसे एज अ पर्सन डिस्कस किया बेनजीर नहीं जम रहा है, लेट्स जस्ट सेपरेट?
कभी भी ऐसा नहीं हुआ,
कभी ये नहीं बोला देखो जो भी है हम लोग आपस में डिसाइड कर लेंगे, मेरी जो भी जिम्मेदारी है या जो भी है, वी हैव अ चाइल्ड, आई डोंट, वो ये भी कह सकता था कि भाई मैं नहीं लेना चाहता हूँ जिम्मेदारी, तुम संभाल सकते हो तो मुझे छोड़ दो, आई डोंट वांट टू कैरी ऑन। कभी उसने ये पर्सनली आपसे कभी ये बात कही?
कभी भी नहीं, कभी भी नहीं।
आपसे ये बात एज अ बिटवीन टू इंडिविजुअल्स कभी ये बात नहीं हुई?
आई वांट टू ऐड टू दिस कि क्या इस बीच जब से आप अलग हैं तो बच्चे का खर्चे का उन्होंने कुछ इंतजाम किया?
एक सिंगल पेनी भी नहीं।
इतने महीनों में कभी
भी नहीं। मैं आती हूँ इस बात पे बता देती हूँ, 23 जून 2022 को जब तीसरा नोटिस मेल के जीमेल के थ्रू आया, तो सेम डे ही मेरे फोन पे 15,000 का अमाउंट रिसीव हुआ यूसुफ के फोन पे अकाउंट से।
3 महीने का।
हाँ, और उसमें लिखा था दिस इज योर लमसम अमाउंट ऑफ इद्दत पीरियड 15,000, 15,000, और नाउ मैरिज इज ओवर। और अली जो मेरा बेटा है 1 साल का, उसके लिए लिखा हुआ था 2,000 रुपए अली के लिए थे, एंड दिस इज अमाउंट ऑफ अली 2,000 रुपीज एंड इट्स कॉल्ड अब मेंटेनेंस। तो 17,000 रुपए में ये शादी खत्म, अली के 2,000 रुपए और मेरी वाइफ के 15,000 रुपए, दैट्स इट।
दैट इज 5,000 रुपीज।
महर 25,000 का महर था जो गैर शरीयतन है। 25,000 यूसुफ ने मेरे पेरेंट्स से मनमानी करके वो 25,000 का महर रखा, क्योंकि ये लव कम अरेंज मैरिज थी। तो वहाँ मैंने भी पेरेंट्स को बोला ठीक है यूसुफ जो बोल रहे हैं उनको करने दो, यूसुफ ऐसे है ही नहीं जो मुझे डिवोर्स देंगे, कभी महर की प्रॉब्लम होगी। तो गैर शरीयतन जो 25,000 का अमाउंट था उसको भी इसमें लिखा नोटिस में जा रहा है कि शादी वाली रात मुझे वो भी लौटा दिया। वो 17,000 भी मैंने वापस
आपको बस
वापस
वेरी गुड, बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया,
बहुत बढ़िया वापस करें कि रख लो। मैंने उसमें लिखा ये मेरे
उसमें ना 1 रुपया और जोड़ देना चाहिए था, तुम्हारी बेशर्मी के लिए 1 रुपया और रखो।
मैंने बोला हाँ कि मेरे बच्चे का उतारा है, इसको रख लो, 17,000 रुपए, उसकी माँ कैपेबल है और जो राइट है फादर का वो तुमसे लेके रहेगी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली लेके रहेगी।
मैं आपसे रादर देन वो आपका इंडिविजुअल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू है कि आप उससे फादर का राइट आप लेना चाहते हैं, वो आपका लीगल राइट है, पर मैं आपसे ये कहता हूँ कि उससे वो राइट छीन लो कि आगे जाके किसी और के साथ कोई मर्द ये काम करना सके।
हाँ,
ये राइट आप छीन लो।
अभी वो 3 शादियां और कर सकता है और करने की तैयारी में है।
ये क्या हो रहा है सर? क्या ये क्यों अलाउ होता है? पता मुझे बताइए, ये हमारे कानून इतने खोखले हैं क्या?
भाई जब ट्रिपल तलाक पे आर्ग्यूमेंट चल रही थी तो मुद्दा ये भी आया था कि ऑल फॉर्म्स ऑफ तलाक शुड बी डिक्लेयर्ड अल्ट्रा वायर्स इन नल एंड वॉइड। ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट की 5 जजेस बेंच ने उस समय कहा कि अभी हम जो इंस्टेंट तलाक है उसको क्रिमिनलाइज कर रहे हैं, वी आर डिक्लेयरिंग दैट नल एंड वॉइड, बट रेस्ट ऑफ द इश्यूज में रिलीजियस स्कॉलर्स से हम, क्योंकि वो इशू ओपन है, दैट इज नॉट बीन क्लोज, व्हिच हीना हैज चैलेंज, रिलीजियस स्कॉलर्स से हम ओपिनियन लेने के बाद वी विल लुक इनटू इट। तलाक हसन इज वन फॉर्म।
तो आपने आपको जैसे मैं जीनत शौकत अली जी को भी जानता हूँ, उनसे भी मेरी काफी बातचीत होती है। हाँ, तो आपको स्कॉलर माना जाता है कि नहीं माना जाता? आप इस्लाम पढ़ाती हैं?
नहीं,
बट
देखिए मैं पढ़ाती नहीं हूँ, मैं मेरी एमफिल पीएचडी है मुस्लिम वुमेन राइट्स पर। मैं आपसे ये कह रही हूँ कि यही बात मैंने ओपनिंग रिमार्क में कही थी कि उस वक्त जो शायरा बानो का जो केस था, दैट वाज ऑफ इंस्टेंट ट्रिपल तलाक, और ये इसी तरह होगा। हमें जो बड़ी मंजिल पानी है वो कदम दर कदम पानी है, वो एक बार भी नहीं हो सकता है। और ये इसीलिए ये ज़रूरी है कि अब इन्होंने हिम्मत करी, बेनज़ीर हैं इस वक्त, शायरा नहीं है, ये एक कदम और आगे, तो प्रॉब्लम और सॉल्यूशन का जो गैप है वो इसी तरह इंच होगा।
दूसरा सबसे बड़ा इशू ये है कि लाइफ, डिग्निटी, लिबर्टी और राइट ऑफ विमेन, जो हम कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली प्रैक्टिस करते हैं इंडिया में और युगों से चलता आ रहा है। सती प्रथा इस देश में बंद हुई, पॉलीगामी इन अदर रिलीजन्स, हिंदू रिलीजन में बंद हुआ कोडिफाइड लॉ के माध्यम से, और भारत के संविधान का अनुच्छेद 13 सब क्लॉज 4 ये कहता है कि लॉ मस्ट पास द इसेंशियल टेस्ट। कौन सा इसेंशियल टेस्ट? जो पार्लियामेंट जिसको बनाए। बहुत सारे लॉज बने जो पार्लियामेंट के इसेंशियल टेस्ट को पास किए, जैसे पॉलीगेमी हिंदूज में भी थी बिफोर द कोडिफाइड लॉ केम इनटू एग्जिस्टेंस, लेकिन हिंदू लॉ उस समय बना तो हिंदूज, बुद्ध, क्रिश्चियंस, जैन्स जो भी हिंदू लॉ के अंडर कवर्ड है, वो उन्होंने मैरिजेस कैसे
I want to add one thing that the Constitution of India is standing with the individual, not with the community, because communities are the oppressors. And individual is to be saved from the communitarian principles which are practiced in the name of given, like they are given. So all these given have to be challenged and the Constitution supports the individual and individual's right to dignity, life and everything. So here the principle of this, whatever they call it, 25, Article 25 and all that, it is secondary. The
25 also subject to public order, morality, health, and law framed by the Constitution.
Exactly.
The government and at the Parliament. वो law that cannot deprive a woman from her fundamental rights,
or any human being.
In this also, sorry, please make a point and also address this. In this, all of this, these are two adults.
Right.
But there is a minor involved.
Right,
and that minor came into this planet or into being because of the involvement of the two individuals. So the responsibility is collective. So the moment one of them absolves themselves from the responsibility, and this is proof, with 2,000 rupees is the value that is put on that life.
Right.
Is that not criminally punishable?
It is, definitely.
So then that even before this issue of divorce is settled or the treatment is settled, the way he's treated a child, this man should be behind bars.
He should be behind bars. I have, like, you know, this is a question that always comes in my mind, that why, like, Muslim Personal Law Board stands up for whenever there is a talaq thing happening, right? They'll stand up and speak for the men. Where is the dignity of the women? Why can't they voice their opinion where women are concerned? This lady is here, standing here, she's fighting for her rights, she's going everywhere, knocking at each door in order to get justice. Where are those people? Isn't she a Muslim? Isn't she belonging to their community? Why do they have such, biased laws for, I mean, they follow such biased principles. Similarly, where the child is concerned.
Correct. Now right. Your argument that they are biased, they are patriarchal.
Yeah.
Okay. That child, Ali,
is
a boy.
Yeah, he's a boy.
So now stand up and fight for his rights?
No, they will not do that. They will not do that, because for them, the fact is this woman has stepped out. She is fighting for her rights. She has gone to the women's cell. She's gone to the police also for help.
Yes.
So if she has, how dare she do that? The question comes is, how dare a woman step out from her boundaries and speak?
The majority of lawyers have always spoken, stand with and supported the reforms. ये practice है. कोर्ट्स में हमेशा रिफॉर्म्स की बात लॉयर्स ही करते हैं आनंद भाई. So with due respect to you.
नहीं, रिफॉर्म की बात करते हैं, लेकिन आपके ग्रुप,
because lawyers are supporting her.
Correct.
But the question herein is, now we are in 21st century when the law says, when there is a constitution, one takes the oath of the constitution, allegiance to the constitution, then why these kind of bad practices where Article 44 was left over at the time of the, what the government is doing? Who will make a law? It is the government's sole prerogative to look into the Article 44 of the Constitution. Article 44 इसीलिए दिया गया है कि स्टेट राइट जहां पर हो, इनहेरिटेंस की बात हो, सक्सेशन की बात हो, एडॉप्शन की बात हो, मैरिज की बात हो, उसको लुक आफ्टर करें, क्योंकि उस समय भी संविधान सभा में, लेट मी स्पीक, संविधान सभा में भी जब बहस चल रही थी तो इसी तरह से फंडामेंटलिस्ट ने वहां पर इस बात को नहीं करने दिया, इसीलिए आर्टिकल 44 कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का पार्ट है। अब समय यह है कि सरकार इस पर लॉ बनाए। व्हाई गवर्नमेंट कांट मेक अ लॉ?
दिल्ली बार काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया भी मैं गई हूँ, बार काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया भी यही बताने के लिए गई हूँ कि जिसको आपने लाइसेंस प्रोवाइड कराया है, आपका जो एडवोकेट है, जिसको आप काला कोट पहना के जिसकी रहनुमाई करते हैं, तो देख लीजिए वो कितना इलीगल काम करता है। तो मैंने वहाँ मनन मिश्रा जी हैं बार काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया के हेड, उनको भी मेरी कंप्लेंट है, और तिवारी जी हैं दिल्ली बार काउंसिल के, वहाँ पे भी दिल्ली बार काउंसिल अभी केस ऑन गोइंग है। उन्होंने यही बोला कि ये तुम्हारा पर्सनल मैटर है, ये चीजें जो हैं अभी ऑन गोइंग है, उसके खिलाफ कुछ करा नहीं उसके खिलाफ।
मेरा सिंपल पॉइंट ये है कि जो अपने पर्सनल लाइफ में इस तरह के का काम कर रहा है, वो कि अपने प्रोफेशन के साथ कैसे जस्टिस कर सकता है, ये आपको भी सोचने की आवश्यकता है। चलिए फिलहाल इस बात को यहीं रोकते हैं, क्योंकि अगली सुनवाई जब होगी तब हम भी यहाँ पर आपकी बात सुनेंगे। तब तक के लिए बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज टू देम प्लीज। थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
उन्हें भी हिस्सा लिया था। इस सम्मान का उन्हें दशकों से इंतजार था। अंडमान में जिस स्थान पर नेताजी ने तिरंगा फहराया था, मुझे वहां भी जाना था, जाने का अवसर मिला, तिरंगा फहराने का सौभाग्य मिला। वो क्षण हर देशवासी के लिए गर्व का क्षण था। भाई और बहनों, अंडमान के वो द्वीप जिसे नेताजी ने सबसे पहले आजादी दिलाई थी, वो भी कुछ समय पहले तक गुलामी की निशानियों को ढोने के लिए मजबूर थे। आजाद भारत में भी उन द्वीपों के नाम अंग्रेजी शासकों के नाम पर थे। हमने गुलामी की उन निशानियों को मिटाकर इन द्वीपों को नेताजी सुभाष से जोड़कर भारतीय नाम दिए, भारतीय पहचान दी। आज के इस ऐतिहासिक कार्यक्रम, इस पर पूरे देश की दृष्टि है। सभी देशवासी इस समय इस कार्यक्रम से जुड़े हुए हैं। मैं इस ऐतिहासिक क्षण के साक्षी बन रहे सभी देशवासियों का हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। इस ऐतिहासिक क्षण में मेरे साथ मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे साथी श्री हरदीप पुरी जी, किशन रेड्डी जी, अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी, मीनाक्षी लेखी जी, कौशल किशोर जी आज मेरे साथ मंच पर उपस्थित हैं। देश के अनेक गणमान्य अतिथिगण वे भी आज यहां उपस्थित है। साथियों, आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव में देश को आज एक नई प्रेरणा मिली है, नई ऊर्जा मिली है। आज हम गुजरे हुए कल को छोड़कर आने वाले कल की तस्वीर में नए रंग भर रहे हैं। आज जो हर तरफ ये नई आभा दिख रही है, वो नए भारत के आत्मविश्वास की आभा है। गुलामी का प्रतीक किंग्स वे यानी राजपथ आज से इतिहास की बात हो गया है, हमेशा के लिए मिट गया है। आज कर्तव्य पथ के रूप में नए इतिहास का सृजन हुआ है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को आजादी के इस अमृत काल में गुलामी की एक और पहचान से मुक्ति के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आज इंडिया गेट के समीप हमारे राष्ट्र नायक नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की विशाल प्रतिमा भी, मूर्ति भी स्थापित हुई है। गुलामी के समय यहां ब्रिटिश राज सत्ता के प्रतिनिधि की प्रतिमा लगी हुई थी। आज देश ने उसी
Welcome back. The three-judge bench of the Honorable Supreme Court has actually said that it will be a three-judge bench that will hear all the petitions collectively on the Places of Worship Act. Various angles, aspects of it have been challenged. Joining us now is the main petitioner on this case who has various arguments, and along with that, one of the 15 people who have made, or parties who have made interventions. The court said that all the interventions have to be submitted not more than 5 pages, and they've all got to be submitted by the 11th of October. 2 weeks' time has been given to the center also to reply to the various pleas that have come in. So there are counter petitions also that have come in, or interventions that have come in from the Jamiat Ulema and Muslim Personal Law Board and other entities. But let's go and ask Ashwini Upadhyay, who's with us. Ashwini ji, पहले तो आप मुझे बताइए, what was your basic plea on the POW Act? That means Places of Worship Act.
देखिए, मेरा ये कहना है कि भारत आज़ाद हो चुका है और हमें अपने उन धार्मिक स्थानों को आज़ाद कराने का अधिकार है जिनका जिक्र हमारे वेद में, पुराण में, गीता में, रामायण में है। हम 75th एनिवर्सरी मना रहे हैं अपने इंडिपेंडेंस की, और एक कानून बना के हमें ये कह दिया गया कि नहीं नहीं नहीं, आपके जो धार्मिक स्थान है जिन पे अवैध कब्जा है वो कंटिन्यू रहेगा। अगर किसी विवाद का समाधान कोर्ट के जरिए नहीं होगा तो देश में अराजकता फैल जाएगी, लोग लाठी डंडे लेके निकलेंगे, सड़क पे जाम करेंगे, और मतलब वो अच्छा नहीं है। इसलिए मैं कहता हूँ ये कानून खत्म हो। काशी, मथुरा, भद्रकाली, भोजशाला, अटाला, जहाँ जहाँ भी हैं, साउथ के कई सारे हैं, आंध्रा में मंदिर हैं, तेलंगाना के हैं, केरल के हैं, कई सारे ऐसे हैं। अभी तो पता चला कि कुछ मंदिर के ऊपर चर्च भी बने हुए हैं, ये भी पता चला। तो ऐसे स्थानों को मुझे लगता है कोर्ट के जरिए गवाहों के बयान को देखते हुए, एविडेंस को देखते हुए, उसको जिसका है उसको मिल जाना चाहिए। आप अगर ये कहोगे नहीं आप तो कोर्ट जा ही नहीं सकते हो, इसका मतलब आप एक तरीके से जो पुराने गलत काम हुए उसको लीगलाइज कर रहे हो। आप मुगलों के काम को लीगलाइज कर रहे हो। ये कानून 1991 में जब बना था उस समय राज्यसभा में अरुण जेटली जी ने बोला था कि आप यहाँ मेजोरिटी के दम पे कानून भले पास करा रहे हो, ये कानून टिकेगा नहीं। ये 1991 में जेटली जी ने राज्यसभा में बोला हुआ है। ये उनकी
What are the two main grounds? One of that is आपने बोला कि 15 अगस्त 1947 डिसाइड कैसे हो गया, क्योंकि वो आज़ादी का दिन है तो उसको उन्होंने बेस बना दिया, बट यू आर चैलेंजिंग द ग्राउंड्स फॉर दैट। द अदर थिंग इज यू आर ट्राइंग टू क्रिएट अ डिफरेंस बिटवीन अ प्लेस ऑफ वर्शिप और द एक्ट ऑफ वर्शिप एंड द एक्ट ऑफ प्रेयर इटसेल्फ।
यस यस, देखिए बहुत सीधी सी बात है, टेम्पल इज अ प्लेस ऑफ वर्शिप, राइट, एंड मॉस्क इज द प्लेस ऑफ प्रेयर। प्लेस ऑफ वर्शिप में एक बार अगर वहां पे मूर्ति की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हो गई, वहां भगवान को स्थापित कर दिया, उसके बाद आप उसका गुंबद बदल दो, दीवार तोड़ दो, कुछ भी कर दो, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता जब तक कि वहां विसर्जन नहीं होगा। करेक्ट। मॉस्क इज द प्लेस ऑफ प्रेयर, इसीलिए खाड़ी देशों में जब जरूरत पड़ती है उसको शिफ्ट कर दिया जाता है। आप अगर एयरपोर्ट पे जाके देखो या रेलवे स्टेशन पे जाके देखो, वहां पे प्लेस ऑफ वर्शिप नहीं लिखा होता, वहां प्लेस ऑफ प्रेयर लिखा होता है। और प्लेस ऑफ प्रेयर में ये है कि अभी मान लो एयरपोर्ट है, वहां प्रार्थना स्थल है, प्लेस ऑफ प्रेयर है। अभी आज वो प्लेस ऑफ प्रेयर है, कल को स्टोर बन सकता है, कल को गोडाउन बन सकता है, कल को कुछ बन सकता है। तो वो एक टेम्पररी फेज होता है। आपके इस स्टूडियो में आप एक कोने पे प्लेस ऑफ प्रेयर बना दो, सब लोग प्लेस ऑफ प्रेयर करते रहे, कल को अपना कैमरा खड़ा कर दो, प्लेस ऑफ प्रेयर कहीं और शिफ्ट कर दो, परसों हो सकता है आपके पास जगह ही ना हो तो प्लेस ऑफ प्रेयर बिल्कुल खत्म हो जाएगा। इसलिए खाड़ी देशों में हर साल हजारों की संख्या में सड़क बनाने के लिए, रेलवे स्टेशन बनाने के लिए, हॉस्पिटल बनाने के लिए, स्कूल बनाने के लिए मस्जिद तोड़ दी जाती है। करेक्ट। मस्जिद, मॉस्क की पहली बात तो इस्माइल फारूकी में सुप्रीम कोर्ट कह चुका है, मॉस्क इज नॉट एसेंशियल प्रैक्टिस ऑफ इस्लाम। ये सेटल हो चुका है।
प्रेयर इज एन एसेंशियल प्रैक्टिस बट मॉस्क इज
नॉट। यस। और जहां तक हमारा जो प्लेस ऑफ वर्शिप है, प्लेस ऑफ वर्शिप में आपके लिए उसमें मंदिर होना भी जरूरी नहीं है, ढांचा होना भी जरूरी नहीं है। आप पीपल के पेड़ के नीचे शंकर भगवान को स्थापित करिए, वहां पूजा करिए, ठीक है,
आपने प्राण प्रतिष्ठा की,
कर दिया,
दैट मींस देयर इज अ लिविंग डेटी और अ लिविंग एंटिटी।
अब उस पीपल के पेड़ के नीचे आप जो स्थान है वो शंकर भगवान का हो गया। अब कल को आंधी आए और वो पीपल का पेड़ टूट जाए, उसकी टहनियां टूट जाए या पीपल का पेड़ का गिर जाए, इसका मतलब थोड़ी को मंदिर खत्म हो गया, उसका रिलीजियस कैरेक्टर एज इट इज रहेगा। तो जिस तरीके से नीम का पेड़ हटने से, या
इसमें भी एक है कि अवैध जगह, संपत्ति या कहीं पर भी आप प्राण प्रतिष्ठा करके उस जगह पर कब्जा भी नहीं कर सकते। दैट इज आल्सो देयर। बट आई एम सेइंग लीगली अगर आप किसी जगह पर आप बिना मंदिर बनाए भी कई एक जगह पे प्राण प्रतिष्ठा करते हैं, सो दैट मींस दैट डेटी हैज राइट्स।
इसीलिए जब आपकी गणेश की पूजा होती है या काली देवी नवरात्रे में देवी जी की पूजा होती है, जब जगह जगह पंडाल लगाए जाते हैं, तो फर्स्ट डे उनको वहां पे प्राण प्रतिष्ठा होती है और लास्ट डे उनको वहां से विसर्जित किया जाता है। अगर विसर्जन नहीं करेंगे, जैसे अभी गणेश की पूजा चल रही है, अगर आप लास्ट डे बाकायदा उनको पूरे उसके साथ उनको विसर्जित नहीं करेंगे तो उस स्थान के मालिक वो बन जाएंगे। इसीलिए बाकायदा लास्ट डे पूरे का विसर्जन किया जाता है।
Somebody who knows a thing or two about living deities and was also part of the entire plea as far as the deity of Sabrimala or Lord Ayyappa is also an intervener in this case. He's filed an intervention on behalf of the royal family of Kashi. So I'm going to see if we can pop up here on our screen. Jai Sai Deepak joining us. Jai Sai Deepak, namaste. I have Ashwini Upadhyay with me, and I also have book 2 of your trilogy on my desk, not far away, just 10 feet away, of India, Bharat, Pakistan. So congratulations on that. We'll talk about that at length. I've just opened the first page there. But as far as the intervention is concerned, what is your intervention on behalf of the royal family of Kashi?
So I appear as the arguing counsel on behalf of the royal family of Kashi and a Vaishnavite devotee and the descendant of the Tuluvar community, which is the trustee of the Kapalishwar temple in Chennai. So the Vaishnavite has effectively said that the Bindumata Mandir was destroyed in 1682 by Aurangzeb, and in that place the Dhaurara mosque was constructed in Kashi. And as far as the royal family itself is concerned, they have taken the position that the Razia mosque in Kashi is the original site of the Vishwanath Mandir, which was destroyed in 1194 by Kutubuddin Aibak. As far as the other petitioner from Chennai is concerned, he has basically said that the St. Thomas Basilica, which is supposed to be so-called landmark in Chennai, is the original place of Kapalishwar temple, which was destroyed by the Portuguese. So the Places of Worship Act applies across the board, not just the places that are currently treated as mosques or disputed structures, legally affected churches. Our position is threefold. One, as far as we are concerned, just as Mr. Upadhyay pointed out, once a deity is consecrated in a certain character becomes eternal until there is, let's say, deconsecration in accordance with Hindu rites. Okay? Right. Destruction by an invader doesn't translate to deconsecration. That is not treated as research. That's point number one. Point number two, the Places of Worship Act Section 5 specifically created an exception in favor of the Ram Janam Bhoomi. Our point is, why was a specific exception created only for Ram Janam Bhoomi, when in fact there were several such disputes, and that itself shows the arbitrary and discriminatory nature of the act. So, for instance, as a Shaivite, I might have more, let's say, Shraddha towards Kashi Vishwanath as opposed to Ram Janam Bhoomi. So at the very least, the prayer is that we must be treated at par with the right owners and the Hindu owners of the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi, areas. That's point number 2. Point number 3, the repeated argument that you're going to hear from the other side is that the observations of the Supreme Court, the Constitutional Bench, the Ayodhya verdict, with respect to the Places of Worship Act, effectively lends it a seal of constitutionality and takes it away from the realm of challenge. Whereas we have said, Section 5 of the Act itself said that the provision does not apply, or the Act does not apply to Ram Janmabhoomi, and therefore there was no legitimate reason for the Supreme Court to take up a discussion on the Act in the context of that particular case, and therefore all those observations are parallel, non-essential observations which in terms of state binding. So therefore the challenge to the Act is a fresh challenge because it has never been said. The last point that we have effectively said is that this is one piece of legislation that an invader or a colonizer should have actually passed. It is unfortunate that it was passed 44 years after independence by a so-called Indian government, preventing the people of this land and its faith system from reclaiming what is rightfully theirs.
Right. Now, have you also made an argument, before I bring Ashwini ji here, that it is perhaps biased towards one particular denomination. That means there is a certain level of not equanimity in the way the law has been structured itself and passed by Parliament itself. So there is a flaw there where it's not equanimous.
Correct. So what we have basically said is, you have taken the position that because the Ram Janmabhoomi dispute was outstanding and pending at the time of the passing of the legislation, therefore an exception needs to be created. But have you undertaken any kind of study to see the status of disputes in the rest of the country and with respect to other places? For instance, Kashi, Mathura, Kapalishwar, and so on and so forth. In which case, why was an exception created only for Ram Janmabhoomi? So that's a straight of Article 14 violation in the first place, because two equals are being treated as unequal. Second, as far as the denominational rights are concerned, as a Shaivite or let's say as a Shakta, my Shraddha towards my place should be more than Ram Janmabhoomi. That is an Article 26 violation apart from 25. From an individual perspective as well as from an institutional collective perspective.
So you have drawn a parallel कि राम जी के लिए आपने exception किया तो शिव जी के लिए क्यों नहीं? So that's another aspect. अब कोर्ट का तो दिमाग चकरा गया होगा when they have seen all these petitions. आज कोर्ट में क्या हुआ अश्विनी जी? What happened?
नहीं, कोर्ट में तो आज देखिए ले दे कि उनके पास एक दलील है कि अगर आप ये प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट हटा देंगे तो फ्लडगेट हो जाएगा, केस आना शुरू हो जाएंगे। हमारा ये कहना है 5 करोड़ केसेस पहले ही चल रहे हैं भारत में, अगर 500 केस और आ जाएगा तो कौन सा आसमान टूट जाएगा? बड़ी सीधी सी बात है। दूसरा ये साई ने बिल्कुल सही कहा, आर्टिकल 14-15 कहता है यू कैन नॉट डिस्क्रिमिनेट। आपने अयोध्या के मामले को कोर्ट के इस कानून के दायरे से बाहर निकाल दिया और मथुरा के मामले को कहा नहीं मथुरा में आप नहीं जा सकते, जबकि राम और कृष्ण दोनों भगवान विष्णु के अवतार हैं और जो महादेव आदिदेव शंकर उनको भी आपने इस कानून के दायरे से बाहर कर दिया। तो मुझे लगता है ये केस, ये जो मैंने अभी तक 25 कानून चैलेंज किए हैं, मुझे अभी तक के जितने भी कानून थे मैक्सिमम 7 या 8 ग्राउंड मिलते थे। ये पहला ऐसा कानून था जिसमें 25 ग्राउंड मिले हैं मुझे। 25 ग्राउंड है इसमें। आप आर्टिकल 14 के आधार पे रूल ऑफ लॉ नहीं खत्म कर सकते, ये कानून रूल ऑफ लॉ खत्म कर रहा है, ये लोकतंत्र को खत्म करके भीड़तंत्र को बढ़ा रहा है। आर्टिकल 15 के आधार पे आप देवी देवताओं में भेदभाव नहीं कर सकते, ये कानून राम और कृष्ण में शंकर में भेदभाव कर रहा है। आर्टिकल 19 के आधार पे हमें भी पूरा आजादी है। 25 राइट टू रिलीजन हमें भी है। 26 हमें अपना मैनेज मेंटेन करने का अधिकार है। आप हम काशी, मथुरा, भोजशाला, भद्रकाली और जौनपुर के अटाला को आप मुझे मैनेज मेंटेन करने से रोक रहे हो। आर्टिकल 29 राइट टू कल्चर, आप हमारा राइट टू कल्चर छीन रहे हो, क्योंकि ये जो स्थान है ये कोई सामान्य उसमें नहीं लिखे हुए, ये वेद पुराण गीता रामायण में इनका जिक्र है। मथुरा का जिक्र, काशी का जिक्र तो वेदों में है। तो राइट टू कल्चर हम कैसे अपने प्रोटेक्ट कर पाएंगे जब जिन स्थानों का जिक्र हमारे वेद में है, पुराण में, उनको आप मुझे मैनेजमेंट नहीं करने दे रहे हो। तो मुझे लगता है, और राइट टू जस्टिस सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट, आप ये देश 4 पिलर पे चल रहा है। जुडिशरी इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पिलर। आप जुडिशरी को बंद कर रहे हो, बोले नहीं आप कोर्ट जा ही नहीं सकते हो। और कट ऑफ डेट पूछो 15 अगस्त 1947, बोले क्यों भाई? अगर कट ऑफ डेट डिक्लेयर करना है तो आप 1100 करो। आप जब पहली बार मंदिर तोड़ा गया तो आप वो तो है, या तो वो डेट ले लो। तो इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं कि जहां तक चूंकि मुस्लिम साइड के पास काशी के मैटर में, मथुरा के मैटर में, या जहां जहां और मैटर चल रहे हैं, उनके पास कोई एविडेंस नहीं है। उनको पता है कि अगर ये ट्रायल चलेगा, मुकदमा चलेगा तो हारेंगे। तो ले देख उनको एक सहारा ये मिला हुआ है 1991 का एक्ट, इसी को हर जगह कर रहे हैं। और इस कानून के कारण क्या हो रहा है कि काशी की कोर्ट इसको अलग इंटरप्रिटेशन कर रही है, मथुरा की कोर्ट इसका अलग 1 to 1 मैन टू मैन चल रहा है। इसीलिए जब ये कानून खत्म हो जाएगा तो मुझे लगता है जो भारत में अलग अलग जगहों पे, नॉर्थ में, साउथ में, हर जगह है, ऐसा कोई स्टेट नहीं है जहां पे इलीगल कब्जा नहीं है। केरल, आंध्रा, तेलंगाना, एवरी स्टेट। तो मुझे लगता है उनके जो केस का जो डिस्प्यूट का रिजोल्यूशन है ना, वो क्विक हो जाएगा।
इसमें there is one more angle to it, Sai Deepak, and that is the aspect of the religious character. Now, the court has also said that it is the Archaeological Survey of India that will actually determine the religious character in the case of Ram Janmabhoomi that happened. So, if that is the case, then that should be the same matter in all the other pending cases. There should not be any argument against that. And even in the Places of Worship Act 1991 says that you cannot alter the religious character of a place. So, whatever is the original religious character should be maintained. So, is that argument also a plausible one?
So it is a plausible one, except that the law says that the current religious character must be maintained as opposed to asking what is the original religious character. Okay. So the character of a place as it stood on 15th of August 1947 is arbitrarily treated as the cutoff date. Who decided that? Bharat did not start on 15th of August 1947. Bharat became independent on 15th of August 1947. On what basis was this cutoff date actually determined? So that's something that's certainly not permissible. And second, you see the exceptions under the Act under Section 4 are only to the extent of saying that there will be an archaeological excavation to determine the character for heritage purposes and all of that. But we are not fighting here for heritage, right? We are fighting for right to worship, to revive our devtas there and to continue to pray there and to continue to do our daily rituals. That's not to, I mean, the entire purpose of this litigation is not to hand over all of these monuments and places to the Archaeological Survey of India, ASI, like the way they've done it for Mahabalipuram, which would have been consecrated as a temple. That's not permissible. So while there is a cultural angle, while there is a heritage angle and civilization angle, the core angle is religious, and I don't wish to beat around the bush on this particular issue.
Got it. But if you look at Kashi, अब जैसे साई दीपक ने कहा है, current religious character where you are praying. Now there again the page भिड़ जाता है कि भाई अब prayer के लिए तो आप कहीं भी pray कर सकते हो, तो religious character तो वहाँ determine नहीं होता by a place that is supposed to pray. The religious character is determined from a place that is supposed to be worshipped. So you have tried to create that difference कि भाई कोई pray करता है और कोई worship करता है, तो worship तो deity प्राण प्रतिष्ठा होती है. तो अगर आप ज्ञानवापी के मतलब महीने में देखें तो जहाँ वजू किया जाता है वहाँ अगर शिवलिंग मिलता है तो फिर कैरेक्टर क्या हुआ? 15 अगस्त 1947 में भी कैरेक्टर तो फिर रिलीजियस और शाइवाइट है, शाइवाइट होगा.
यस देखिए, पहली बात तो अगर जो मुस्लिम्स हैं जहाँ वो कह रहे हैं ये हमारा है, उनको इस कानून के अलावा भी उनको ये प्रूव करना पड़ेगा कि वो इस्लामिक टेनेट के हिसाब से बना हुआ है. इस्लामिक टेनेट क्या है? आप वो ज़मीन खरीदो, करेक्ट, पैसे दे के खरीदो, विलफुल या तो विलफुल हो या खरीदी गई हो, उसके बाद वहाँ पे जो पहली ईंट लगी हो वो उसी के नाम की लगी हो, वो जमीन वर्जिन होनी चाहिए, तो
कोई और किसी और
स्ट्रक्चर नहीं होना चाहिए,
धार्मिक स्ट्रक्चर नहीं होना चाहिए,
ऐसा होना चाहिए. तो चाहे वो काशी हो, चाहे वो मथुरा हो, चाहे वो भद्रकाली हो, चाहे भोजशाला हो, चाहे जौनपुर का अटाला हो, ऐसे बिहार में है बहुत सारे स्थान हैं, वो इस्लामिक लॉ के अकॉर्डिंग भी नहीं है. लेकिन ये चूंकि इनको पैसे आ रहे हैं, वहाँ से मोटा पैसा कमा रहे हैं, वो चूंकि उनके पास काफ़ी एरिया है जहाँ दुकानें उन्होंने किराए पर उठा रखी हैं, तो उनका जो सोर्स ऑफ इनकम बंद न हो जाए इसलिए उसको हिंदू बना मुस्लिम कर रहे हैं. एक्चुअल में वो जो स्ट्रक्चर है वो अनकुरानिक है, अन इस्लामिक है, और वो पहले भी हिंदू वो मंदिर थे, आज भी मंदिर है.
But this has also been explained in the Ram Janmabhoomi judgment, Sai Deepak. What? Because the judgment itself under Justice Ranjan Gogoi, the bench, clearly defines what the character of an Islamic place of worship is. And it says that if these conditions are not fulfilled, then the character is not Islamic.
Yes.
So
by default, that is the Hindu, by the temple.
So then that also applies in a lot of other cases, Sai Deepak. So
100% precisely, which is why the entire object of the litigation is to say, allow us to present the evidence and discuss each of these points threadbare before a court of law, when this legislation takes away the most fundamental remedy available to any citizen in this country by virtue of it being a democratic constitutional republic, which is the right to judicial access, the right to judicial remedy. Any other legislation, had it actually done this, which is to say that to resolve a particular dispute, you will not have the option of going to court at all, would have been immediately struck down. Imagine that we're actually discussing the validity of a particular legislation that's taken away the most fundamental right. So you're telling me my constitutional, legal, peaceful option is taken away. So what is the hint are you giving me? That I should get down to the streets? Is that how you want the issue to be resolved?
No, absolutely. Now my final question to the two of you, first to Ashwini Upadhyay and then to you, Sai Deepak. First is, 11 अक्टूबर को बेंच बैठेगी, under the current Chief Justice, there seems to be a fact कि हम तारीख पे तारीख वाला game नहीं खेलेंगे. We'll try and put.
Yes, yes.
So what is your expectation going forward?
देखिए,
and center has to reply. So what are you expecting from the center?
देखो, सेंटर रिप्लाई करे ना करे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. इफ सेंटर इज नॉट रिप्लाइंग इट्स मींस मौनम स्वीकार लक्षण, साइलेंस इज एक्सेप्टेंस. बड़ी सीधी सी बात है. सेंटर ने 2 साल से रिप्लाई नहीं किया. मेरी पीएल तो 2020 की है, अभी तक रिप्लाई नहीं किया. अभी तक रिप्लाई नहीं किया, इसका मतलब सेंटर भी एडमिट करता है कि जो हमारी प्रेयर है वो वैलिड है, जो हमारे ग्राउंड्स हैं वो वैलिड है. अगर सेंटर के पास कोई रिस्पांस होता, सेंटर को लगता है कि जो हमने ग्राउंड रेज किए हैं वो गलत है, या हमारी प्रेयर गलत है, हमारी डिमांड गलत है, तो काउंटर आ जाता. काउंटर नहीं आने का मतलब ही सेंटर ने उसको आप इम्प्लाइड हो गया कि हाँ सेंटर एक्सेप्ट कर रहा है. दूसरा, जहाँ तक ये बात है, चूंकि अपोजिट पार्टी मुस्लिम पार्टी इसको चाहेगी ये लिंगर आनो थोड़ा आगे बढ़े, तो हो सकता है 11 अक्टूबर को इसको 5 जज की मांग कर दें. ये भी कर सकते हैं. हम लोग उसके लिए तैयार हैं, लेकिन हम तो कोर्ट से केवल अगली कहेंगे कि आप ठीक है, आप 5 को करना है, आप आज ही रेफर कर दो, आप कल से बेंच बना दो. हमें बहुत रिसर्च करने की जरूरत नहीं है. हमारे फैक्ट बड़े क्लियर हैं, हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन प्रोविजंस बड़े क्लियर हैं, हमारे माइंड में बिल्कुल क्लियर हमें क्या आर्ग्यू करना है. हम तो तुरंत रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे, आप 11 अक्टूबर को नहीं, आप 12 अक्टूबर से 5 जज को रेफर कर दो, सुनवाई शुरू करा दो.
So you concur, Sai Deepak? You think that's what's going to happen?
I completely. See, the point is, even today a request was made by the other side to say that let's refer it to a constitutional bench because we have to see if the observations of the Ram Janmabhoomi verdict have any impact on the maintenance of these petitions. So to which the three-judge bench, especially Justice Well, specifically said, let the three-judge bench first apply its mind and ask itself whether there is a conflict. If there is a conflict, then we can consider referring. But if there's no conflict, the three-judge bench has the right to interpret and proceed. So according to me, 1, there is no case for a reference that's made out. 2, in light of the fact that the observations of Ram and Bhumi are vital, parallel, non-essential to a particular judgment, you must proceed to argue on merit. Anybody who is actually raising unnecessary, wasteless technical objections to maintainability of the petition and to argue on them is conceding that they don't have much on merits because they know for a fact that the law ex facie on the face of it is unconstitutional. So we are all ready to argue. In fact, today we all went ready to argue. Our written submissions are ready, our compilations are ready.
No, so we look forward to that. Now, this is one of those rare cases where you, as Ashwini Upadhyay said, there are 25 grounds to challenge an act. Normally, 3 or 4 such acts are enough, or grounds are enough to get an act repealed or struck down by the court. You have got 25 grounds, and in this 15-18 minute discussion, we have covered at least 8 or 10 of them, if not more. So let's see what happens on the 11th of October. But gentlemen, thank you very, very much for making the time. Sai Deepak and Ashwini ji, always a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you very much. With that, we call it a wrap, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, this is Brass Tacks. I'm Zaka Jacob. In the last 1 month alone, in the state of Assam, at least 4 madrasas have been pulled down. One of them has been pulled down by the locals there, allegedly because there were terror activities that were happening inside that madrasa. In Uttar Pradesh, the government has started the process of recognition of madrasas, particularly when it comes to their funding, where the money is coming from, and what activities they are indulged in. Now, the opposition, led by politicians like Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi, are questioning the very intent of such a move. They are saying that this is anti-constitutional. Leaders like Mayawati are saying this is simply part of a witch hunt, part of a campaign. The bottom line is this: if all institutions in this country, whether it's schools or companies or businesses, are all regulated by the government in one form or the other, then why should madrasas be not? But first, the story of the day so far.
This has been demolished by the district authorities. However, the first reason that has been sorted is that this has been made in a very unauthorized way. Other narrative that is coming is an arrest of Hafizur Rahman.
आप मदरसों को बदनाम भाजपा इसलिए करती है क्योंकि भाजपा जानती है कि आजादी की लड़ाई में कोई आरएसएस वाला नहीं था।
जिहादी वाला पकड़ा है असम में, तो
One cannot take it easily. So हम तो हेमंत जी कर रहे हैं, वो ठीक कर रहे हैं.
All right, joining us on the talking point this evening is Abbas Haider. He's a spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Mohammad Farhan is spokesperson of the MIM. Rahul Ishwar, author and activist, also joining us this evening. And Arti Agarwal is a lawyer, author and researcher. And Vikram Singh, former DGP of Uttar Pradesh. Let me start with the spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party, Abbas Haider. The question is simply this, sir. Every time there is a move to regulate madrasas, to ask for their source of funding, and more importantly, what is being taught in these madrasas? Is it scientific subjects? Is maths, history, geography, etc. being taught? There is an uproar that is created by opposition parties like yourself, the Samajwadi Party. If all institutions in this country are regulated through some form of government regulation, why should madrasas not be?
See, there are 2-3 different things, because if you talk about UP Madrasa survey, I would like to come on that. So, first of all, UP Madrasa survey, so there is no such point in the 12-point questionnaire that has been sent to the district administration which will ask about their funding or something like that. Now, the thing is, UP government has already told in the order in May this year that they are not going to fund any new madrasa in Uttar Pradesh. Now, UP, one of the ministers in Uttar Pradesh is saying that they are going to fund the madrasa. So there is confusion among the public that what is the purpose of this survey, this particular survey. Okay, if you are doing a survey, it's all right. But the problem is, there have been survey in all the primary school, private, aided and unaided primary school across Uttar Pradesh that is done by the district inspector of school. And we have seen the immense level of corruption in such surveys, how they do it. Everybody knows, nobody is unaware of that. Now, if you talk about the Assam issue, that's a different issue. So nobody has said that, if somebody is accused, if a madrasa teacher is accused in a crime, is involved in an illegal activity, it is the responsibility of the government to present concrete evidence against that person, get him convicted. Nobody is saying that you should not do that. But the thing is, when we try to create a vicious atmosphere.
There is one fundamental problem, one fundamental distinction that the Assam government is making, which you are not making, which is they are saying it's not just about one or two individuals using the property, it is that the entire property itself was being used for terror activities. They're also saying that these madrasas that have been demolished in Assam, they had come up in violation of building bylaws. Why would you be seen as backing something that is violating building bylaws?
See, I'll tell you. We should not see something with a particular lens. If there is an illegal activity going on, it is the responsibility of the government to look into it and give them their due punishment, whatever it is, according to the rule of law. But what we have seen in Golpara in Assam, that what has happened, local residents have come forward, they have demolished the madrasa, they have taken the law in their hand. So where are we moving toward? I mean, Bharatiya Janata Party is trying to create a vicious atmosphere, and people are taking law in their hand. So are we heading towards a banana republic? Is there a rule of law in the country? I'm saying that anything illegal is
Rahul
happening
Ishwar,
anywhere.
respond to that. It is one thing. Yeah, let Rahul Ishwar respond to that. It is one thing to say, okay, there is a premises that's being used for suspicious activities, there's a premises that's being used for terror activities. Fair enough. That is a suspicion by the agencies, by the police. But how can you have, Rahul Ishwar, first it was the state, now common citizens are taking the law into their own hands and demolishing properties on the basis of suspicion. It's not like a court has come to a conclusion that this premises was used for nefarious activities. That is a dangerous trend. That is going down a rabbit hole, Rahul Ishwar. Rahul, if I can ask you, the point that people like Abbas Haider are making is, yes, if you feel that there is a premises that's being used for suspicious activities, nefarious activities, by all means go ahead and take action against that premises. But by demolishing it without a court order, and in this case, the last instance that we're talking about, the most recent instance we're talking about in Assam, where people have taken the law into their own hands and have gone ahead and demolished a building. What's to say tomorrow people won't do the same thing for personal enmity? Rahul Ishwar, that question is to you. Okay, let's try and see if we can go to another guest. Let's go to Aarti Agarwal on that question. Aarti, if you can take that question.
Well, thank you, Zaka. I think that people taking the law into their own hands is never a good precedent for anybody. So be it, this side or that side, people taking the law into their hands is not a good thing. But at the same time, I mean, I'm not approving of that. But the bigger question here is, what is the law exactly doing? I mean, why are people taking the law into their own hands in the first place? So coming to the bigger question of, the UP government investigating madrasas and trying to get a survey of madrasas, there are several questions to be asked here, which at least I think are very big questions which should concern everybody. Firstly, if there is nothing wrong, there is nothing illegal, there is nothing immoral happening in the madrasas, nobody should have a problem with a survey of it. So, Owaisi's question of vicious atmosphere, all that blah, blah, doesn't really hold. I mean, if everything is legitimate there, then why is there a problem? It's a survey. It's a government supported building, first of all. Secondly, we've seen that many underage kids have been involved in rioting in Kanpur and in other places before. And, we don't need to check the links. If they are if there is some sort of a link between the madrasas where these kids are going and their involvement in these kind of illegal activities, because recently there were kids in the Kanpur riots who were involved, and even their parents did not know that they were involved in those riots. So those kind of things, especially when we're talking about underage kids, it's a very sensitive issue which it should concern everybody, not just Hindus or Muslims or whatever. The third thing is, we've also seen links to PFI with some madrasas in the past, and links to some terror activities. And once again, if there is no links to terror activities, everything is fine, nothing is a problem. But I don't see a problem with investigation for links with terror activities or organizations like PFI which fund such activities like the kind of riots we've had. So that does need to be investigated by the government.
Let me ask Rahul Ishwar. I think his line has been connected finally with us. Rahul Ishwar, this is a question that's being asked by Muslim organizations like the Jamaat-e-Ulema-e-Hind, who have called this a malicious attempt. That's the word they've used. A malicious attempt to disparage the education system. Mr. Asduddin Owaisi says that this is a mini NRC. How are you going to respond to the concerns that there are in the Muslim community that this survey that the UP government is undertaking is simply an exercise at pushing Muslims down and young Muslim kids who are studying in madrasas down as second-class citizens? How are you going to respond to that?
Saka, two quick points. One of the greatest education ministers we had, one of the greatest confidants and friends of Mahatma Gandhi, was a Holy Quran scholar who was learned in Madrasa, who also taught Maulana Abul Kalam Azad. One of the greatest presidents we had is Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. His father was an imam in a mosque. So that answers the question. We have great number of figures who have studied in Madrasa, who have come to the forefront and really helped India progress. Second point, but let me quote Sufi Mahapanjayat, who is a very respected Muslim organization. Sufi Mahapanjayat some years ago pointed out that huge Wahhabi-funded money from Saudi Arabia and Middle East are being pumped into India. Please remember, this is not an allegation by Hindus or any other non-religious people or seculars or atheists. This is by Sufi Mahapanjayat, who is a very respected Islamic organization of a spiritual fervor. They pointed out that huge amount of money are being funded because of the hardline Wahhabi Islam, which even Saudi Arabia and the other nations are trying to resist. So we need to keep vigil. According to government government statistics, UP had around 15,163 madrasas which are recognized. There are 99% of madrasas might be right, will be imparting spiritual education. But if there are any suspicions or apprehensions regarding 1% of madrasas, government should look into it. May it be madrasa or any other religious institution, it should be look into it, because any religion should be taught according to the national law, legal framework, social harmony. So many things are involved. And one more point, I don't think anybody in their right mind will say that people can take the law into their hand and demolish any building that forever, because we understand and respect the concerns of our Muslim brothers. That's the reason why even the largest powerful Hindu organization, RSS Supremo, Sarsang Chalak Mohan Bhagawatji, went on record to say that let us not search for shivaling under every mosque. That is absolutely not necessary. So there need to be a moderation from both sides, and our Muslim brothers need to understand there is an international angle. And just one more line, coming from Kerala, you might know nearly 100 people joined ISIS from Kerala. So there is an issue of radicalization we need to tackle. I am the greatest watcher of Hindu-Muslim unity. At the same point of time, hardline Islamism or Wahhabism or whichever name you want to call, the radical Wahhabi Islamist thought is an issue. Government needs to intervene. Security agencies need to intervene.
I want to ask, I want to ask Mohammad Farhan of the MIM. We had the UP Minority Affairs Minister Danish Ansari speaking to CNN News 18 earlier today, saying that this survey that's going to be undertaken is going to be in cohort with the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, the NCPCR. After all, they're surveying madrasas where young children are taught. What is wrong if the government of UP is using a national child protection rights body to survey what are the basic facilities, amenities being given to young kids who are studying in these madrasas? Why should you take an objection to it? Mohammad Farhan. Okay, I don't think he can hear me. Let me go to Abbas Haider. Why don't you take that question? All right, Abbas Haider, please take that question.
There are contradictions in the statement of BJP leaders. I would like to quote 4 or 5 different quote of BJP leaders. Rakesh Sachan is the cabinet minister of Uttar Pradesh. He was telling the media that we are going to survey these madrasas because we are funding them. Another minister, which you have just told his name, Mr. Ansari, he told that we are going to do something for the madrasa, so we are going to survey that. There is an NCPCR report. Government, one of the leaders, most of the spokesperson are saying that we are going to survey madrasa according to the NCPCR report. Now there is a contradiction. First of all, government is not giving any kind of grants to these madrasa because they are unrecognized. Most of these madrasa, they don't even have a building or a room maybe. And so forget about facilities. It's like if you gather 10 or 15 children and you teach them about journalism, it's like that. It's like tuition or coaching, whatever you call it. So, I mean, but the problem is the Bharatiya Janata Party, they just want to divert public attention from pressing issues because the employment rate in the country has gone down from 20.9% to 10.4%. That is the problem they don't want to talk about. They don't want to talk about that the foreign debts of the country has got 8.2% high. I mean, they have got 8.2% increase in just 1 year. It's got $62,000 crore. People like Munshi Premchand and Dr.
Anyway, that's not Abbas. That's not the subject of today's debate. Abbas. No, Abbas. Let's not digress. That's not the subject of today's debate. Let me ask Mohammad Farhan. Mohammad Farhan, ये बताइए कि आज का जो बोंगाई गांव में हुआ था, जो मदरसा को डिमोलिशन हुआ था, ये लोकल्स ने वहाँ किया था, लेकिन ये एक मैजिस्ट्रेट के ऑर्डर के बाद हो रहा है। अगस्त 30 तारीख को एक मैजिस्ट्रेट ने ये ऑर्डर दिया था कि ये जो मदरसा है उसके लिए नेसेसरी डॉक्यूमेंट्स नहीं है, काफ़ी सारे मल्टीपर्पज़ एक्टिविटीज़ चल रहे हैं उनके प्रेमिसेस के अंदर। ऑर्डर में ये भी कहा अदालत ने कि जो भी मदरसा वहाँ था वो PWD के रेगुलेशन के अनुसार नहीं बनाया था। तो अगर कोर्ट ने ये फैसला दी है तो फिर उसमें क्या आपत्ति होगी आपकी कि लोग आए या पुलिस आए या प्रशासन आए और उसको तोड़ें, लेकिन कोर्ट के ऑर्डर की वजह से ये किया ना उन्होंने।
जी मुझे देखिए, हेलो, मेरी आवाज आप तक आ रही सर? मेरी आवाज आप तक आ रही?
बोलिए।
मैं ये कह रहा हूँ सर कि
अगर आवाज आ रही है आपकी,
अगर क्या नाम वो चीजें अनलीगल थी और अगर कोर्ट अनलीगल मानता है कि वो बिल्डिंग अनलीगल थी और उसके बाद क्या नाम है, उस अनलीगल बिल्डिंग के तहत तोड़ा गया, उसका चाहे नक्शा नहीं पास था या उसके डॉक्यूमेंट्स नहीं थे, इस वजह से तोड़ा गया, तो हमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं है। अब मैं दूसरी पॉइंट उठाना चाहता हूँ, विश्व हिंदू परिषद के हिंदुस्तान के अंदर जितने भी कार्यालय हैं, किसी के नक्शे नहीं पास हैं, सारे विदाउट क्या नाम है नक्शे के हैं। आप क्या ये बताइए कि उनके सारे कार्यालय तोड़ दिए जाएंगे? भारतीय जनता पार्टी के ऐसे बहुत से कार्यालय हैं जहां पर अवैध कब्जा करके बिल्डिंग बना रखा है, क्या वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने सारे कार्यालयों को ध्वस्तीकरण के आदेश दे देगी? अपने गवर्नमेंट में नहीं दे पाएगी। कुल मिला के सर ये क्या नाम है, एक टारगेट बनाया गया कि इस तरीके से मदरसा को तोड़ा गया कि उसके बिल्डिंग की ये पेपर नहीं है, वो पेपर नहीं, ये पेपर नहीं है। बहुत सी सरकारी बिल्डिंग्स हैं, सरकारी बिल्डिंग है जिनके पेपर्स नहीं है हिंदुस्तान के अंदर और उनके नक्शे पास नहीं है, गवर्नमेंट के मानक पर नहीं है, मगर फिर भी बिल्डिंग्स चल रही है ना सर। अगर क्या नाम है,
लेकिन फरहान साहब ये बताइए, ये जो अंसारुल बांग्ला टीम है उनके मॉड्यूल्स जो हैं, ये जो 4 मदरसे हैं उनके अंदर से पकड़े गए हैं, तो ये कहना कि मतलब बीजेपी या आरएसएस या बाकी संस्थाओं के ऑफिसेस को आप तोड़ नहीं रहे हैं क्योंकि वो अवैध निर्माण है या बिल्डिंग बायलॉज के उल्लंघन कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उनका कोई टेरर ग्रुप से कोई ताल्लुकात नहीं है ना। ये अंसारुल बांग्ला टीम ABT जो है उनके डायरेक्ट लिंक्स पाए गए हैं इन मदरसों में, इसीलिए वो तोड़े गए हैं।
लीजिए सर, अगर आतंकवादी गतिविधियों में संलिप्ति थी और वो लोग मदरसे में रहे तो उन लोगों के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए जिन लोगों ने मदरसों में उनको ठहराने का काम किया, या तो क्या नाम है उन लोगों को पकड़िए जिन लोगों ने उनसे ताल्लुक रखा। मदरसे से उससे क्या लेना देना? मदरसे से तो उसका कोई लेना देना नहीं। मदरसा तो एक संस्था है, संस्था में जो उनको रखा, जो लोग क्या नाम है उनको ले आए या उनसे जिनका संबंध था, उनको कानून के दायरे में आकर जो उनको होती है पनिशमेंट दी जानी चाहिए, मगर मदरसे को क्यों?
Let me ask Vikram Singh. Vikram Singh, it was pretty apparent way back, 10 years ago when the Sachar Committee report came out, that socially and educationally, Muslim children were the most backward, and the reason for that was because they were not being sent to school. Now, there are many in the community who argue that madrasas fill a very important gap in the Muslim community because for whatever reason, social reasons, cultural reasons, they're not sent to school. Maybe even for economic reasons, they're not sent to school, they're instead sent to madrasas. The point though, Vikram Singh, is that what we need to impart to young Muslim kids is science, physics and chemistry and geography and history, and not necessarily religious education. Religious education, if at all, should be taught at home, and for those who are interested, should be taught in a seminary. But imparting education on a mass basis should be a scientific endeavor which only schools can impart.
You're absolutely right, Zaka. Sachar Commission highlighted the socio-economic conditions of the Muslim minority, and yes, there were actionable points that were taken, and the government has taken action on that. But yes, seminal and religious teachings are best done at home. At a mass scale and mass teaching of religious, in fact, this was taken up not only in India but the world over. It is a cause of concern because often it has been alleged that there is a certain fountainhead of jihad, and in my own career and in my own experience, I have seen that very often that those accused of terror, they go back to some madrasas or the other where they were holed up, they were concealed, or whether they were trained, indoctrinated or radicalized. Therefore, every institution and every individual in the country is accountable to the rule of law. You very rightly mentioned that madrasas are affordable. Madrasas give affordable education. And yes, people who do not have the deep pockets to put their children into convent school and expensive schools, they have only one option. But the happy point is that this year, the NEET examination, there are any number of students from the madrasas who have come in the top 100 of the NEET examination. That is answering your question that yes, apart from religious teaching, you have to have computers, English, learning of sciences, and that is what the taste of the pudding lies in its eating, that if they have done so well in NEET, they could do well in civil services also. The focus has to be different, the priority has to be different, and once and for all, they should dissociate themselves from Rohingyas and illegal Bangladeshi migrants and also people with a dubious background.
Rahul Ishwar, the question that's being asked of the various governments, whether it's in Assam, whether it's in Uttar Pradesh, is why rake up this issue now? After all, we are seeing very contentious, title disputes, for example, or ownership disputes, whether it is Gyanvapi case, whether it is Mathura case. Every day there seems to be some kind of Hindu-Muslim issue that is plaguing this nation. Is this being deliberately done by the likes of BJP and other right-wing organizations because it suits them electorally? Or is this something that those are historical grievances that are now coming to the fore today, in this day and age?
Three quick points, Saka. One, Yogi government allocated rupees 479 crore for madrasas 2 years back. That was the largest of the biggest state budget till date, 479 crores for madrasas. Second, yes, spiritual education needs to be on one hand. Modern scientific education needs to be on the other hand. I believe our Prime Minister put it very rightly, saying that Holy Quran should be on one hand and laptop or computer should be on the other hand. Yes, there are some historical tensions. Nobody can deny that. So we need to put forward an equation of Hindu plus Muslim. Hindu-Muslim issue jab aata hai, hum Hindu plus Muslim equation. This is what we have to put forward. We should not go for a blind kind of categorically religion-denying secularism. We need to have a positive approach, a Gandhian approach or a Vivekananda's approach, whatever we want to call it, or a Mahatma Gandhi and Maulana approach of putting forward Hindu plus Muslim. And three, yes, there are hardline organizations in our community too. Nobody can deny that. There are people like Yedi Narasimhan, there are crazy crackpots like Satvi Prachis on every side. So that's the reason why all the responsible organizations, Sarsang Talaq has categorically said, see, we cannot take revenge on history. Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev has said, we cannot take revenge on history. At the same point of time, there are some sensitive spots like Kashi and Mathura, which we need to sit down as mature adults and deal with it and reach some kind of a consensus. Even the earlier archaeological survey person, K.K. Mohammed, who himself is from a Muslim community, has said there needs to be some kind of conciliation and communication regarding some sensitive places, not that every other place is going to be reclaimed per se. That's the reason why even RSS Sarsang Talaq is on record saying that we cannot dig beyond every religious structure to find another structure. Yes, there are hardline voices in every side that needs to be ignored, but moderate voices needs to be encouraged. And some issues we need to talk. We cannot brush it under the carpet forever. We need to talk, find consensus, bring forth harmony.
I'll conclude by saying that yes, there are historical questions. Whether it makes sense to bring them up now or whether those should be buried in the past, that's a matter of debate. But one thing is absolutely clear, that any institution in this country, whether it is schools, businesses, companies, if they all have to be registered with government and there is some form of regulation for them, then why not madrasas? I think that's a fair question to ask. We'll leave it at that. I want to thank all my guests, Abbas Haider, Mohammad Farhan, of course, Rahul Ishwar, Aarti Agarwal and Vikram Singh. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to take a quick break. When we come back, there is disengagement happening at PP15 in Gogra Hot Springs after the 16th round of talks between India and China. But the opposition is asking the question, what about Depsang? What about Temchok? And is all of this happening in the run-up to a possible meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping next week in Uzbekistan? That's right on the other side.
आज देश का प्रयास है कि नेताजी की वो ऊर्जा देश का पथ प्रदर्शन करे। कर्तव्य पथ पर नेताजी की प्रतिभा इसका माध्यम बनेगी। देश की नीतियों और निर्णयों में सुभाष बाबू की छाप रहे, ये प्रतिमा इसके लिए प्रेरणा स्रोत बनेगी। भाइयों और बहनों, पिछले 8 वर्षों में हमने एक के बाद एक ऐसे कितने ही निर्णय लिए हैं जिन पर नेताजी के आदर्शों और सपनों की छाप है। नेताजी सुभाष अखंड भारत के पहले प्रधान थे जिन्होंने 1947 से भी पहले अंडमान को आजाद कराकर तिरंगा फहराया था। उस वक्त उन्होंने कल्पना की थी कि लाल किले पर तिरंगा फहराने की क्या अनुभूति होगी। इस अनुभूति का साक्षात्कार मैंने स्वयं किया जब मुझे आजाद हिंद सरकार के 75 वर्ष होने पर लाल किले पर तिरंगा फहराने का सौभाग्य मिला। हमारी ही सरकार के प्रयास से लाल किले में नेताजी और आजाद हिंद फौज से जुड़ा म्यूजियम भी बनाया गया है। साथियों, मैं वो दिन भूल नहीं सकता जब 2019 में गणतंत्र दिवस की परेड में आजाद हिंद फौज के सिपाहियों ने भी हिस्सा लिया था। इस सम्मान का उन्हें दशकों से इंतजार था। अंडमान में जिस स्थान पर नेताजी ने तिरंगा फहराया था, मुझे वहां भी जाना था। जाने का अवसर मिला, तिरंगा फहराने का सौभाग्य मिला। वो क्षण हर देशवासी के लिए गर्व का क्षण था। भाइयों और बहनों, अंडमान के वो द्वीप जिसे नेताजी ने सबसे पहले आजादी दिलाई थी, वो भी कुछ समय पहले तक गुलामी की निशानियों को ढोने के लिए मजबूर थे। आजाद भारत में भी उन द्वीपों के नाम अंग्रेजी शासकों के नाम पर थे। हमने गुलामी की उन निशानियों को मिटाकर इन द्वीपों को नेताजी सुभाष से जोड़कर भारतीय नाम दिए, भारतीय पहचान दी। आज के इस ऐतिहासिक कार्यक्रम, इस पर पूरे देश की दृष्टि है। सभी देशवासी इस समय इस कार्यक्रम से जुड़े हुए हैं। मैं इस ऐतिहासिक क्षण के साक्षी बन रहे
So India and China have decided to disengage from PP15, which is Gogra Hot Springs. There have been multiple rounds of talks. After 16 rounds of talks at the Corps Commanders level, this disengagement, this breakthrough has happened between India and China. This is the fourth place that we have seen disengagement happen between both countries since these clashes began with the Galwan incident way back in June of 2020. There are still two very critical areas of the line of actual control where disengagement needs to happen. One is Demchok, the other is Depsang. But India is saying this is slow but steady progress. The opposition is asking questions as to why we are not seeing any comprehensive pullback of the Chinese troops. The question is, will we see, after these 4 places of disengagement, will we see further disengagement by the Chinese troops both in Depsang and in Demchok, or will India be able to convince China of the futility of having 50,000 troops on each side in icy cold conditions? But first, the story of how India and China finally found a major breakthrough in PP15 after 16 rounds of talks. All right, joining us on the talking point is Sushant Sareen, Senior Research Fellow, the Observer Research Foundation. G. Parthasarathy is former Indian diplomat, ambassador to many countries. Brahma Chalani, Strategic Affairs expert, and Andrew K.P. Leung is an independent strategist based in Hong Kong. Brahma Chalani, I'll start with you first. PP15 was something that both India and China, in principle, had agreed to disengage from even way back in March or April when Wang Yi, the Foreign Minister of China, had come calling. Why didn't it happen then, and why did it happen now, and what should we make of this disengagement? Because the opposition here in India is asking, what about Dimchok, what about Dipsang?
Well, it's a fair question. Way back in March of this year, the Chinese Foreign Ministry in a statement claimed that the disengagement at Kogra Hot Springs had been completed. Now we have learned that the disengagement began only yesterday. But I think we should not forget the bigger picture. The India-China military standoffs constitute the longest period of military confrontation since China imposed itself as India's neighbor in the early 1950s by occupying Tibet. The current standoffs have lasted more than 28 months. So this is a very long period of confrontation. And the latest disengagement agreement relates to the smallest Chinese encroachment. This is on the traditional Indian patrolling point 15 at Kogra Hot Springs. So when the government of India admits in its official statements, as it has done since yesterday, it says Kogra Hot Springs in brackets PP15. In other words, this was a Chinese encroachment on an Indian patrolling point. But if you look at the MEA statement today, it's very clear that what's happening is that sides are going to disengage and pull back, which means that India will lose access to its traditional patrolling point. The same story has been repeated before. It happened in Galwan, where India lost access to patrolling point 14, which is now in the buffer zone. Patrolling point 14, if you recall, was the site of the bloody clashes of June 2020. Same thing happened in Pangong. Same thing happened in Kogra. So this will be the fourth area where China, in effect, moves 10 miles ahead and then pulls back five miles. In effect, it's a net gainer. It places itself strategically in a vantage location. So we should not forget the larger picture, that while this engagement is good, what is happening now is the creation of another buffer zone that will advantage China.
Now, I want to ask G. Parthasarathy, so yes, we've had disengagement so far in Galwan, of course. We've seen that in Pangong So and in PP15 and PP17. What is interesting is the Depsang and Demchok areas, the Depsang Plains and then Demchok. We've seen incursions far before this 2020 incursion that happened. We've seen this way back in 2013, 2014. The conventional sort of argument in China is that they're building a new highway between Tibet and Xinjiang. Now this passes through both Depsang and Demchok, and they are not in a mood or in a position to give up their claims on Depsang and Demchok. If that is the case, G. Parthasarathy, is it acceptable to India? Will India settle for, okay, you've disengaged from PP 14, 15, 17, and of course Galwan and Pangong So, we're okay with Depsang and Demchok and this new highway that's passing through? Or will it be unacceptable to India in a way that India continues to press for both these areas? Because those two seem to be the now remaining sticking points, if you will.
You know, firstly, let me say that I've always been a great admirer of the way my friend from the Center for Policy Research puts this case forward, and he's factually totally right. So with Dharma, I must say this, Brahma, I must say this, that one can't dispute Brahma on fact. But you have to look at a process, what we are talking of, not finding a solution tomorrow morning, but a process which reduces tensions. It goes without saying that there can be no territorial give as far as we are concerned whether it is Depsang or the hot springs. Hot springs, as I said, they're pulling out from what we gather from back across the LOC. And this is going to continue for a long time. But I'm inclined to look at the larger political picture also. For too long, the Chinese have been sort of labeling us as a Western protege. But the reality of the matter is, and they have learnt it, and you can see it in their writings, even in rags like the Global Times. You can see it in their writings that they do sense that what they were talking about, their fears of an American-Chinese, of a Indian-Chinese alliance to surround them, that is hot air. Yes, we will join the United States, we will join Japan, we will join anyone else we can to contain Chinese power. As long as the Chinese behave the way they are, pushing their power beyond and presence beyond what are their acceptable borders. So what is important now, as I see it, is in a couple of days we are going to have this summit in Uzbekistan, where the Prime Minister will be going, I'm certain. You're going to have Xi Jinping, you're going to have Putin, because he has taken a substantial interest, and you'd also perhaps have the Iranian president. Now this is, I think, will give you an opportunity for a face-to-face. And I think this should be, matters of this nature cannot be discussed or sorted out at letters of the foreign minister or the defense minister, and they have both of them done a very good job in Tokyo. But I think that a meeting of the heads of government, it could either lead to a stalemate, yes, or a sort of acceptance on a way forward. Because very frankly, I don't see a settlement or the Chinese conceding everything. As for their coming into our territory through building roads and so on, like they did in Aksai Chin, that would be totally unacceptable.
Okay, I want to ask Sushant Sareen this. As Jeepadsarthi said, we know that there's going to be this meeting in Samarkand in Uzbekistan next week. We don't know if the Indian and Chinese leaders will be meeting on the sidelines of the SCO summit there. Neither side is either confirming or denying that. Has this disengagement in PP15 got to do with that meeting potentially? And perhaps more importantly, does it also have to do with the 20th Party Congress, which is coming up later next month, where Xi Jinping is hoping that a third term will be sealed for him? Why has this PP15 disengagement happened now?
Zaka, a couple of things. One, I don't see what difference it will make whether the two principals meet in Samarkand, simply because of what has come out of their meetings in the past. We were having those informal summits, and despite that, we've had this kind of Chinese aggression along the line of actual control. Secondly, what is the Chinese motivation? It could be, I don't know how much the standoff along the LSE was going to impact on Xi's prospects insofar as the Congress is concerned. And I'm not even sure, how much it has to do only with the, the purported meeting which is likely to take place in Central Asia. But it could also be because maybe the Chinese feel that they haven't lost anything and India has not gained anything. So, or maybe India is a bit of a net loser in some ways, and I'll explain how in just a second. And that, if they settle right now, it doesn't really affect them adversely. And finally, it could be that they are actually cementing the line of actual control in a way they want, by building up their own structures not too far from where the actual LSE or our perception or their perception of the LSE runs. Now, it could be a multiple of factors which could be at play. But what is a little concerning in this particular statement which the MEA has issued today, it says that the agreement ensures that the LSE in this area will be strictly observed and respected by both sides. Now, What LAC? Have we agreed that the LAC in this area has been delineated and both sides accept where the LAC runs? Because I was under the impression that until now we had been told that our perceptions of the LAC and their perceptions of the LAC don't match. So as a result, there are these problems coming up.
Different, correct.
So have we settled the perceptions along the LAC, at least in this particular sector? I'm not very clear on that. So in many ways, while yes, it's a good thing that the kind of eyeball to eyeball confrontation that was taking place, albeit small in this particular sector, has been kind of diffused. But the fact of the matter remains that I don't think this particular settlement is going to end our problems with the Chinese. In fact, I see further problems going forward.
Okay. I want to ask Andrew K.P. Leung, one of the sort of conventional thoughts here in India, one of the conventional points of view here in India is the reason why the Chinese have agreed to this disengagement at BP-15 now is twofold. Number one, we are seeing a significant ratcheting up of tensions between the United States and China over Taiwan, not least because of the visit by Nancy Pelosi, the House Speaker, recently. So there's a very, very clear ratcheting up of tensions there. China does not know how to play that game just yet. And secondly, there is also concerns that China can ill afford another foreign policy fiasco before October, where Xi Jinping is expected to be given a third term as president, as General Secretary of the Communist Party in that party Congress that begins in the middle of October. So are these two factors really at play, and is that why the Chinese have agreed to this current round of disengagement?
Well, I don't think these are the reasons. First of all, China does know how to play the game on Taiwan. Actually, I won't go into that because this is not the forum for it. But nor is it got anything to do with the coming party Congress. Now, I think that the significant thing is that both India and China, for the first time, agreed to issue a joint statement to de-escalate. Now, let's make it quite clear that this is not going to solve the LAC problem for once for all. But it is significant that both countries, in spite of all these numerous talks in the past, for the first time have agreed to join a joint statement, and both sides agreed to de-escalate. Now, why now? Well, I think that both countries are seeing major things of writings on the wall of a changing world order. This is reflected in India's recent stand to distance itself from the United States over Ukraine. For example, India has refused to follow Americans' info to sanction Russia. And so that both sides are seeing that there could be areas that both sides could be on the same page. And that's why China has decided
one particular area where the Chinese, I suspect, are seeing a little bit of, circumspection, if you will, is after the Russia-Ukraine war started, Brahmachalani, and admittedly Russia is a much bigger military power, it's been a much older military power perhaps than even China, and the way the Russians have had to face with losses every step down the lane as far as the Ukraine war is concerned, has that sort of recalibrated Beijing's own position, perhaps its own capabilities to take on the rest of the world and the systems of the rest of the world? After all, Russia was not able to do that with Ukraine. What's the guarantee that China will be able to do that with Taiwan?
Well, first, what is happening is not...
First, Russia occupies one...
Brahmachalani, that question is to Brahmachalani. Thank you.
Russia today occupies 1/5 of Ukraine, which is the largest country located entirely within Europe. Sanctions against Russia have failed to force Russia to retreat from Ukraine. That can only embolden China. Another factor that we have to keep in mind is that the Chinese economy is 10 times larger than the Russian economy. The Western sanctions have failed to cause economic collapse in Russia. And if, in fact, the West is now having to cope with the blowback from the sanctions that they've imposed on Russia. The energy crisis in the West is a direct consequence of the Western sanctions on Russia. If similar sanctions were to be imposed on China, with an economy 10 times larger, in the event of a Chinese aggression against Taiwan, the impacts on the West would be far greater. So what's happening in Ukraine can only embolden China. But coming to India and China, the border crisis, I think we lose sight of one important fact, that we are focusing now on the smallest Chinese encroachment that happened in April 2020. Let's not forget the bigger picture. What has happened in the last 28 months during the standoffs is that China has engaged in a frenzied buildup of its military infrastructure and capabilities along the Himalayas. In effect, it has changed the status quo with its buildup. So against this background, the return of genuine peace and tranquility in the border areas still looks distant.
Okay, I want to ask G. Parthasarathi, one of the things that's being said is that China is having to recalibrate because of A, what's happening vis-a-vis the Taiwan question. You're seeing the Western countries, particularly the United States, taking a far more strident position today on Taiwan than they were before. China is also concerned about what's happening in Afghanistan because remember, the Taliban have now effectively formed a government, but it's not like Chinese interests or Chinese projects in Afghanistan are any more safer today than they were a year and a half ago. That's the second part. And the third part, which is the most important thing, is how many fronts can China afford to open? They already have multiple disputes in the South China Sea with Vietnam, with Thailand, with Malaysia, Indonesia, in the East China Sea with Japan. There's also a dispute with South Korea. And of course, not to mention the running standoff with India at the line of actual control. Can they afford to confront, amidst all of this, also American troops and Taiwanese troops in a bid to try and militarily and forcefully reunify Taiwan?
Look, let's face the reality. Xi Jinping is shortly coming up for re-election. There is talk of people in China believing that he's too centralized in his power structure and so on. So he is going to look primarily on his domestic politics. So whatever he does is going to be determined by that. He will not like to be seen to be losing face. At the same time, he knows that with the American, Taiwan is going to be not just a piece of cake to go after. So they are also in a quandary. The limitations of their power are being exposed. And more importantly, they've handled the COVID problem horribly, locking up people for long periods of time. There is restiveness within the country. So Xi Jinping will not want at this time to be getting into too many fronts of trouble. India is one country where I think he would see the problem is manageable, but I would wait to see if the Prime Minister meet in Tashkent or sorry in
Uzbekistan, Samarkand.
Yeah, Samarkand, and let us see how it plays. Yes, everybody has a point here. But how do governments have to? Governments, Mr. Modi now has got very nicely what we wanted on energy, and we are not going to buckle to Western pressure. We're getting oil and gas at much better terms than we've had for a long time. The economy has to chug along. This is what every political leader in the world is looking for. So we will.
Sushant, one thing, Sushant, that G. Parthasarathi also referred to is the fact that military power draws itself from economic power, and for the longest time, China, of course, was the second biggest economy in the world. It was all set to surpass the United States very soon. But in the last year and a half, maybe, we're seeing massive economic problems within China. How much is that having a bearing on its own responses to these strategic challenges, whether they're in the East and South China Seas, or for that matter, at the line of actual control with India?
You know, Zaka, I'm not entirely sure of how deeply in crisis the Chinese economy is, especially when I compare it with the kind of crises that are afflicting, you know, the US is in recession, Europe is having major problems, both on the energy crisis as well as they have a major economic crisis among all the countries with high inflation and what have you. Now, how deeply is the Chinese economy affected by the various confrontations they have gotten into?
Yeah.
I think that's a bit of a question mark. But I would imagine that, you know, there would be some areas where they would like to cool down things for now and perhaps open them up later, India being a prime example of that. But in many of the other cases in South China Sea, most of those other countries simply have not been able to stand up to China. They have cowered under Chinese pressure. They have backed off. India is one of those countries which has not entirely backed off. And yet, I'm not entirely sure if we have, you know, really gotten back status quo ante as existed before April 2020. And as Brahma very correctly says, that some of the problems and some of the more prickly problems go back to 2013 and even earlier, especially in Depsang and Demchok as far as Eastern Ladakh is concerned. And those problems continue to stay outstanding. And they pose a far more potent challenge to our security than perhaps some of these other skirmishes which have taken place or the other standoffs which have taken place.
Andrew K.P. Liang, the issue is also about how much China can take on its plate. We know the island disputes with Japan, with Vietnam, with Indonesia, with Philippines. That's a matter of record. There's historical record for the disputes between China and these countries. There is also historical record for the India-China LAC standoff, not just over the last 2 years, but even before that. The point is very, very simple. China has two choices in front of it. Either it behaves like the regional hegemon and tries to intimidate other powers. Of course, that runs the risk of alienating all the other powers here in Asia. Or the second option is to try and climb down, realize its own limitations, and to try and work with other countries to see if a middle ground can be found. Whether that's for Scarborough Shoal, whether that's for Senkaku Islands, or of course whether that is for the line of actual control with India. If China so chooses, if it can put its ego aside and work with other countries, there might be solutions to these long vexed problems.
Well, in fact, China has been working quite amicably with a lot of countries, considering that 150 countries around, 130 countries around the world have China as the largest trading partner. And most of them do not want to take sides. Most of them do not want to be just on the Americans' camp. Likewise, even India, as I said before, was trying to distance itself a little bit from the United States over Ukraine. Now, I'd like to come back on the question about why now this mutual agreed de-escalation. What is on China's mind is much more than the territorial disputes, the line of actual control, Taiwan, all that. It's nothing to do with that, essentially. It's to do with China's perception. And of course, the Indian perception as well, that the world order is changing. A world order no longer to be dictated by American hegemony, no longer to be Americans back and call.
Mr. Andrew, you know, I disagree. You can, but I think there is a fundamental flaw in what you're saying. Anyway, finish, please. I've got 30 seconds. I've got to wrap up. Yeah. Yes.
Can I finish? Right. Well, I mean, you cut me off from my most important point. I mean, always like this. You might as well not invite me thereafter. Now, what is more important is that both sides sense that there is a major change in the world order, and the coming meeting over the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It's a very important point for various countries to come together. Those countries not entirely in the Western camp. In fact, you can see that the United States-led Western countries are trying to decouple from China and from, it's creating a Western-dominated kind of world.
There are two fundamental flaws in your argument, and I will ask Brahmachalani to counter that. Number one, this whole idea that SCO somehow has these countries that are not aligned with the United States and therefore maybe amenable a little more to China and Russia. I think that's a fundamental flaw. And secondly, the more important fundamental basic flaw. One second, let me finish. The fundamental basic flaw you've made about just because countries may be trading hundreds of billions of dollars, they can't have tensions with each other or they can't go to war with each other. That's a basic fundamental flaw. Look at Japan and China. They trade like $350, $400 billion every year. Look at the United States and China. Are you telling me that $500 billion worth of trade is insulating in any way both countries from going to war? No, it's not.
Well, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that there are organizations like the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which of course is distant, is not at the Western nations back and call. And there is also the BRICS countries, the BRICS Plus. What does BRICS Plus mean? Plus means including even countries in like Mexico and Afghanistan and Iran and all that. So these countries are in the developing world.
Let's be very clear about some things. I'm completely out of time. I'm really sorry I'm interrupting you. But let's be very clear about certain basic facts here. It is China that is trying to change the status quo. Whether it is with Taiwan, whether it is with India, whether it was Japan, whether it's with South Korea, Vietnam, Philippines, etc. It is China that is trying to change the status quo. Why they are doing that? Maybe they want to send a signal to the United States. Maybe they want to be showing to these smaller countries that they are far bigger a power than any of these smaller countries in Asia, and they want this sort of G2 arrangement with the United States. I don't know what the reason is, but let's be very clear about this basic fact. It's not these smaller countries that are responsible for the deterioration of ties with China. It is China that's wanted to change the status quo, and it's that need and desire and actions to change the status quo which has led to a deterioration of ties between China and India, or China and Vietnam, China, Japan, you name it, and that is apparent and it's there for everyone to see over the last year and a half, two or so. That's a wrap. I want to thank all our guests. We'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for your time. Good night.
Congress leadership issues is not something that is the figment of my imagination. These are real issues facing the Congress party. Just because somebody talks about it doesn't mean that you'll start hurting their personal and professional credibility.
This is the problem in our system. In our system, you can catch the individual, you can't get the money back. And that's what individuals and entities, political parties, etc. are making use of.
Can you today with a degree of certainty say that Mr. Gandhi is going to contest to be the next president of the Congress party? Because if he is not, then all that he is doing is taking away attention from whoever the next president of the Congress party is going to be.
The easier solution that the BBMP has taken so far is destroy the slums, but the builders, they have been given a free run. The political class is appearing to be subservient to the money power of the builder mafia. everyone. You're watching News Epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. The threat of Chinese loan apps continues to loom across the country with deadly consequences targeting the poorest of the poor. With the explosion of smartphones around the country, the number of loan apps has also multiplied, promising quick loans at the click of a button. But what unsuspecting customers face is malware that infects their phone and takes control of all their data, as well as heavy interest and hidden charges which balloon their debt. Following this, they are unable to pay, and that's when the app administrators unleash threats, blackmail and abuse. They threaten customers with releasing their personal information online, even morphing their images to name and shame them on social media. The victims don't get any respite from the police as well, as many police forces don't have the tools to track these scammers, who use layers of encryption to hide their numbers, addresses and digital trails. Such is the trauma of this operation that many are even driven to suicide. Just 24 hours ago, a couple from Rajamundi in Andhra Pradesh faced the same threats and abuse after failing to pay a 50,000 loan they took through a loan app. They in fact committed suicide by consuming pesticides, orphaning their two daughters, both under the age of 5. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has now ordered a crackdown on these online scams. The RBI will be preparing a white list of all legal apps and will mandate that only those apps be hosted online platforms. The RBI would also crack down on defunct NBFCs or non-banking financial companies which play the biggest role in opening the gateways for these apps. Multiple NBFC licenses end up being used to set up dummy entities which allow lending operations from around the world, floated with zero due diligence. The Finance Ministry has also called for awareness drives to warn customers and bankers, but the threat continues as many can't ignore the opportunity to get quick money. The big question remains, because these are technically advanced scams, can the government effectively police these debt traps? Joining me now, Jitin Jain, cybersecurity expert. Andrew KP Leung is international and independent China strategist, joining me from Hong Kong. We also have Ankit, who is a victim from Delhi. Another victim is Aditya Sharma. Before I get the voices of those who have suffered at the hands of loan app scam, Jitin, coming to you. Several Indians have ended their lives owing to harassment by these recovery agents of unregulated digital lending apps, mostly linked to entities based in China. Probe agencies are now cracking the whip on such apps that lure customers into debt trap. But why has it taken so long? Because one may say that these predatory lending mechanism has been there for pretty long now.
I think, look, Maria, I think from last 1 year, I have spoken on multiple channels and several times on your channel.
Yes.
That, see, these are not predatory apps who are just indulging in obnoxious interest rate of 250% or 500% and, forcing people to commit suicide and all those things. There were bigger issues involved, issues of malware, issues of blackmail, and the invisible involvement of Chinese origin people procuring fake ID cards and Aadhaar cards from India, and then doing money laundering, sending money back to China. In last couple of months, again, on your channel, we did a show where we said that it is completely possible for government to put an end to this by doing two simple things: A, every single app except the ones which are whitelisted. Two, we have to figure out what these NBFCs are doing, because these loan fraud scams cannot survive without the backing of an NBFC. So which are those NBFCs which are giving indirect licenses, opportunities to these people? So once you scrutinize the role of NBFCs, you'll figure out how the money is flowing, who are the people involved. And number three, I think 500% interest, 600% interest for 3 months. And they're not only targeting poor people, they are also targeting youngsters who are in 18 to 26 in colleges,
so that is the
who
age
need quick
group.
money, I mean, sometimes to date and all.
Yes,
and then they are being driven to commit suicide. But Maria, there is a bigger issue of Chinese money laundering and blackmail, which is worth investigating in deep detail, because there are people, children of highly influential people who have been blackmailed in the past, to seek favors from their parents, otherwise threat of blackmail, and then making them do things which are illegal in nature. So we have to look at it from a national security point of view, not purely from a financial fraudulent point of view.
Yes. Andrew, this is like waging another kind of war against the country. If people are driven to suicide, and the fact is that there is money laundering, and I agree with Jitin when he says so, that is happening through these apps. What kind of nuisance is China trying to create through these apps?
Well, I don't think it's very fair for you to equate, or for any country to equate this kind of crimes, which happen around the world. It happened in Hong Kong, it happened in China itself, happened in Taiwan, happened in Southeast Asia, to equate all of them to China. I don't think it's very fair. But having said that, though, this is the kind of online crimes is a serious kind of phenomenon. As I said, I mean, China itself is cracking down on it. And then
parent companies are registered in China, Shenzhen, Beijing. Those are the details that had come in. And also, only because there is encryption at multiple levels, the security team here in India or investigating authorities could not do much. So it's high time China takes the blame for all the crimes that they are committing in India. So certainly they realize that this is a space where they can enter, and they are continuing to fool our investigating agencies.
Well, there are online...
They have found loopholes because of these NBFCs, and that is the reason why they are trying to get away with it.
Well, online criminals operate everywhere. As I said, in China itself is cracking down on them, and other countries are also doing the same. They happen also in the Western countries.
Okay, Jitin, can it be seen from the point of view what Andrew was saying, that why look at it only because it's China, because it's evidently these are Chinese loan apps, and not blame China though, because similar loan app, online frauds are happening in other countries.
Yeah, but in every other country, mostly at somewhere down the line in the back end, these Chinese people are involved. That's the whole thing. Let's take Andrew at the face value. Let's assume that China condemns all these activities and financial frauds, and they are a very clean economy. So let's return the money, the proceeds of loot and plunder. The money you've stolen from our economy, money you've looted from our people. First thing would be to hand over these people for Indian justice system, revert all the money, repatriate back to India so that these poor people can be compensated. And let's proceed with the investigation jointly. What is stopping it? It's very simple.
Okay, Andrew, come clean.
Unless your national avatar of speaking something else, doing something else, and creating destruction in the world everywhere, like terrorism that you block, listing of
this is financial terrorism visibly.
And then support Pakistan and then give lectures of world peace. If you if you really are interested in a serious talk, and if you do not have ill intentions, then let's do two simple things: hand over the people, revert the proceeds of loot and plunder.
Andrew, will that happen?
Well, all I can say is
first there is no acknowledgement, Jitin. Then why will they actually return the proceeds of crime?
No, we will give the account number. We will give the name of citizens. We will give the account number. You agree to return the money. Our investigators will come.
Okay. Andrew, a quick response, and then I bring in the victims.
Well, if I am allowed a little bit of time for I to respond, if I may, okay? All I can say is that criminals, regardless of nationality, should be brought to justice. Whether they are Chinese, whether they're Indian, whether they're American, criminals are criminals. So let's
but not in case of China, because this is true for every democracy in the world, for every peace-loving society, that terrorists, irrespective of their nationality, should be brought to book and should be sent to jail. But for China, the principle is something different.
Let's listen to the stories of those who have actually suffered at the hands of these loan apps. Aditya Sharma is joining me, also Ankit. Ankit, I've spoken to in the past as well. We will be, getting his reaction to this couple that has committed suicide in Andhra Pradesh. But first to you, Ankit, to you, Aditya Sharma. Aditya Sharma, मुझे अपने बारे में बताइए, ये लोन ऐप का एसोसिएशन आपके परिवार से कब शुरू हुआ?
Actually, this started in February 2022. I was in need of some money, so these applications were easily suggested on Google Play Store.
Okay.
So when I applied in those loan apps, the amount which I applied was around 50,000. and there was some various applications. So when I applied over there, they took all my data, they took all my permissions from my phone.
Why did you give that permission?
After that, at the
because at every stage a permission is sought.
Because I thought it was legit.
Okay.
Ma'am, I thought they were legit because everywhere it's written over there, they are NBFCs, government approved.
Go ahead.
And if it is available on a platform like Google, that can be trusted, I guess.
And then what happened, Aditya?
So then after I applied the loan, for an instance I can tell you, that I applied a loan for 50,000 for a period of 6 months. But after the disbursal, the amount which was credited in my account was 2,500 rupees. And the time period was 5 to 6 days only. And on the 6th day, early morning, 7:30 or 8 in the morning, I was getting calls from different numbers, around 50 messages on my WhatsApp that pay right now, we have all your data, we leak your data, we have all your contact lists. They used to send me my contact list also to me. See, this is your contact list. And we will share your
So did they speak to you? Was there a call from a call center?
There were multiple people who used to call me on WhatsApp also and normal call also.
And they would speak in normal Indian Hindi, English?
No, in Hindi only, but in a very absurd and rude manner, an abusive manner. They used to abuse me early in the morning at 8 a.m.
Then?
That we are not here for you, pay right now, else this will happen, that will happen. They used to abuse my family. I paid them. This all happened.
And then you paid them back 50,000 rupees and it stopped?
I wasn't able to tell them. No, it didn't stop. Actually, I paid them and I didn't tell my family. So I took loans from some other applications and this all became a chain.
And what is the status right now?
The status right now is I have lost around 67 lakh rupees and still I am getting calls and threatening messages and even threatening calls.
But you have taken loan, like, how much loan in all?
दे रहा है या नहीं दे रहा है?
नहीं, आपने total कितना loan लिया था?
How much amount has been credited?
हाँ.
Ma'am, initially I took a loan of 1.5 lakhs, but after some time I was trapped, and after even taking help from my parents and from my friends, they used to credit my account. Like I took help from my parents. I paid them off. Even without my knowledge, my account was credited from their account. Like first 5,000, 6,000, and they were asking, now pay 12,000, 13,000, we don't know anything. You will pay your whole life. I used to get these kind of messages.
Jitin, you know, the point being made by Aditya here is that only because it was NBFC and it was on Google Play Store, they trusted it, they trusted the platform, and then he went ahead. So there is a question of the entire system in place, and that seems to be failing them.
No, so this is what, Maria, for any sort of financial entity to operate and disperse loans, you need some sort of banking license, which obviously they will not get. So the backdoor is to tie up with an NBFC for financial transaction, and you run the app as a front end. Now what happens, there are so many dormant NBFCs available, you bribe and hire or buy them out and use them. It's like this Jandan account being used for frauds. Hiring this, all these conmen are hiring Jandan accounts by giving 5,000 rupees to a poor farmer that you just rent your account and we'll use it and you will get 5,000 rupees.
Okay.
Similarly, they are using these fake NBFCs just as a pretext or just as a this thing
so
to
these
have
are
a
fake
backend
NBFCs.
available to access to a payment gateway and banking system. But Maria, look what he said.
Okay.
1.5 lakh rupees and he's con with 67 lakh rupees. Is 500% interest, is 600% interest is per month. It is not financial fraud at all. It is blackmail and money laundering at the pretext of financial fraud. This is what I'm trying to say.
This is
on the
extortion,
very second day,
absolutely.
Your personal photos, your personal contact book, your personal chats are stolen,
Ankit,
then the blackmail begins,
Ankit
and you keep paying
was
for
another
eternity,
person
and this will not
who
stop
was,
unless and until
Jitin, at the receiving end. Let's listen his story as well. Ankit, abhi aapne dekha, we played that story of the couple who lost their lives, I mean, who committed suicide only because they realized that there was this entire web that they felt that they were trapped in.
एक्चुअली मैम मेरा मानना यही है, अभी जैसे आदित्य भाई से भी बात हुई थी, आदित्य शर्मा जी हैं, इन्होंने बताया सेम मेरे साथ भी हुआ था कि मुझे कुछ अर्जेंट रिक्वायरमेंट थी मनी का, तो मेरे पास गूगल पे और ये आपका फेसबुक यूट्यूब हर जगह ऐड आते हैं ऐप्स के इनके, तो मैंने इंस्टॉल किया। उसको इंस्टॉल करते टाइम मैंने देखा कि वहाँ पे एनबीएफसी से वो दिखा रहा है कि हाँ ये आरबीआई से रजिस्टर्ड है, एनबीएफसी से वेरीफाइड है, तो मैंने अप्लाई किया। अब एक छोटे से अमाउंट से शुरू हुई थी कहानी कि हाँ मुझे दिखाया कि 3000 रुपीज का अमाउंट ये मुझे देंगे। 3000 में मेरे पास डिसबर्स हुआ 1800 और 1900 के आसपास, और 7 डेज का मुझे टाइम दिया गया, और 6 डे 6 दिन के अंदर अंदर 6 डे को अर्ली इन द मॉर्निंग इन्होंने मेरे पास कॉल की, मेरे पास व्हाट्सएप पे और मेरे पास फोन पे मेरे पास कॉल आई, और कॉल पे सीधे डायरेक्टली बोलते हैं कि आज आपको पे करना है। मैंने उनको बोला कि पहली बात तो ये कि अमाउंट जो था वो 3000 रुपीज था, जो कि मेरे पास नहीं आया, आपने केवल 1800 रुपीज मेरे को अकाउंट में मेरे ट्रांसफर करे हैं। सेकंड थिंग कि डेट मेरी आज नहीं है, 7th डे कल है, तो उन्होंने बोला, वो फिर एब्यूजिंग लैंग्वेज में आ गए कि अभी पे करेगा नहीं करेगा। मैंने उनको बोला, मैंने कहा आपके यहाँ कोई मैनेजर है या कोई भी हायर अथॉरिटी है तो प्लीज मेरी बात करो, आप मेरे से ऐसे कैसे बात कर रहे हो। तो उनका कहना था कि रुक अभी दिखाता हूँ मैं तेरे को। थोड़ी देर में मेरे कांटेक्ट लिस्ट में से मेरे 1-2 लोगों के मेरे पास फोन आए जो फीमेल्स थे, मेरी सिस्टर्स वगैरह रिलेटिव्स मेरे, उनके मेरे पास फोन आए कि उनके नंबर्स पे गंदे गंदे मैसेजेस बना के उनको फॉरवर्ड करे गए हैं, स्क्रीनशॉट मेरे नंबर पे भी शेयर किया गया। एट द सेम टाइम मेरे पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं था, मुझे रोकना, मैंने तुरंत उनको कर दी। ये एक ऐप है, जैसे मैंने आपको 3000 रुपीज का है, एक ऐप के ही अंदर ये 4 से 5 वेंडर, मतलब कि अराउंड 15,000 रुपीज का अमाउंट हो गया, ठीक है। और जो डिसबर्स हुआ है मेरे पास केवल 7 और 8,000 के आसपास, इसके नीचे, तो मुझे पूरा पे करना पड़ा, मैंने कर दिया। उसके बाद मेरे पास कॉल आनी शुरू हुई कि हाँ आपकी लिमिट बढ़ गई है, आप एक जेन्युइन कस्टमर हो, हम आपकी लिमिट बढ़ा दी हमने आपकी, और अब आपको लोन इतना मिल जाएगा। मैंने इनको मना करा, व्हाट्सएप पे मैसेज आया, मैंने मना करा, लेकिन फिर भी बिना मैंने परमिशन नहीं दी, मैंने अप्लाई नहीं करा। फिर मेरे अकाउंट में कुछ अमाउंट इन्होंने डिसबर्स करा। अमाउंट करने के बाद मैंने इनकी ऐप के अंदर इनके गूगल पे सर्च करा, एड्रेस वगैरह सब कुछ, कॉन्टेक्ट डिटेल्स कुछ नहीं मिला कि जहां मैं बोलूं कि ये मैंने नहीं लिया तो आप मुझे क्यों दे रहे हो। कोई इनका कॉन्टेक्ट नंबर नहीं, कुछ नहीं। उसके बाद वही 6 डे, जैसे 6 दिन हुए, 7वें दिन इन्होंने सेम स्टोरी शुरू कि नहीं करेगा तो देख क्या करते हैं। इन्होंने मेरे कॉन्टेक्ट लिस्ट में जितने भी मेरे फीमेल नंबर्स हैं मेरे फोन में, सबके पास गंदे मैसेजेस व्हाट्सएप पे, गंदी गंदी कॉल करनी शुरू कर दी। मेरे को इतना हैरेसमेंट इन्होंने कर दिया, इतना हैरेस, इतना टॉर्चर मेरे को किया कि मेरी पूरी सोशल लाइफ मेरी खराब हो गई। कई बार लोगों को लगता था कि हाँ कहीं ना कहीं मेरा ही कोई फॉल्ट होगा, मैंने कुछ करा है ऐसा,
that certainly is a bigger problem to make these victims almost like pariahs in their society. Then they have to take a legal route. Yes.
मैम हर कोई
Yes.
हेलो
Yes Aditya.
मैम इनका मैं आपको एक चीज बताना चाहूँगा, कॉन्टैक्ट लिस्ट पे ये इस तरीके से करते हैं। माई कॉन्टैक्ट लिस्ट वॉज देयर विद देम, सो इन माई कॉन्टैक्ट लिस्ट माई मदर्स नेम वॉज रिटन ओवर देयर लाइक मम्मी। दे वर कॉलिंग कि तुम उसकी मम्मी हो, तुम देखो क्या क्या होगा।
And my mock photos
were shared with each. Even they called my 92-year-old grandfather कि your number is saved by the name of Dadaji. He is your grandson and he asked that you will pay, else you will face the circumstances.
Shocking. This is shocking.
And till date I'm getting these calls. Till date, ma'am, we approached everywhere.
You approached the police? Police ने
I
क्या बोला
approached the police. There is no relief from there.
No relief
there
from
is
there.
no relief from there.
So certainly accountability has to be
They
fixed,
are just
and
investigating.
some relief has to be provided to victims like Aditya and Ankit, because we have seen only recently, just 24 hours back, what happened in Andhra Pradesh. Thank you so much for joining us, and you, KP Leung, Jitin Jain, Ankit and Aditya. Shifting focus to debate 2, which is politics over madrasas, which is continuing to peak. The Uttar Pradesh government has ordered a survey to identify illegal madrasas. CNN News 18 has accessed the questionnaire, which seeks details of the source of funding and all known affiliations of madrasa administrators. The state government says the survey of unrecognized madrasas aims to gather information about the number of teachers, curriculum and basic facilities to bring the institution at par with the requirements of the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights. The opposition has accused the Yogi government of interfering in the running of private madrasas and terrorizing the Muslim community. MIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has called the survey a mini NRC aimed to harass the Muslim community. This comes amidst the crackdown on the madrasas in the state of Assam, where many clerics have been arrested on charges of links to Al-Qaeda and the Bangladesh-based Ansarul Bangla. 3 madrasas have been raised in Assam, which police claim were used to spread terror propaganda and recruit operatives. However, Congress delegation met the head of the Minority Commission, accusing the Assam Chief Minister of playing hate politics. As the war of words escalates, what are these actions indicative of in these BJP-ruled states? Is this a push for reforms in Uttar Pradesh and a crackdown on radicals in Assam, or is this reckless politics over faith?
Has been demolished by the district authorities. However, the first reason that has been sorted is that this has been made in a very unauthorized way. Other narrative that is coming is the arrest of Hafizur Rahman.
आप मदरसों को बदनाम भाजपा इसलिए करती है क्योंकि भाजपा जानती है कि आजादी की लड़ाई में कोई आरएसएस वाला नहीं था।
जिहादी वाला पकड़ा है असम में, तो वन कैन नॉट टेक इट इजीली। तो हम तो हेमंत जी कर रहे हैं, वो ठीक कर रहे हैं।
Joining me first on the show is Asaduddin Owaisi. Mr. Owaisi, really appreciate your time. He is MIM chief. Sir, why have you said that the UP government is not conducting a survey but a mini NRC? The state government says they want to look into what is being taught in these madrasas. Some will ask why paint this entire exercise and look at it from the religious prism.
Well, first of all, the reason I have stated what you have just told me is that because the survey, there is no need for a survey. Why? Because the Ministry of Higher Education, headed by Dharmendra Pradhan, his ministry has done a UDISC survey of all registered, recognized and unrecognized schools, madrasas, how many classrooms are there, what is being taught, how many teachers are there. So number one, that can be taken care of. Secondly, why is this survey being done only for those madrasas which are unregistered but they are not illegal? So it is a targeted survey. Thirdly, the UP government is not doing this survey for private schools, for government schools, for every school, in fact, to know what exactly is being taught, how many toilets are there, whether drinking water facilities there are. And thirdly, you are doing this survey to accumulate data, which later on you will use to harass all these Muslims who are running these madrasas. And the last and important point, the madrasas which are registered on the UP Madrasa Board, the UP government has not given them salaries from last 5 years. There are dues worth 700 crores. And that is why you see in the month of May or June, the UP government had stated that they are not going to include any more madrasas in this Madrasa Education Board. And the whole idea is to create suspicion among other communities about madrasas.
Okay. Mr. Owaisi, NCPCR is saying that the UP government has every right to go and ask about the condition of the children in these educational institutions. In fact, their chief has said that their organization prepared a report which showed that 1 crore children are studying in unrecognized madrasas. He is also saying that no communal right can be above the right of the children.
Well, number one, as a constitutional body, the NCPCR has become a den of promoting Hindutva ideology, number one. Secondly, it is not in the functions of NCPR to tell a state government to do such a survey. Thirdly, the NCPR should know that if you are talking about children, what about those children who are studying in government schools? What about those children who are studying in private schools? What about the children who are studying in RSS-sponsored schools? Why is it that the NCPR has limited this so-called survey, which they have no right and no power to order such a survey? So NCPR is only concerned about, I can give you examples where Christians were doing a holy communion for their children, which is an important part of the Christianity for the children. So NCPR writes a letter to the state government, and then the Hindutva thugs go over there and stop it. So NCPR has become, unfortunately, a constitutional body, a den for promoting Hindutva ideology and to create hatred for Muslims and Christians.
Okay. Owaisi Saab, your opponents are saying that Article 30 argument will not be applicable in this case, as the government is also the custodian of rights of children out of school. Why do you feel, and not rhetorically, that this argument is flawed? Some may also say that right to education in fact flows from right to life under Article 21, which is also a fundamental right.
Well, you must ask these Johnnies. I can only increase their ignorance because they are stuck with the Hindutva ideology. The Right to Education Act does not apply to minority education schools, which are protected under Article 30. Simple as that. Right to education does not apply. They should go and read the Right to Education Act. In fact, they could even go to the debates of when the bill was being passed in the parliament. I happened to be one of the MPs who had raised the issue, and the government gave a clarification that the Right to Education Act does not apply to minority schools or madrasas. These madrasas are open Article 30. And may I ask, what is its urgency that you want to complete this survey by October 10? Why? Our sky is going to fall? Why are you doing it? Why don't you pay the dues which are owed to those madrasas which are registered under Uttar Pradesh government? You have not paid the salaries of the teachers who are teaching maths and science over there. You are doing this to target the Muslim community. This clearly shows the hatred for madrasas which BJP has.
Sir, if there are several unrecognized or unregistered madrasas in UP, then these need to be recognized. All these madrasas need support of the government to run more efficiently and effectively. Why put a spanner if the government wants to help poor children as they are claiming to do?
Well, number one, these are unregistered madrasas which are not illegal. Secondly, they are being run on the zakat or the monies that has been given by the Muslim community. Thirdly, it is not a crime to establish a madrasa. Fourthly, why is the UP government not giving the salaries to the registered madrasas which are there on their road? Why is the UP government not accepting new madrasas under their education board? Simple as that. You have no right whatsoever to interfere, and all these madrasas are on ground. You talk about improvement. Why in UP there is the highest dropout rate of Muslim community? What have you done for that? Why have you not increased your minority ministry budget, which is only paltry sum? Why have you not increased that? So this clearly shows that the BJP has hatred for madrasas. Their whole idea is to close down all these madrasas, which will not happen. Their target is Darul Deoband. Their target is Jamia Ashrafia and Mubarakpur. Their target are all big madrasas. So this clearly, the idea is to close down all the madrasas, which no Muslim will keep quiet now if they do such a thing.
But Owaisi Saab, Jamaat-e-Ulema Hind has extended support to the government.
They have not extended support. They have said that if I'm not wrong, that many ulama over there have said that this is not needed, and they have told the madrasa people, if I'm not wrong, that keep your papers ready, and if you need any legal help, we will take care of that. They have in fact voiced concern about this survey. But anyway, Jamiatul Ulama is competent to speak for their own program and their decisions. As far as Asauddin Owaisi is concerned, I am of the opinion that this survey is done only to target Muslims, to target madrasas, and the whole idea is to close down such madrasas.
Okay, sir. The larger question is, since you're calling this mini NRC, aren't you also sowing seeds of suspicion, especially in the minds of children studying in these madrasas?
No, it is the government which is doing this. It is the UP government which took a decision saying that every morning you must recite the national anthem. I mean, do they even know that the national anthem is recited in madrasas? National flag is hoisted, but what they say, we have taken the decision to install loyalty. Who the hell are you to install loyalty in madrasas and Muslims? And who gives you this right to even suspect my loyalty? Do I need to get a certificate from BJP and then only you give a loyalty certificate if I recite national anthem? It is the RSS which oppose Janagan Mana. They said on record that this was a song which was recited in the praise of an English king. That is the history. We don't need that. Why have you? And in fact, why are you not accepting new madrasas in the Madrasa Modernization Board? Because you don't have money to pay even the salaries, the dues. So we don't need such lessons from BJP at all.
Okay, you have condemned Assam government demolishing madrasas as well, but Assam Chief Minister has said that madrasas demolished were not madrasas, but in fact Al-Qaeda offices, and that the people of Muslim community in Assam are patriots and they would not listen to Owaisi and you will not succeed.
The Assam Chief Minister is lying. I am giving a specific example of Bojaigaon Madrasa. The building was standing for last 3 years. And you know what? The notice is given under the Section 26 Disaster Management Act. Let the Assam, and what the Assam Chief Minister said on record, that Al-Qaeda terrorist organization, that is why we demolished this building. One employee was arrested, fantastic, very good, we go to court and get him convicted. But who gives you the right to demolish a madrasa which stood there for 3 years? And 1:30 in the morning, you issue a notice and you don't even give them time to go to the court. And in 1:30 a.m. in the morning, 260 students are accommodated in the house of the villagers. So this clearly shows that BJP does not believe in rule of law. They believe in rule of bulldozer. They have created a new jurisprudence of bulldozer that is completely wrong. The Assam Chief Minister has no right to assume the powers of the Chief Justice of Guwahati High Court. You cannot demolish a madrasa which stood there for 3 years. You have demolished a madrasa to satisfy your sadistic behavior.
My last question to you, sir, and this is coming from the long thread that you put out regarding the hijab argument that is going on. You had disagreed with the Karnataka High Court judgment on hijab, saying that judgment suspended fundamental right to freedom of religion and culture, to freedom of speech and expression. Now that the Supreme Court has said that comparing hijab to Sikh turban is not fair, will you say that the Supreme Court should rule on the essential test, essential religious practice first before moving towards hijab or taking the case forward?
In fact, I totally agree with you. And let me, at the cost of reiterations, state that yesterday the argument made by the learned counsel, Janab Nizam Pasha, were fantastic. The Nizam Pasha lawyer had made the same argument that it is an essential religious practice test, and already a 9-judge bench is looking into it in the Sabarimala, and it should be referred to it. Secondly, Nizam Pasha had rightly pointed out that the Karnataka High Court had unfortunately quoted a Quranic verse which says there is no compulsion religion to hold it that hijab is not mandatory. I mean, come on. I mean, this cannot be done. The Honorable High Court should have quoted Surah Ahzab, the Quranic verse on hijab. You have quoted a different ayah which does not talk about hijab at all. And thirdly, the Karnataka High Court judgment says school is a public space and they equated it with prison. How can a school be with prison? So, and fourthly, my fundamental right does not drop at the school gate. Fourthly, Nizam Pasha had very illicitly put it that culturally I have a right under Article 29, which is absolute right. And he rightly pointed out in his fantastic argument that under Article 29 too, if you're stopping a Muslim girl from wearing a hijab and going into a government school, it is a violation of Article 29. So, fantastic argument has been made. We must wait and see what the Honorable Supreme Court will decide.
All right. Asaduddin Owaisi, always a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you so much for your time. Let me bring in my guests for joining us. Dr. Anurag Bhadoria is Samajwadi Party spokesperson. Janendra Burman is assistant professor at Cotton University, Guwahati. Sangeet Kumar Ragi is RSS thinker. We also have Shahid Ali, who is an advocate and leader of United Muslims Front. Mr. Bhadoria, why is it wrong to seek information, I would say, on educational institutions? All schools and colleges give this information to the government. Why should madrasas be exempt from it?
मुझे तो लगता है किसी ने ऐसा नहीं कहा। मदरसा का मतलब होता है उर्दू में, स्कूल को मदरसा बोलते हैं। ये तो बात समझ में आनी चाहिए। ठीक है, आप मदरसों की सर्वे करना चाहते हैं, करिए। मदरसे और स्कूल दोनों में हिंदुस्तान के बच्चे पढ़ते हैं, हिंदुस्तानी बच्चे पढ़ते हैं, चाहे स्कूल गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में जाते हो, चाहे मदरसे में जाते हो। अब ये जिम्मेदारी सरकार की बनती है कि दोनों स्कूल के, मदरसों के और गवर्नमेंट स्कूल के बच्चों को एक नजर से देखे, बराबर की एजुकेशन दे। भाई अब गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में क्यों नहीं आप करना चाहते? उसमें क्या दिक्कत है? गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में आप देखोगे तो रास्ता तक नहीं बना हुआ है। अगर बारिश हो जाती तो बच्चे अपनी टीचर को कुर्सी पे, अगर आपने देखा होगा, देखने को मिला होगा मथुरा में, बच्चे छोटे-छोटे बच्चे चेयर लगा रहे अपनी टीचर को क्लासरूम तक ले जाने के लिए। कई बार आपने देखा होगा वहां पे कोई अभी तक कंप्यूटर तक नहीं लगे हैं स्कूलों में, गवर्नमेंट स्कूलों में, और बच्चों के पास जूते मोजे तक नहीं है, किताबें तक नहीं मिली है। 6-6, 3-3 महीने हो जाते हैं और आप 1200 रुपए बच्चों को देते हो कि इसमें आप अपने ड्रेसेस भी खरीद लो, इसमें किताबें भी खरीद लो और जूते मोजे भी खरीद लो। आपको मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ कि स्कूल और मदरसे आप दोनों को एक नजर से क्यों नहीं देखना चाहते?
चलिए, Mr. Ragi, respond to this. The point being made here of
एक सेकंड आप अल्पसंख्यकों का भी ध्यान रखिए, बहुसंख्यकों का भी ध्यान रखिए। आपकी जिम्मेदारी समाज के हर हिंदुस्तानी बच्चों के प्रति है। तो आप शिक्षा में तो कम से कम राजनीति मत कीजिए।
Okay, Sangeet Kumar Ragi, the point is, why no salaries? First pay the dues and then ensure that the madrasas become a place where there is effective education, because your intention is something that is being questioned. Sangeet Kumar Ragi, if you can hear me.
I think that, yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
I think that a couple of questions have been raised, and I start with what Mr. Bhadoria raised the question. That's a very important question, but that is different from the central issue, that why madrasas are being counted, why the survey of madrasa is being taken care of in the state of Assam and also in Uttar Pradesh. Because there are intelligence inputs, certainly the government are equipped with those intelligence inputs which raise finger towards the suspicious activities of the madrasa. There are number of examples where madrasas have been found involved in the terror activities. Terror modules have been identified, and the people have been arrested from Deoband Madrasa in Uttar Pradesh and also in also in Assam. And it was precisely the reason that when Assam Chief Minister was asked by a journalist, then he said that they were not madrasas, actually they were the Lashkar-e-Taiba office. Why a Chief Minister who is holding such a responsible position in the government is saying so? It is not the irresponsible act. He is saying with a sense of understanding that there are cases and which is on rise.
But how fair is it to just paint all madrasas with the same color? Anurag Bhadoria, quick response.
मैं इनसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, मदरसों के लिए तो सरकार ने 558 मदरसे रिकॉग्नाइज किए। आपने बोला था उनको मॉडिफाई कर देंगे, उनका मॉडिफिकेशन कर देंगे, कंप्यूटराइज हो जाएंगे। क्या आपने कर दिए 3 सालों में? सीधा सवाल है। आप उत्तर प्रदेश के चीफ मिनिस्टर ने कहा था कि हम एक हाथ में कंप्यूटर होगा, एक हाथ में किताब होगी। क्या एक हाथ में कंप्यूटर पहुंच गया मदरसा में, या स्कूल में पहुंच गया जो गवर्नमेंट स्कूल है? दोनों जगह नहीं पहुंचा है, ना मदरसों में आपने पहुंचा है, ना स्कूल में पहुंचा है। तो आप हिंदुस्तानी बच्चों का अगर ख्याल रखना चाहते हैं तो दोनों जगह आप कंप्यूटराइज कीजिए ना स्कूलों को। किसने रोका है आपको? आप गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में
Mr. Parman, I want to understand
मदरसा को भी कंप्यूटराइज
from you as to what is happening in Assam here, because reports are suggesting that these clerics who are in custody have been coming to Assam since 2019. Why has it taken so long for this crackdown on terror nexus allegedly? Dr. Burman, can you hear me? Okay, we seem to have lost that line. Shahid Ali, the state government says this survey aims to ensure children in madrasas are getting the best education. Madrasas are being raised in Assam due to links to terror group. Is this opposition for the sake of opposition and in turn some kind of reckless politics?
First of all, I would like to tell that the framers of Constitution, when the Constitution was framed, I think were conscious of the fact that the time will come when some people with communal mindset will come to the power and they will start all these things. Therefore, they inserted Article 30 in the Constitution. Article 30 in Constitution confers rights upon minorities to establish institution of their own choice, quote unquote. Specifically, this has been mentioned therein, and the Honorable Supreme Court time and again, many of the cases has said so.
No, but then the question is of the push for transparency. If there is a push for transparency in education system, which has been opaque for decades, then why not take it in the right spirit?
My suggestion to these communal-minded people is that if you have courage,
the radical Islamists would be on rise in India the way they were before
delete
partition.
Article 30 from Constitution. Otherwise, please shut these kind of bakwas. Every day, you people have made the life of Muslims impossible to be endured. What kind of India do you want?
Yes.
Where you are leading this country? For which? For this thing?
Yes. It should be amended and it should be deleted.
For this thing from
Madrasa, it should be deleted. It should be deleted.
Their lives to hear these kind of things.
Everywhere in world, Salafi, Deobandis, Madrasas are involved in radicalizing the young Muslim mind, and therefore there should be a stop.
Please abrogate the Constitution.
Okay, we have to go straight to the speech that is being given by King Charles III, and that speech is being delivered in London. We are cutting across to it.
In all the countries where the Queen was head of state, in the Commonwealth and across the world, a deep sense of gratitude for the more than 70 years in which my mother, as Queen, served the people of so many nations. In 1947, on her 21st birthday, she pledged in a broadcast from Cape Town to the Commonwealth to devote her life, whether it be short or long, to the service of her peoples. That was more than a promise. It was a profound personal commitment which defined her whole life. She made sacrifices for duty. Her dedication and devotion as sovereign never wavered through times of change and progress, through times of joy and celebration, and through times of sadness and loss. In her life of service, we saw that abiding love of tradition, together with that fearless embrace of progress, which makes us great as nations. The affection, admiration, and respect she inspired became the hallmark of her reign. And as every member of my family can testify, she combined these qualities with warmth, humor, and an unerring ability always to see the best in people. I pay tribute to my mother's memory, and I honor her life of service. I know that her death brings great sadness to so many of you, and I share that sense of loss beyond measure with you all. When the Queen came to the throne, Britain and the world were still coping with the privations and aftermath of the Second World War, and still living by the conventions of earlier times. In the course of the last 70 years, we have seen our society become one of many cultures and many faiths. The institutions of the state have changed in turn. But through all changes and challenges, our nation and the wider family of realms, of whose talents, traditions, and achievements I am so inexpressibly proud, have prospered and flourished. Our values have remained and must remain constant. The role and the duties of monarchy also remain, as does the sovereign's particular relationship and responsibility towards the Church of England, the church in which my own faith is so deeply rooted. In that faith and the values it inspires, I have been brought up to cherish a sense of duty to others and to hold in the greatest respect the precious traditions, freedoms, and responsibilities of our unique history and our system of parliamentary government.
The sixth, she was not in the line of succession until King Edward abdicated in 1936. On the 12th of May 1937, Elizabeth attended the coronation of her parents, King George VI and Queen Consort Elizabeth. She was the first female heir presumptive to see her parents crowned. In 1939, when World War II broke out, she moved with her sister to the Royal Lodge at Windsor Castle. This is thought to be the time period when Elizabeth met Prince Philip of Greece. Through the early days of World War II, she was a girl guide and went through the same training as the other girl guides her age. On the 10th of July 1947, King George VI and Queen Elizabeth announced Elizabeth's engagement to Prince Philip of Greece, a lieutenant in the British Navy. After becoming a British citizen and renouncing his Greek title, Prince Philip became His Royal Highness Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. On the 20th of November 1947, she married Prince Philip. He died in April last year. Her eldest son, Prince Charles, born on the 14th of November 1948, has succeeded her. He is one of the longest waiting heirs to the throne. Queen Elizabeth was the longest reigning monarch. In September 2015, she surpassed the record set by her great-great-grandmother, Queen Victoria, who ruled for 63 years and 7 months. Her other children are Edward, Earl of Wessex, Andrew, Duke of York, Anne, Princess Royal. Of these, Prince Andrew was stripped of his royal duties last year. On the 6th of February 1952, King George VI died of lung cancer and Elizabeth ascended to the throne. On the 2nd of June 1953, the coronation took place at Westminster Abbey. She visited India 3 times, the first in 1961, the second for the Commonwealth Summit in 1983, and then in October 1997, when demands were made for her trip to apologize for the Jallianwala Bagh killings. She refused to, but laid a wreath, followed by 30 seconds of silence. In December 1995, after heavy media coverage of the estrangement and affairs of Prince Charles and Diana, Princess of Wales, the Queen urged them to divorce. In 1997, she addressed the nation via live television to express grief over the death of Princess Diana. In 2002, she celebrated her Golden Jubilee of 50th anniversary on the throne. On the 21st of April 2011, on the Queen's 85th birthday, the palace released the Queen's official consent, the instrument of consent to the wedding of Prince William and Kate Middleton. By law, the Royal Marriages Act of 1772, the monarch must consent to most royal marriages. From the 6th of February to the 5th of June 2012, celebrations took place throughout the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth for the Queen's Diamond Jubilee, or the 60th anniversary on the throne. Festivities included a 1,000-boat flotilla along the River Thames and a concert at Buckingham Palace. But troubles within the royal family continued. On the 18th of January 2020, Buckingham Palace announced that Harry and Meghan, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, are no longer working members of the royal family. As part of the agreement, the couple required Queen Elizabeth was born on the 21st of April 1926 in London. The daughter of George VI, she was not in the line of succession until King Edward abdicated in 1936. On the 12th of May 1937, Elizabeth attended the coronation of her parents, King George VI and Queen Consort Elizabeth. She was the first female heir presumptive to see her parents crowned. In 1939, when World War II broke out, she moved with her sister to the Royal Lodge at Windsor Castle. This is thought to be the time period when Elizabeth met Prince Philip of Greece. Through the early days of World War II, she was a girl guide and went through the same training as the other girl guides her age. On the 10th of July 1947, King George VI and Queen Elizabeth announced Elizabeth's engagement to Prince Philip of Greece, a lieutenant in the British Navy. After becoming a British citizen and renouncing his Greek title, Prince Philip became His Royal Highness Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. On the 20th of November 1947, she married Prince Philip. He died in April last year. Her eldest son, Prince Charles, born on the 14th of November 1948, has succeeded her. He is one of the longest waiting heirs to the throne. Queen Elizabeth was the longest reigning monarch. In September 2015, she surpassed the record set by her great-great-grandmother, Queen Victoria, who ruled for 63 years and 7 months. Her other children are Edward, Earl of Wessex, Andrew, Duke of York, Anne, Princess Royal. Of these, Prince Andrew was stripped of his royal duties last year. On the 6th of February 1952, King George VI died of lung cancer and Elizabeth ascended to the throne. On the 2nd of June 1953, the coronation took place at Westminster Abbey. She visited India 3 times, the first in 1961, the second for the Commonwealth Summit in 1983, and then in October 1997, when demands were made for her trip to apologize for the Jallianwala Bagh killings. She refused to, but laid a wreath, followed by 30 seconds of silence. In December 1995, after heavy media coverage of the estrangement and affairs of Prince Charles and Diana, Princess of Wales, the Queen urged them to divorce. In 1997, she addressed the nation via live television to express grief over the death of Princess Diana. In 2002, she celebrated her Golden Jubilee or 50th anniversary on the throne. On the 21st of April 2011, on the Queen's 85th birthday, the palace released the Queen's official consent, the instrument of consent to the wedding of Prince William and Kate Middleton. By law, the Royal Marriages Act of 1772, the monarch must consent to most royal marriages. From the 6th of February to the 5th of June 2012, celebrations took place throughout the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth for the Queen's Diamond Jubilee, or the 60th anniversary on the throne. Festivities included a 1,000-boat flotilla along the River Thames and a concert at Buckingham Palace. But troubles within the royal family continued. On the 18th of January 2020, Buckingham Palace announced that Harry and Meghan, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, are no longer working members of the royal family. As part of the agreement, the couple required to step back from their royal duties, including military appointments, and no longer represent the Queen. On the 6th of February this year, Queen Elizabeth II became the first British monarch to reign for 70 years, extending her record as the longest reigning monarch in British history. Platinum Jubilee celebrations took place throughout the year. But ill health stopped her from attending a Jubilee event at church. She earlier missed the state opening of Parliament and the Derby horse races. This week, outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson and incoming Prime Minister Liz Truss had to travel to Balmoral Castle in Scotland because she was not well enough to travel to Buckingham Palace for the handover ceremony. But ill health stopped her from attending a Jubilee event at church. She earlier missed the state opening of Parliament and the Derby horse races. This week, outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson and incoming Prime Minister Liz Truss had to travel to Balmoral Castle in Scotland because she was not well enough to travel to Buckingham Palace for the handover ceremony. Queen Elizabeth was born on the 21st of April 1926 in London. The daughter of George VI, she was not in the line of succession until King Edward abdicated in 1936. On the 12th of May 1937, Elizabeth attended the coronation of her parents, King George VI and Queen Consort Elizabeth. She was the first female heir presumptive to see her parents crowned. In 1939, when World War II broke out, she moved with her sister to the Royal Lodge at Windsor Castle. This is thought to be the time period when Elizabeth met Prince Philip of Greece. Through the early days of World War II, she was a girl guide and went through the same training as the other girl guides her age. On the 10th of July 1947, King George VI and Queen Elizabeth announced Elizabeth's engagement to Prince Philip of Greece, a lieutenant in the British Navy. After becoming a British citizen and renouncing his Greek title, Prince Philip became His Royal Highness Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. On the 20th of November 1947, she married Prince Philip. He died in April last year. Her eldest son, Prince Charles, born on the 14th of November 1948, has succeeded her. He is one of the longest waiting heirs to the throne. Queen Elizabeth was the longest reigning monarch. In September 2015, she surpassed the record set by her great-great-grandmother, Queen Victoria, who ruled for 63 years and 7 months. Her other children are Edward, Earl of Wessex, Andrew, Duke of York, and Princess Royal. Of these, Prince Andrew was stripped of his royal duties last year. On the 6th of February 1952, King George VI died of lung cancer and Elizabeth ascended to the throne. On the 2nd of June 1953, the coronation took place at Westminster Abbey. She visited India 3 times, the first in 1961, the second for the Commonwealth Summit in 1983, and then in October 1997, when demands were made for her trip to apologize for the Jallianwala Bagh killings. She refused to, but laid a wreath, followed by 30 seconds of silence. In December 1995, after heavy media coverage of the estrangement and affairs of Prince Charles and Diana, Princess of Wales, the Queen urged them to divorce. In 1997, she addressed the nation via live television to express grief over the death of Princess Diana. In 2002, she celebrated her Golden Jubilee of 50th anniversary on the throne. On the 21st of April 2011, on the Queen's 85th birthday, the palace released the Queen's official consent, the instrument of consent to the wedding of Prince William and Kate Middleton. By law, the royal marriages.
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Big breaking news coming in from the NCR region, where a Gurugram bar says it has cancelled stand-up comedian Kunal Kamra's show after a warning from the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal. So the Gurugram bar coming under pressure from these right-wing groups, the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal, who warned the bar against holding a performance of comedian Kunal Kamra. And now this bar has decided to cancel that performance. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in. A Gurugram bar has cancelled the gig of popular comedian Kunal Kamra. This after a warning coming in from the Vishwa Hindu Parishad as well as the Bajrang Dal. So that's the piece of breaking news coming in from Gurugram, where more pressure coming in from the right wing against comedians. And over here, a Gurugram bar has cancelled a gig which was to be held by Kunal Kamra after threats from the Bajrang Dal and the Vishwa Hindu Parishad. I'm joined by my colleague Anvit Srivastav on the broadcast. Anvit, give us the details.
Yes, Ayushman, the information what we have is that Kamra was to perform at a bar in Sector 29 on September 17th. Following this information, VHP had sent a group of men to the bar. They threatened to protest, and they even gave a letter to the Deputy Commissioner of Gurugram. Now, the content of the letter, which we also have, says that Kamra is to perform on 17th of September, and that this man has also earlier seen legal action against him for making fun of Hindu goddess and deities. And that was made the basis of the request by VHP, requesting DC to cancel the show and take adequate precautions, and asking that particular pub to not allow Kamra to perform. Now, following that, the bar has now, what we are learning is that cancelled the permission for the Kamra to perform. Now, it is important to mention here that some time ago we saw that how Munawwar Rana's performance was also cancelled in Delhi. It was on August 26th that Delhi police had rejected permission for a show. Permission was taken by an individual from the licensing branch of Delhi police, but it was earlier later cancelled. That also happened on Vishwa Hindu Parishad's intervention that wrote to Delhi Police Commissioner Sanjay Arora seeking cancellation of the permission of that show that was granted. So this is the second incident that has come to light, back-to-back incidents, and now this is Kunal Kamra who has now came under the radar.
Right. Thank you, Anvit, for joining us on the broadcast with that piece of breaking news. More breaking news coming in now. The NCPCR has issued a notice to the Tamil Nadu government to probe a school where small girls were allegedly abused and forced to convert to Christianity. The child protection body has also asked the state police to rescue the minor girls from this institution. That's the big piece of news coming in from Tamil Nadu, where the NCPCR has now written that letter to the state government, prompting it to take swift action when it comes to the operations in this particular school, where it claims that minor girls were abused and forcefully converted to Christianity. That's the big piece of breaking news coming in from down south in the state of Tamil Nadu. That letter going from the NCPCR to the Tamil Nadu government seeking swift action in this case. The child protection body has also asked the state police to rescue the minor girls from this institution. A big charge when it comes to the conversion rackets which are being exposed in educational institutions around the country. Now the NCPCR has issued a notice to the Tamil Nadu government to probe a school where it alleges small girls were allegedly abused and forced to convert into Christianity. The child protection body has asked the state police to rescue the minor girls. So the state government, now the onus is on the state government to swiftly take action and give a report to the NCPCR, which is demanding action in this case. We'll try to get more details with our reporter who's given us this piece of breaking news. I think we have Ananya on the phone line. Ananya Bhatnagar is joining us on the broadcast, who is getting us this piece of news from the NCPCR. Ananya, give us the details.
Well, yes, remember that the NCPCR has today taken cognizance of this particular issue in Chennai, wherein the TL, in fact, the Child Welfare Department, in fact, had informed the NCPCR, the State Child Protection Board had informed, in fact, the
Right, Ananya, can you hear me? Right, we'll try to reconnect with Ananya to get more details on this story, but we're getting some more breaking news, this coming in from the Congress camp now, and what we are learning is that now 5 Congress MPs of the AICC from the Central Commission of the Congress Party. Now 5 Congress MPs have raised concerns over the internal elections when it comes to picking the next president of the party. Now 5 Congress MPs have written to the AICC Central Election Authority Chief Madhusudan Mistry expressing concerns over transparency and fairness of the entire poll process to elect the next party chiefs. That's the big piece of news coming in, where 5 Congress MPs have now written to the AICC Central Election Authority Chief Madhusudan Mistry. This when it comes to the transparency of the internal elections to pick the next party chief. I'm joined by my colleague Pallavi Ghosh, who tracks the Congress party ahead of this expected shake-up in the organization of the party. Pallavi, give us the details.
Well, essentially, earlier too, they have written, Shashi Tharoor, Manish Tiwari, they've been very vocal about the fact, Ayushman, that if you do not make the electoral rolls public, one will not get an idea about who really is going to be the voter. And especially those who want to file their nomination papers, apart from the official name, how will they know who are the people who can likely to stand up for them? Because you require at least 10 PCC delegates to endorse your nomination before your nomination is actually even accepted. This, the party has categorically said that there's no question of electoral rolls being made public because there's a complete transparency as far as the entire process is concerned.
Right. Thank you, Pallavi, for getting us those details. So that push coming in from within the veterans of the Congress party to be more transparent when it comes to the entire election process. Now, getting you a wrap of all the other news, a day after controversy erupted over the beautification of 1993 Mumbai blast convict Yaqub Memon's grave, one of the trustees of the graveyard has blamed the underworld for threatening and forcing the placement of the marble adornment on the grave. Meanwhile, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has said that an inquiry has been ordered and strict action will be taken. The BJP has accused the former Mahavikas Aghadi government of glorifying the terrorist. High drama erupted at Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's Hyderabad rally as a TRS leader tried to rip the Chief Minister's mic on the stage. The Assam Chief Minister was in Hyderabad as a guest of the Bhagyanagar Ganesh Utsav Samiti. This comes ahead of elections in Telangana. As the Congress Party's Bharat Jodo Yatra reached its third day, a face-off erupted over Rahul Gandhi's Burberry t-shirt. BJP claims Rahul's t-shirt was worth over 41,000 rupees, slamming his bid to attack the government over inflation and unemployment. Rahul, on the other hand, has maintained that the Yatra is aimed to protect the constitution.
Now the fight is not between one political party and another political party. Now the fight is between the structure of the Indian state and the opposition. A lot of people feel, kahan phasna hai? It's easier. Go make peace with the BJP, fold hands in front of them, and your life will be easier. Unfortunately, this is not my training. This is not my character.
राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी ने भी सोचा कि तथाकथित भारत जोड़ो के नाम पर एक राहुल को मुझे जोड़ो यात्रा शुरू कर देनी चाहिए कि मुझे भी 2024 की लिस्ट में जरूर जोड़ो। जिन लोगों के लिए पॉवर्टी स्टेट ऑफ माइंड होता है वो कभी 70,000 की जैकेट और कुछ हजार रुपए के शर्ट पहन के पॉवर्टी की बात करते हैं। उनके परिवार ने गरीबी हटाने की तो बात की, कभी गरीबी हटा नहीं पाए।
BJP has slammed the Aam Aadmi Party over Deen Dayal Upadhyay College's fund crunch and inability to pay its teaching staff. However, the Aam Aadmi Party claims they have provided enough funds to the college. Earlier, DDU College had put out a notice saying it is withholding salaries for professors for the month of July.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक गरीब विरोधी पार्टी है। अगर किसी कॉलेज को दिल्ली सरकार ने फंड दे दिया और दिल्ली सरकार ने उनसे ये पूछा कि भाई हमने जो पैसा दिया आपने कहां खर्चा किया, उसका ब्यौरा आप सरकार को दें।
भ्रष्टाचार में डी हुई सरकार कभी स्कूल घोटाला करती है, कभी शराब घोटाला करती है, कभी कोई घोटाला करती है। मुझे लगता है कि जिस प्रकार से खबर आई है ये बहुत बड़ा मुंह पे तमाचा है। ये आज बहुत बड़ा एग्जाम्पल है कि फ्री के चक्कर में इन्होंने दिल्ली का सत्यानाश कर दिया है।
A day after Indian and Chinese forces announced that they have started to disengage from the Gogra hot springs, the Ministry of External Affairs has released a statement that the disengagement process will be over by the 12th of September. The MEA has also said that the agreement ensures that the LAC will be strictly observed and respected by both sides. As the revamped Kartavya Path and newly inaugurated Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose statue opens to the public, the Ministry of Culture organized a stunning 10-minute drone show on the life of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. We're going to take a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Truss had to travel to Balmoral Castle in Scotland because she was not well enough to travel to Buckingham Palace for the handover ceremony. Queen Elizabeth was born on the 21st of April 1926 in London. The daughter of George VI, she was not in the line of succession until King Edward abdicated in 1936. On the 12th of May 1937, Elizabeth attended the coronation of her parents, King George VI and Queen Consort Elizabeth. She was the first female heir presumptive to see her parents crowned. In 1939, when World War II broke out, she moved with her sister to the Royal Lodge at Windsor Castle. This is thought to be the time period when Elizabeth met Prince Philip of Greece. Through the early days of World War II, she was a girl guide and went through the same training as the other girl guides her age. On the 10th of July 1947, King George VI and Queen Elizabeth announced Elizabeth's engagement to Prince Philip of Greece, a lieutenant in the British Navy. After becoming a British citizen and renouncing his Greek title, Prince Philip became His Royal Highness Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. On the 20th of November 1947, she married Prince Philip. He died in April last year. Her eldest son, Prince Charles, born on the 14th of November 1948, has succeeded her. He is one of the longest waiting heirs to the throne. Queen Elizabeth was the longest reigning monarch. In September 2015, she surpassed the record set by her great-great-grandmother, Queen Victoria, who ruled for 63 years and 7 months. Her other children are Edward, Earl of Wessex, Andrew, Duke of York, and Princess Royal. Of these, Prince Andrew was stripped of his royal duties last year. On the 6th of February 1952, King George VI died of lung cancer and Elizabeth ascended to the throne. On the 2nd of June 1953, the coronation took place at Westminster Abbey. She visited India 3 times, the first in 1961, the second for the Commonwealth Summit in 1983, and then in October 1997, when demands were made for her trip to apologize for the Jallianwala Bagh killings. She refused to, but laid a wreath, followed by 30 seconds of silence. In December 1995, after heavy media coverage of the estrangement and affairs of Prince Charles and Diana, Princess of Wales, the Queen urged them to divorce. In 1997, she addressed the nation via live television to express grief over the death of Princess Diana. In 2002, she celebrated her Golden Jubilee or 50th anniversary on the throne. On the 21st of April 2011, on the Queen's 85th birthday, the palace released the Queen's official consent, the instrument of consent to the wedding of Prince William and Kate Middleton. By law, the Royal Marriages Act of 1772, the monarch must consent to most royal marriages. From the 6th of February to the 5th of June 2012, celebrations took place throughout the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth for the Queen's Diamond Jubilee, or the 60th anniversary on the throne. Festivities included a 1,000-boat flotilla along the River Thames and a concert at Buckingham Palace. But troubles within the royal family continued. On the 18th of January 2020, Buckingham Palace announced that Harry and Meghan, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, are no longer working members of the royal family. As part of the agreement, the couple required to step back from their royal duties, including military appointments, and no longer represent the Queen. On the 6th of February this year, Queen Elizabeth II became the first British monarch to reign for 70 years, extending her record as the longest reigning monarch in British history. Platinum Jubilee celebrations took place throughout the year. But ill health stopped her from attending a Jubilee event at church. She earlier missed the state opening of Parliament and the Derby horse races. This week, outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson and incoming Prime Minister Liz Truss had to travel to Balmoral Castle in Scotland because she was not well enough to travel to Buckingham Palace for the handover ceremony. Queen Elizabeth was born on the 21st of April.
And welcome back. Britain continues to mourn the loss of Queen Elizabeth II, the longest-serving monarch in the history of Britain, who served for over 70 years with grace, dignity and stern leadership. Now, joining me on the show is Lord Rami Ranger, a member of the House of Lords. Lord Ranger, thank you for joining us on the broadcast. Now, Britain has seen years of political flux and turmoil, Lord Ranger, but she was one of the galvanizing forces in the country when it came to serving the public.
Ayushman, first of all, I want to correct you. It's not the end of the institution, it's the end of an era. They say the queen is dead, long live the king. So therefore, the monarchy will continue. It has been continued since 1,000 years ago, and it has evolved over the period of time. Now, the difference is the queen was the most respected person in the world. She was unique. She was not an absolute monarch who ruled with a fist, iron fist. She was a public servant who served her people with passion, with care, with empathy. She went out of the way, and she also was the queen for every faith. She will go to temples, she'll go to mosques, she'll go to gurdwara, she'll go to churches to demonstrate that she is a pro multiculturalism. She wants to have Britain as a multicultural country. She was also very passionate about Commonwealth. You know, Commonwealth to her was very dear family because the people of Commonwealth came to defend king and empire twice in the First and the Second World War. They also came to rebuild Britain after devastating war. So she had a special bond for the people of Commonwealth. The armed forces loved her. They were very loyal to her. As you rightly said, she was a unifying factor. She was above party politics. She could unite. I remember during the Falkland War, she only has to come to the television. She united the people of Great Britain and the task force behind the armed forces, and the task force was sent to liberate the Falkland Island. So therefore, she played a very strong part to unite the people of different, Great Britain is Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and England. So all these people are united to some degree because of the Queen. Her love for her people, the sense of dedication. She was dignified, but she was never remote from her people. She will talk to people. She'll ask questions. She was always curious to find out how the people are living, what they're feeling. She will ask questions. I had the opportunity to meet her several times, and she will always make you feel at home. She always had time. She always had a question to ask you and talk to you and made you feel like you are a special person. So that was the quality she loved. As you can see, lots of people are paying floral tribute to her from right from the beginning. 96 gun salute has already been given, and lots of mourning is taking place. A lot of events, high profile events have been cancelled, dinner events all gone as a mark of respect to this special unique person. She was the most respected icon in the world, and Britain is a poorer place without her. But having said that, Prince Charles was being groomed. She knew this day will come. So a couple of years ago, she made him head of the Commonwealth, and he was taking more and more engagement. Last opening of the parliament was done by Prince Charles, now King Charles. So therefore, King is not new to the royal duties. So the monarchy is very robust. It has evolved for over 1,000 years, and it will continue to evolve, and it will be connected with the people. It will remain relevant. You can see how many tourists come to visit Buckingham Palace, how much souvenirs are sold, what a pageantry we see, and all this brings a extra respect to this small island. That's why we are respected wherever Queen goes. She's mobbed. She was mobbed by people. Young children will bring hand-picked flower to give it to her. So was the affection of the Queen. So I think we are lost a very, very big asset. But having said that, we now have to pray for long life for the King Charles.
Absolutely. Lord Ranger, the Queen was able to weather multiple storms as well, namely the scandals that rocked the royal family. She rose above all of that and governed with grace. I think that's what the British public will miss the most.
You are 100% right. Queen has seen very many ups and downs. She has lived through the most challenging times in her life, including her own family. But when you have a big family, you can't control each and every individual, because after all, they are human. They are not machines. So things have gone. But as you rightly said, the Queen has risen above all those challenges and kept the nation united, kept her family united to a certain extent. But this is a very special royal family. The Prince Andrew, who you mentioned a scandal, was in the Air Force. He fought in Falkland Wars. He was flying helicopters. And Prince William fought in Afghanistan. So they are hands-on deck approach royal. I mean, the Queen will have hundreds of engagement every year, and she will go and she'll meet, she'll talk to people, she'll find out about their personal life. You know, whenever I have had the chance to go in front of Her Majesty, she always had a question for me. I think it's amazing. Even the strangest of person, she will talk to them as if she knew them for years. So it's a unique concept because, as you know, it's a very old monarchy. So over the centuries, they have evolved to be at this level, and they'll continue to evolve. And the prince, now the king, is very conscious about environment, global warming, architect. He raises his concern, and although he gets into hot water sometime with people, people are beginning to realize that the man is ahead of his time. Now we are talking about global warming, environment, greener, energy, and all that. But King Charles has been pointing this out for the last 10 years. So I think now the modern king will bring much more modern touches to the monarchy.
Absolutely. Thank you, Lord Ranger, for joining us on the broadcast and sharing your memories of the Queen. Now, as tributes continue to pour in, here is a special report on her life and legacy.
December 1936.
A great country of the world.
The moment that forever changed a young girl's life. After ruling less than a year, King Edward VIII abdicated the throne to his brother.
A new reign began in Britain as the Duke of York was crowned King George VI.
The new king's eldest daughter, then Princess Elizabeth, known as Lilibet to family, became next in line to the throne. 11 years later, marked a marriage.
Princess Elizabeth married Philip, the present Duke of Edinburgh.
The couple was in Kenya on a Commonwealth tour in place of an ill King George when the 25-year-old princess got news that changed the path of her life.
The shadow of death hovered over King George of England as these last pictures were made.
Her father's reign lasted 15 years. Once a princess, suddenly a queen.
The hopes and hearts of England and the Commonwealth went out to a young queen.
In 1953, Queen Elizabeth II was crowned. Her husband, who was later granted the title of His Royal Highness, the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, was the first peer to pay his respects at the coronation, the first one to be broadcasted live on television.
A story of a queen who wrote bright pages in the story of the year.
In the years that followed, during times of great social change, the Queen kept a busy schedule, traveling across the globe more widely than any other monarch before her, meeting with just about every U.S. president since being crowned.
She remembers learning from her parents how important keeping America on side was during the war, and then America came into the war. She remembers that so well. She remembers, the American troops, D-Day, all that. To her, it's a very important part of her growing up.
With no official political power, the Queen wielded the influence of a figurehead. In her private life, things weren't always easy. The year of her 40th anniversary on the throne marred by separation, divorce, and estrangement in her children's marriages, and a fire at Windsor Castle.
It has turned out to be an annus horribilis.
Then, in 1997, the death of the People's Princess. Through a great deal of heartache, the Queen stayed true to her greatest passions, horses and dogs, balanced with the joy of her grandchildren and later a new role of great-grandmother. But even that at times brought hardships. At the beginning of 2020, Buckingham Palace announced that Harry and Meghan, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, were no longer working members of the royal family. Through it all, Prince Philip was, in the Queen's words, the strength and stay of her reign. He died in 2021 before his 100th birthday after more than 70 years of marriage.
It's been one of the great royal romances, I think, of history.
From a girl who was third in line to the throne to the longest-serving British monarch, Queen Elizabeth II leaves behind a legacy, a life full of family, faith, and devotion to country.
Prince Andrew was stripped of his royal duties last year. On the 6th of February 1952, King George VI died of lung cancer and Elizabeth ascended to the throne. On the 2nd of June 1953, the coronation took place at Westminster Abbey. She visited India 3 times, the first in 1961, the second for the Commonwealth Summit in 1983, and then in October 1997, when demands were made for her trip to apologize for the Jallianwala Bagh killings. She refused to, but laid a wreath, followed by 30 seconds of silence. In December 1995, after heavy media coverage of the estrangement and affairs of Prince Charles and Diana, Princess of Wales, the Queen urged them to divorce. In 1997, she addressed the nation via live television to express grief over the death of Princess Diana. In 2002, she celebrated her Golden Jubilee of 50th anniversary on the throne. On the 21st of April 2011, on the Queen's 85th birthday, the palace released the Queen's official consent, the instrument of consent to the wedding of Prince William and Kate Middleton. By law, the Royal Marriages Act of 1772, the monarch must consent to most royal marriages. From the 6th of February to the 5th of June 2012, celebrations took place throughout the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth for the Queen's Diamond Jubilee, or the 60th anniversary on the throne. Festivities included a 1,000-boat flotilla along the River Thames and a concert at Buckingham Palace. But troubles within the royal family continued. On the 18th of January 2020, Buckingham Palace announced that Harry and Meghan, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, are no longer working members of the royal family. As part of the agreement, the couple required to step back from their royal duties, including military appointments, and no longer represent the Queen. On the 6th of February this year, Queen Elizabeth II became the first British monarch to reign for 70 years, extending her record as the longest reigning monarch in British history. Platinum Jubilee celebrations took place throughout the year. But ill health stopped her from attending a Jubilee event at church. She earlier missed the state opening of Parliament and the Derby horse races. This week, outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson and incoming Prime Minister Liz Truss had to travel to Balmoral Castle in Scotland because she was not well enough to travel to Buckingham Palace for the handover ceremony. Queen Elizabeth was born on the 21st of April 1926 in London. The daughter of George VI, she was not in the line of succession until King Edward abdicated in 1936. On the 12th of May 1937, Elizabeth attended the coronation of her parents, King George VI and Queen Consort Elizabeth. She was the first female heir presumptive to see her parents crowned. In 1939, when World War II broke out, she moved with her sister to the Royal Lodge at Windsor Castle. This is thought to be the time period when Elizabeth met Prince Philip of Greece. Through the early days of World War II, she was a girl guide and went through the same training as the other girl guides her age. On the 10th of July 1947, King George VI and Queen Elizabeth announced Elizabeth's engagement to Prince Philip of Greece, a lieutenant in the British Navy. After becoming a British citizen and renouncing his Greek title, Prince Philip became His Royal Highness Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. On the 20th of November 1947, she married Prince Philip. He died in April last year. Her eldest son, Prince Charles, born on the 14th of November 1948, has succeeded her. He is one of the longest waiting heirs to the throne. Queen Elizabeth was the longest reigning monarch. In September 2015, she surpassed the record set by her great-great-grandmother, Queen Victoria, who ruled for 63 years and 7 months. Her other children are Edward, Earl of Wessex, Andrew, Duke of York, and Princess Royal. Of these, Prince Andrew was stripped of his royal duties last year. On the 6th of February 1952, King George VI died of lung cancer and Elizabeth ascended to the throne. On the 2nd of June 1953, the coronation took place at Westminster Abbey. She visited India 3 times, the first in 1961, the second for the Commonwealth Summit in 1983, and then in October 1997, when demands were made for her trip to apologize for the Jallianwala Bagh killings. She refused to, but laid a wreath, followed by 30 seconds of silence. In December 1995, after heavy media coverage of the estrangement and affairs of Prince Charles and Diana, Princess of Wales, the Queen urged them to divorce. In 1997, she addressed the nation via live television to express grief over the death of Princess Diana. In 2002,
So India and China have decided to disengage from PP15, which is Gogra Hot Springs. There have been multiple rounds of talks. After 16 rounds of talks at the Corps Commanders level, this disengagement, this breakthrough has happened between India and China. This is the 4th place that we have seen disengagement happen between both countries since these clashes began with the Galwan incident way back in June of 2020. There are still 2 very critical areas of the line of actual control where disengagement needs to happen. One is Demchok, the other is Depsang. But India is saying this is slow but steady progress. The opposition is asking questions as to why we are not seeing any comprehensive pullback of the Chinese troops. The question is, will we see, after these 4 places of disengagement, will we see further disengagement by the Chinese troops both in Depsang and in Demchok, or will India be able to convince China of the futility of having 50,000 troops on each side in icy cold conditions? But first, the story of how India and China finally found a major breakthrough in PP15 after 16 rounds of talks. All right, joining us on the talking point is Sushant Sareen, Senior Research Fellow, the Observer Research Foundation. G. Parthasarathy is former Indian diplomat, ambassador to many countries. Brahma Chalani, Strategic Affairs Expert, and Andrew K.P. Leung is an independent strategist based in Hong Kong. Brahma Chalani, I'll start with you first. PP15 was something that both India and China, in principle, had agreed to disengage from even way back in March or April when Wang Yi, the Foreign Minister of China, had come calling. Why didn't it happen then, and why did it happen now, and what should we make of this disengagement? Because the opposition here in India is asking, what about Demchok, what about Depsang?
Well, it's a fair question. Way back in March of this year, the Chinese Foreign Ministry in a statement claimed that the disengagement at Gogra Hot Springs had been completed. Now we have learned that the disengagement began only yesterday. But I think we should not forget the bigger picture. The India-China military standoffs constitute the longest period of military confrontation since China imposed itself as India's neighbor in the early 1950s by occupying Tibet. The current standoffs have lasted more than 28 months. So this is a very long period of confrontation. And the latest disengagement agreement relates to the smallest Chinese encroachment. This is on the traditional Indian patrolling point 15 at Gogra Hot Springs. So when the government of India admits in its official statements, as it has done since yesterday, it says Gogra Hot Springs in brackets PP15. In other words, this was a Chinese encroachment on an Indian patrolling point. But if you look at the MEA statement today, it's very clear that what's happening is that sides are going to disengage and pull back. which means that India will lose access to its traditional patrolling point. The same story has been repeated before. It happened in Galwan, where India lost access to patrolling point 14, which is now in the buffer zone. Patrolling point 14, if you recall, was the site of the bloody clashes of June 2020. Same thing happened in Pangong. Same thing happened in Gogra. So this will be the fourth area where China, in effect, moves 10 miles ahead and then pulls back five miles. In effect, it's a net gainer. It places itself strategically in a vantage location. So we should not forget the larger picture, that while this engagement is good, what is happening now is the creation of another buffer zone that will advantage China.
Now, I want to ask G. Parthasarathi. So, yes, we've had disengagement so far in Galwan, of course. We've seen that in Pangong So and in PP15 and PP17. What is interesting is the Depsang and Demchok areas, the Depsang Plains and then Demchok. We've seen incursions far before this 2020 incursion that happened. We've seen this way back in 2013, 2014. The conventional sort of argument in China is that they're building a new highway between Tibet and Xinjiang. Now this passes through both Depsang and Demchok, and they are not in a mood or in a position to give up their claims on Depsang and Demchok. If that is the case, G. Parthasarathi, is it acceptable to India? Will India settle for, okay, you've disengaged from PP 14, 15, 17, and of course Galwan and Pangong So, we're okay with Depsang and Demchok and this new highway that's passing through? Or will it be unacceptable to India in a way that India continues to press for both these areas? Because those two seem to be the now remaining sticking points, if you will.
You know, firstly, let me say that I've always been a great admirer of the way my friend from the Center for Policy Research puts this case forward, and he's factually totally right. So with Dharma, I must say this, Brahma, I must say this, that one can't dispute Brahma on fact. But you have to look at a process, what we are talking of, not finding a solution tomorrow morning, but a process which reduces tensions. It goes without saying that there can be no territorial give as far as we are concerned, whether it is Depsang or the hot springs. Hot springs, as I said, they're pulling out from what we gather from back across the LOC. And this is going to continue for a long time. But I'm inclined to look at the larger political picture also. For too long, the Chinese have been sort of labeling us as a Western protege. But the reality of the matter is, and they have learnt it, and you can see it in their writings, even in rags like the Global Times. You can see it in their writings that they do sense that what they were talking about, their fears of an American-Chinese, of an Indian-Chinese alliance to surround them, that is hot air. Yes, we will join the United States, we will join Japan, we will join anyone else we can to contain Chinese power. As long as the Chinese behave the way they are, pushing their power beyond and presence beyond what are their acceptable borders. So what is important now, as I see it, is in a couple of days we are going to have this summit in Uzbekistan, where the Prime Minister will be going, I'm certain. You're going to have Xi Jinping. You're going to have Putin, because he has taken a substantial interest. And you'd also perhaps have the Iranian president. Now this is, I think, will give you an opportunity for a face-to-face. And I think this should be, matters of this nature cannot be discussed or sorted out at letters of the foreign minister or the defense minister, and they have both of them done a very good job in Tokyo. But I think that a meeting of the heads of government, it could either lead to a stalemate, yes, or a sort of acceptance on a way forward. Because very frankly, I don't see a settlement or the Chinese conceding everything. As for their coming into our territory through building roads and so on, like they did in Aksai Chin, that would be totally unacceptable.
60th anniversary on the throne. Festivities included a 1,000-boat flotilla along the River Thames and a concert at Buckingham Palace. But troubles within the royal family continued. On the 18th of January 2020, Buckingham Palace announced that Harry and Meghan, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, are no longer working members of the royal family. As part of the agreement, the couple required to step back from their royal duties, including military appointments, and no longer represent the Queen. On the 6th of February this year, Queen Elizabeth II became the first British monarch to reign for 70 years, extending her record as the longest reigning monarch in British history. Platinum Jubilee celebrations took place throughout the year. But ill health stopped her from attending a Jubilee event at church. She earlier missed the state opening of Parliament and the Derby horse races. This week, outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson and incoming Prime Minister Liz Truss had to travel to Balmoral Castle in Scotland because she was not well enough to travel to Buckingham Palace for the handover ceremony. Queen Elizabeth was born on the 21st of April 1926 in London. The daughter of George VI, she was not in the line of succession until King Edward abdicated in 1936. On the 12th of May 1937, Elizabeth attended the coronation of her parents, King George VI and Queen Consort Elizabeth. She was the first female heir presumptive to see her parents crowned. In 1939, when World War II broke out, she moved with her sister to the Royal Lodge at Windsor Castle. This is thought to be the time period when Elizabeth met Prince Philip of Greece. Through the early days of World War II, she was a girl guide and went through the same training as the other girl guides her age. On the 10th of July 1947, King George VI and Queen Elizabeth announced Elizabeth's engagement to Prince Philip of Greece, a lieutenant in the British Navy. After becoming a British citizen and renouncing his Greek title, Prince Philip became His Royal Highness Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. On the 20th of November 1947, she married Prince Philip. He died in April last year. Her eldest son, Prince Charles, born on the 14th of November 1948, has succeeded her. He is one of the longest waiting heirs to the throne. Queen Elizabeth was the longest reigning monarch. In September 2015, she surpassed the record set by her great-great-grandmother, Queen Victoria, who ruled for 63 years and 7 months. Her other children are Edward, Earl of Wessex, Andrew, Duke of York, and Princess Royal. Of these, Prince Andrew was stripped of his royal duties last year. On the 6th of February 1952, King George VI died of lung cancer and Elizabeth ascended to the throne. On the 2nd of June 1953, the coronation took place at Westminster Abbey. She visited India 3 times, the first in 1961, the second for the Commonwealth Summit in 1983, and then in October 1997, when demands were made for her trip to apologize for the Jallianwala Bagh killings. She refused to, but laid a wreath, followed by 30 seconds of silence. In December 1995, after heavy media coverage of the estrangement and affairs of Prince Charles and Diana, Princess of Wales, the Queen urged them to divorce. In 1997, she addressed the nation via live television to express grief over the death of Princess Diana. In 2002, she celebrated her Golden Jubilee of 50th anniversary on the throne. On the 21st of April 2011, on the Queen's 85th birthday, the palace released the Queen's official consent, the instrument of consent to the wedding of Prince William and Kate Middleton. By law, the Royal Marriages Act of 1772, the monarch must consent to most royal marriages. From the 6th of February to the 5th of June 2012, celebrations took place throughout the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth for the Queen's Diamond Jubilee, or the 60th anniversary on the throne. Festivities included a 1,000-boat flotilla along the River Thames and a concert at Buckingham Palace. But troubles within the royal family continued. On the 18th of January 2020, Buckingham Palace announced that Harry and Meghan, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, are no longer working members.
I want to ask Sushant Sareen this. As Parthasarathi said, we know that there's going to be this meeting in Samarkand in Uzbekistan next week. We don't know if the Indian and Chinese leaders will be meeting on the sidelines of the SCO summit there. Neither side is either confirming or denying that. Has this disengagement in PP15 got to do with that meeting potentially? And perhaps more importantly, does it also have to do with the 20th Party Congress, which is coming up later next month, where Xi Jinping is hoping that a third term will be sealed for him? Why has this PP15 disengagement happened now?
Zaka, a couple of things. One, I don't see what difference it will make whether the two principals meet in Samarkand, simply because of what has come out of their meetings in the past. We were having those informal summits, and despite that, we've had this kind of Chinese aggression along the line of actual control. Secondly, what is the Chinese motivation? It could be, I don't know how much the standoff along the LSE was going to impact on Xi's prospects insofar as the Congress is concerned. And I'm not even sure, how much it has to do only with the, the purported meeting which is likely to take place in Central Asia. But it could also be because maybe the Chinese feel that they haven't lost anything and India has not gained anything. So, or maybe India is a bit of a net loser in some ways, and I'll explain how in just a second. And that, if they settle right now, it doesn't really affect them adversely. And finally, it could be that they are actually cementing the line of actual control in a way they want by building up their own structures not too far from where the actual LSE or our perception or their perception of the LSE runs. Now, it could be a multiple of factors which could be at play. But what is a little concerning in this particular statement which the MEA has issued today, it says that the agreement ensures that the LSE in this area will be strictly observed and respected by both sides. Now, what LSE? Have we agreed that the LSE in this area has been delineated and both sides accept where the LSE runs? Because I was under the impression that until now we had been told that, our perceptions of the LSE and their perceptions of the LSE don't match. So as a result, there are these problems coming up.
Correct.
So have we settled the perceptions along the LSE, at least in this particular sector? I'm not very clear on that. So in many ways, while yes, it's a good thing that, the kind of eyeball to eyeball confrontation that was taking place, albeit small in this particular sector, has been kind of diffused. But the fact of the matter remains that I don't think this particular settlement is going to end our problems with the Chinese. In fact, I see further problems going forward.
Okay. I want to ask Andrew K.P. Leung, one of the sort of conventional thoughts here in India, one of the conventional points of view here in India is the reason why the Chinese have agreed to this disengagement in PP15 now is twofold. Number one, we are seeing a significant ratcheting up of tensions between the United States and China over Taiwan, not least because of the visit by Nancy Pelosi, the House Speaker, recently. So there's a very, very clear ratcheting up of tensions there. China does not know how to play that game just yet. And secondly, there is also concerns that China can ill afford another foreign policy fiasco before October, where Xi Jinping is expected to be given a third term as president, as General Secretary of the Communist Party in that party Congress that begins in the middle of October. So are these two factors really at play, and is that why the Chinese have agreed to this current round of disengagement?
Well, I don't think that these are the reasons. First of all, China does know how to play the game on Taiwan. Actually, I won't go into that because this is not the forum for it. But nor is it